So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie. What if Harry Potter was betrayed by the Weasleys after Darkest Timeline begins? But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Black hair that stuck out at all angles and one head sporting a profusion of honey brown curls. Each face, save one, wore a mixture of shock, anger, and disbelief. In the silence Molly Weasley cleared her throat. What was that, dear? I must have misheard you. I said that I have taken a magical theory and magical law apprenticeship in France and I will be leaving in the morning. Hermione's voice was steel. It's at a secret location and you won't be able to contact me for as long as I'm there. You've got to be joking. Ron burst out furiously. You took this? Without even speaking to me about it first? What about us? You are my girlfriend? Ron's face had turned a deep shade of purple that clashed with his hair. Well, that's the thing. Hermione said calmly. I'm not your only girlfriend, am I, Ron? Ron's mouth dropped open and he began to sputter. Hermione put her hand up. Save it. I've already had a very long talk with Diana. She's told me all about it and how you've told her that it's your duty to me that's standing in the way of you being with her. I don't want to be your roadblock, Ron. Hermione's eyes suddenly filled with tears. So, have it. You have my permission. But, you'll excuse me, I don't want to be around to watch it. She nodded Otto the table at large and walked quickly from the room. She had strategically placed herself close to the exit when dinner began for this purpose. Hermione. Wait up. She heard Harry shout but she only quickened her pace. In quick, precise movements she whooshed through the flow to her apartment. Turning quickly she disconnected the fireplace with a quick charm that Arthur Weasley had taught to her. She sighed. There would be no more chats or close moments with any of the Weasleys now. Hermione knew that she had been welcomed into their numbers as a potential wife for Ron. Molly and Ginny had always been friendly enough, but after the war Hermione could feel their suspicions about her relationship with Harry. She knew that in the past she and Harry had crossed many boundaries between what would be an acceptable platonic friendship. After enduring the many pointed barbs over the years from the Weasley women, Hermione hoped that they never found out that their suspicions might be rooted in some carefully hidden truths. It had been 2 years since the Battle of Hogwarts. In the aftermath Harry had been a mess of shock and soul-shattering guilt at all that had been lost. His grief over the fact that he was still living after so many had died had nearly destroyed him. As the Weasleys had locked themselves away to mourn Fred's passing, Harry and Hermione had holed up in Grimmauld Place. Hermione's parents had been murdered early on in the war and she was left with an empty feeling that had never felt filled since. Harry and Hermione had eventually been swept back into the Weasley fold as Molly had joined the world again. It was clear, even then, that she looked on Harry as her future son-in-law and Hermione was regarded with a mild suspicion. Molly had pushed Ron to pursue her and Ron had been more than willing. Molly shrewdly saw the advantage of keeping Hermione close and occupied with her younger son who frankly needed the direction that Hermione afforded him. Hermione had never quite been able to forgive Ron for abandoning them while on the run, but had reluctantly given in to his advances. She had loved him for years before and was afraid of losing the comfort that he and the Weasleys promised. They felt like all the family she had left. She hoped that in time she would be accepted as one of them as Harry had always been. In her practical way she also admitted that her and Harry's friendship would suffer if she distanced herself. They had been happy at first. She had grown up to be quite beautiful and Ron had been proud to have her on his arm and to take her to bed after. He had adored the attention of being a part of the Golden Trio. That Hermione was his alone had added to his glee. Ron has loved the envy he saw in other wizards' eyes. It had been a favorite pastime of his to run his hands possessively over her whenever Draco Malfoy came close. The subsequent scowl that would steal over the blonde's face would have Ron chortling for hours after. Hermione had thought his possessiveness cute, until it wasn't. As a teen Hermione has seen his insecurities as charming and a problem that she could troubleshoot and fix. As an adult she found these traits bloody irritating. Ron had sworn them to secrecy about when he had abandoned them in the tent during the war. Harry and Hermione has readily agreed. They were so happy to have Ron back with them. When Harry had finally come out of his depression following the battle he had immediately been offered a place with the Aurors. Having nothing else planned he had accepted. Ron had followed him. Harry with his lightning fast reflexes and survival instinct had soared to great heights among the Aurors ranks while Ron hadn't. It wasn't that he lacked magical ability, it was more that he did not feel it necessary to apply himself. Ron had decided that since he had helped to win the war, he would be able to coast on that glory for the rest of his days. Hermione had finished her schooling and had been offered a spot working in Kingsley's offices. The older wizard had kept her close, and she had come to see him as one of her closest friends and mentors. It was he who recognized the fierceness and power of Hermione's magic. It was he who had insisted she try out any branch of magic that took her fancy. And finally, it was Kingsley who sadly insisted that she take the Transfiguration and Magical Theory apprenticeship in France. He had watched Ron become more and more possessive, and it had not pleased him. As much as he would miss her, he knew that Hermione had to go away and learn to stand on her own. She had always taken second to Harry and Ron, the most overlooked of the Golden Trio. Hermione had not grabbed for glory like Ron or been thrust into the spotlight like Harry. She had been content to let the past go into the past. Kingsley had disagreed and was always pulling strings to get Hermione's brilliance noticed. It boosted his protégé's self-esteem and supported his pro-Muggleborn agenda. Ron had not appreciated how easily Hermione had risen to the top. He had hated that she had been deemed the brains of the trio. A series of articles had come out in the last month chronicling Hermione's movements during the war. The author had praised Hermione's intelligence, beauty, and strong moral compass. The articles had also hinted that Hermione might have settled too early with Ron. Even worse, it stated rather boldly that Ron was not her equal in intelligence, bravery, or looks. He had been livid when he'd read it. His rage had lasted weeks, and he had chosen to take it out on Hermione. It had been the last straw. For as long as she had known him, she had excused Ron's bad behavior. Hermione had been looking for a graceful exit to the relationship when it came in the form of a weepy witch named Diana. She had been furious and hurt to learn of Ron's infidelity at first, but after speaking to Kingsley, she had almost been grateful that her escape would be so clean-cut. Now she sighed as she thought of Harry. He had come back from his battle with Voldemort a different person than before. In many ways he was still the same Harry. He laughed at jokes and was always willing to put others before himself. He could be brave to a fault and took on the problems of others as his own. But he was darker now. Only Hermione seemed to notice that his smile rarely reached his eyes. No one else saw that Harry was prone to long silences and barely contained anger. The wizarding world only saw what they wanted to see when they looked at the boy who lived. She hated how Ginny Weasley paraded Harry around like some tricked-out pony. She had shamelessly used her association with him to get herself placed with the Holyhead Harpies. To be fair, Ginny was a fairly good Quidditch player, but she had been equal to, not the best of, the players who had tried out with her. The redhead had slyly suggested to the captain that with Harry Potter in the stands to cheer her on, it might increase the Holyhead's popularity. This tactic had cemented her place on the team, and Ginny had gloated over this to Hermione at length. Hermione had tried to find a true friendship with Ginny but found that they had little in common. Ginny grabbed for what she wanted with both hands, and once she had it, she gripped it tightly. It was a year after the war that Hermione realized that she was accepted by Ginny as long as Harry wanted Hermione close. She had been deeply hurt when she had seen this. After the loss of her own family, Hermione had been grasping at whatever she could find to make life worth living again. The Weasleys had promised warmth and comfort. This illusion had worked for a while, but Hermione felt that the time had come for her to step away from them. It had always been a false security after all. Harry and Hermione rarely spoke these days as it was. She had always hoped that they would work their way back to their friendship. They never had. Harry remained distant and slightly aloof. Hermione had asked him several times why this was, but he would only shrug moodily and walk away from her. In the beginning, Hermione had tried to strike off on her own, but Harry had always come looking for her. She had cycled back to him and the Weasleys each time, hoping that it meant that their friendship was at last on the mend. She shrugged. After 2 years of trying, she was ready to let Harry go at last. A tear slipped down her cheek. Of all the things that Hermione was walking away from, this one would hurt the most. At one time she and Harry had known one another so well that they could have whole conversations without words. Now he was a stranger who appeared at Sunday dinner. She looked around her bare apartment. Everything had been packed into her small beaded bag. Only her bed remained. She and Ron had spent many lovely times in that bed together. She did want to take it with her. She did not want to be reminded of all the dreams she had built with him while laying side by side on soft pillows. Hermione was enough of a realist to see that they had always only been dreams. Ron would never have satisfied her in the long run. And she in turn would have always felt that her wings had been clipped. The more she had thought of the idea of traveling and escaping from the memories, the more she yearned to do it. Hermione wanted to be where no one knew her. She did not want the expectations of who she had been and what she had done at 17 years old to always precede her into a room. Hermione drew in her breath as she felt her wards breached. She whirled around as the handle on the front door began to jiggle violently. A fist pounded the door, and when Hermione made no move to respond, it suddenly exploded into pieces. Quickly, she drew her wand, expecting to see an angry Ron. From the cloud of settling dust stepped Harry. His green eyes were intense. "Harry," Hermione said, surprised. "How did you get through?" Harry smiled coldly. "I'm a top warrior now, or did you forget? I'm capable at getting through wards. And I know you, Hermione. I'll always know exactly how to get to you." "You're angry," Hermione whispered, noting his icy gaze and rigid posture. "Livid," Harry agreed. "Wouldn't you be if your best friend decided to take off one day without telling you?" "Best friend?" Hermione scoffed, and Harry looked hurt. "We don't speak anymore, Harry. We haven't for a long time. We were best friends. I want to do this. I'm hurt. I'm heartbroken. I want to go out on my own now. Harry, please don't try to keep me here." Hermione was crying now. Fat tears were leaking down her cheeks and dropping from her chin. "Please just let me go," she whispered. Her brown eyes searched his green ones for the boy that she used to love. He wasn't there, only hard, uncomfortable edges remained. She stepped away from him, suddenly afraid of this stranger who stood before her. It occurred to her then that she had not been this close to Harry in months. It seemed he was always across the room or walking in the opposite direction. He had changed physically over the years. No longer was he the skinny, half-starved boy. He was a man now, filled in with hard muscles from his Auror training. Hermione took another step away from him, hoping that the distance would help her to gather her thoughts. "I don't know who you are anymore," she whispered. Harry angrily closed the space that Hermione had made between them. He quickly yanked her wand from her hand and threw it on the bed. His hands cupped her face and his thumbs began to stroke the tears gently away from her cheeks. "Who else knows me in this world but you?" he asked her. Hermione tried to break from his grasp, but his arms were around her, clasping her body to his. "I came back from death just to hear your voice." Harry's voice was muffled by her hair. His lips ghosted over her neck. "You can't leave me." Hermione shivered as his cold hands made their way under her shirt and caressed her waist. "Harry," she whispered, "what are you doing?" She brought her gaze up to his and gasped at the heat she saw there. "No, what about Ginny?" "Ginny who treats me like a trophy. Ginny who loves me in her own way, I suppose. Ginny who is at least one other Quidditch player behind my back. What about Ginny?" Harry's hands spanned her flat stomach and continued upward, his thumbs moving in slow, calming circles. Hermione swallowed. She had heard the rumors. Why not just break up with her then? She asked, willing her body not to respond to his questing hands. "Well, that's the thing. Breaking up with Ginny would have effectively taken me away from you, wouldn't it?" He leaned down and began to kiss the tears from her cheeks. "No more seeing you at Weasley dinners. No more Weasleys for that matter." Hermione's hands found Harry's and she grasped them, pulling them away from her torso. "Harry, what are you doing? You are just angry because you heard about Ginny. You don't want me to leave, and you are using my heartbreak over Ron to confuse me. For some reason I can't fathom, you want me to stay. I don't know you anymore. Please stop this," Hermione pleaded. Harry regarded her for several moments with hard eyes. Slowly he brought Hermione's hands to his mouth and began to kiss her fingers. "No, I don't think I will stop, thanks." He turned a hand over and placed a soft kiss on her inner wrist. Hermione shivered. "You see, I'm tired of being good, of doing what's expected of me. I remember us at Grimmauld Place, after the battle. Do you remember, Hermione?" Hermione closed her eyes and her mouth turned down. "Of course I remember. How could I ever forget?" Her lower lip began to tremble again. Harry caught it in his lips and nipped at it before capturing her in a kiss. Hermione hesitated for a moment and then gave herself over to him. She had forgotten how good it felt to be held by Harry like this. Their tongues met and she could feel the long length of him hard against her stomach. They broke apart so that Harry could tug her top over her head. "Harry, wait," she began. Harry placed a finger to her lips. "Don't stop this, Hermione. Don't play the sensible witch now. We've been through too much, and in spite of everything, I know you. And you want me as I want you. Let's stop denying ourselves." Harry's hands were on her again, removing her bra and teasing her into tight points. His shirt fell to the floor, followed by the rest of his clothes. Hermione could see how well muscled he was now. Harry lay her down on the bed and slowly, trailing kisses as he did so, he removed the last of her pants and underwear. He took a moment to survey her naked form with hunger in his eyes. "So beautiful, you are so beautiful. Do you know it?" He glanced at her face, not really expecting an answer. His fingers trailed down between her thighs and entered her. "So wet for me already." His fingers toyed with her and made her moan. "Tell me," he said conversationally, "did you ever get this excited for Ron?" Harry laughed harshly and withdrew his fingers. Hermione gasped and mourned the loss. He slid down her body, parting her thighs as he went. "You sent me back to him. You told me it was right, that we couldn't break his heart. You told me that you loved Ginny," she gasped. Harry had begun to kiss her inner thigh. He stopped and looked thoughtful. "Did I? I suppose I did." He began to kiss the other thigh. "It turns out that I didn't love Ginny after all. Maybe the person I was before I died could have loved her. But that's not what I want to think about right now." Before Hermione could protest, his mouth was on her, and licking relentlessly. She tried to hold back, but somehow he could sense it and ruthlessly pleasured her until she came apart. She could feel his smile as she exploded in pleasure all around him. She came hard and long. Harry moaned as he tasted her. "So sweet. I missed you," he murmured, sliding up her body once more. Hermione tasted her own excitement on his tongue as he invaded her mouth. His hands found hers again and he held them down to the mattress above her head. Breaking away, he looked at her. "You want this?" he asked as he positioned himself at her entrance. Hermione, who was still in a daze, nodded. "Yes, please, Harry." And then he was pushing his full hard length into her. He began to thrust into her. She had forgotten how large he was and her passage stretched to accommodate him. It was a deliciously full feeling. She moaned in pleasure. "You are mine, aren't you?" he murmured above her. Hermione's eyes popped open. His voice had that cold edge to it again. "Say it," he urged as his body pleasured her. His pupils had dilated, turning them almost black. Hermione finally recognized what it was she had been seeing on Harry's face since the battle. It was the darkness that had plagued them both since sharing the locket that had housed a part of Voldemort's soul. Harry was going faster now, hitting her in a spot deep inside that he knew from experience would push her over the edge. They came together and he cried out her name. He hovered above her. Their breaths came out in pants, and all the while his eyes stayed locked on hers. Hermione could feel him softening, but he did not slip from her body. After a moment, his hand that had been gripping her wrist tightened. "You are mine, Hermione. I don't want to hear any more about you leaving. We belong together. We always did." Her heart jumped in her chest. His voice was flat and emotionless, and his green gaze still as cold as ever. She wanted to hold him and try to find the Harry she had once known. Hermione also admitted that she wanted to run away from this stranger who did not love her as fast as she could. Her stomach clenched in disappointment as she searched his face. No, he did not love her. Whatever this was, she saw only possessiveness and perhaps triumph in his eyes. In the end, she opted to remain silent. Harry nodded once, taking her silence as an affirmation, and moved off of her. He curled around her and put a strong arm around her. "Let's go to sleep now. We can figure out all the details in the morning." His voice was softened by fatigue. Hermione knew that he had come directly from a mission right before dinner. He was likely exhausted. Harry's breathing became slow and steady. Once he was asleep, Hermione disentangled herself from his arms and sat up to look at him. His face was peaceful in sleep. The cultivated mask of politeness he wore during the day was gone. She tenderly brushed a lock of hair from his cheek. He smiled at her touch. In slumber, he looked like her Harry once again. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. She wondered what had happened to Harry in the forest with Voldemort. It as if he had left a piece of his heart behind when he crossed the line to come back. She hoped that one day he would find peace with himself. She thought guiltily of Ginny. Hermione has never wanted to be anyone's other woman. Regardless of how strained their relationship had become, she did not think Ginny deserved this. She shuddered to think what would happen if what she had just done with Harry became known. Ron would be furious. She shook her head. She had never been able to resist Harry. For his friendship she had followed him into a war that had cost her dearly. Her parents' faces flitted across her mind's eye. It was her love for Harry that had kept her here in England, bound to the Weasleys who did not really want her. Remembering his coldness from earlier, Hermione stood up quickly and cast a quick contraception and cleansing spell on herself. It was clear that Harry wanted her to stay. She knew herself well enough to know that she would give in to him if she waited for him to wake. Deep in her chest her heart thudded painfully against her rib cage. This was a crossroads. She saw the two ways clearly marked. One road was to follow this beloved childhood friend, now a stranger, in hopes of healing his soul, which had so clearly suffered. She admitted that this was unlikely to happen. It had been years after all. The other path that she saw was one of sunlight and living a life entirely her own. Hermione was tired of selflessly giving in hopes of making the situation better. She chose herself. The decision made, she quickly found her bag and pulled a pen and parchment from her bag. Placing the hastily scrawled note into the pillow next to Harry, she stood up and apparated to the train station. She had set up a portkey for the morning, but Hermione wanted to get away as quickly as possible. As the train carried her away, she gazed out into the darkness and hoped for a different life. She let go of the darkness and the haunting memories. She said farewell to her childhood friends. Memories of her parents were carefully put away for the present. When the train pulled into Paris, Hermione stepped out ready to make a new life for herself. Back in London, Harry Potter woke with a start. He blinked and took a moment to remember where he was. Reaching over, his hands found only cool pillows and a piece of parchment. He sat up quickly and reached for his glasses. Casting a lumos, he read what Hermione had written. Harry, I'm sorry, but I had to leave. Besides the fact that I don't want to betray Ginny, I would also like to not sink to the same levels as Ron. I just went through that heartbreak and I never wanted to cause another witch that kind of pain. The truth is that you and I have not been close for a very long time. I don't know why you want me to stay. You don't love me and I think that I deserve more. Let me go, Harry. Don't try to find me. I don't want to see you. I hope that you can find happiness. I intend to find some for myself. Hermione. Harry's body tensed with anger. He picked up his wand and vanished the note. He pointed it at the bed and vanished that as well. Pulling his clothes on, he stormed from the now empty apartment. She had left him. Somewhere inside his mind he was mourning, but outwardly he was bracing himself for another day. He would not think of her again, he decided. He should not have been surprised. Didn't they all leave him eventually? 2 years later, Hermione walked along the shoreline of the beach. The sun was setting and the sky was lit up in colors that she had only ever seen while living on the French Riviera. She sighed as she looked down at the crumpled parchment in her hands. Kingsley was summoning her back to England. Hermione walked to the water's edge and let the warm waves tickle her toes. She would miss this pretty life that she had built for herself, but she was also ready to apply the magic she had learned and knowledge of magical law to help the ministry. It was Kingsley who had sponsored her to be here after all. She had changed a lot in the past 2 years. Her French counterparts had taught her how to command a room with both her presence and her beauty. Her robes were always flawlessly fit and her curls soft and enticing instead of unruly. No longer was she the unsure girl. Her presence demanded respect wherever she went. Her work in transfiguration and curse-breaking was world-renowned, and she was already drafting laws that Kingsley looked on favorably. When she had recovered from the heartbreak and confusion that Ron and Harry had left in their wake, Hermione took on a lover. He had been sweet and caring and utterly besotted with her. To her dismay, she had not loved him back. She had tried with a few different wizards over the years and had come up with the same results. It was as if the pain of losing Harry to the darkness had taken the ability to love another from her. She felt broken. Hermione did not like to think on this. Harry Potter had already commanded too much of her life. She did not want to give him any more. Even in her secret location in France, Hermione had heard about his escapades over the past 2 years. Ministry wizards visited for guest lectures often enough. He had become a fearless and powerful orator. They had made him head of the department, the youngest to date. He and Ginny had parted ways after she had been caught cheating in a spectacular way by the Daily Prophet. Some whispered that Harry had orchestrated it. At any rate, public sympathy had run high for the boy who lived. Ginny had not done well on the Quidditch pitch under the public scrutiny and had been let go from the Holyhead Harpies. Her romantic exploits made for good reporting, and she was dogged by journalists wherever she went. They were not kind. Harry had gone on to date a long string of witches. None of them lasted more than a few dates. It was reported that he was strongly averse to commitment. This did not deter the witches who crossed his path from trying. When he wasn't working, it was said that he traveled extensively all over Europe. As far as Hermione could tell, he was systematically visiting every magical community. He was ruthless about his work. During his time as head of the Auror department, he had managed to bring in every last Death Eater that had escaped. He was instrumental in writing and passing laws to ensure that Muggleborns and werewolves had equal rights. Hermione respected him for that. Ron had married Diana shortly after he and Hermione had parted ways. Their first son was born 5 months after the wedding. He continued to work with George at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and seemed mostly content with life. Hermione, who had long ago let go of her glorified idea of him and wished him well, she found she missed his humor at times. She looked down at her toes and saw that a small white shell had washed up beside them. Thoughtfully, she leaned down and picked it up. Her fingers began to explore its smooth edges. She wondered idly what Luna and Neville were up to. When she had left England, the nature of her apprenticeship had effectively cut ties with all of her Hogwarts friends. At the time, it had been a relief. Hermione had been too affected by the war. Seeing familiar faces had been almost painful. There had been too many empty spaces where the fallen would have stood. She dropped the shell into the water and turned to retrieve her shoes. In reality, Hermione was not sure she ever wanted to go back, but she had promised she would. Kingsley had said that if she really was unhappy, he would consider placing her in another country. She smiled at the thought of him. He had taken on the role of father when he'd seen the devastation that losing her own parents had wrought. She missed him and was willing to try, if only so that she could have happiness of being able to help him in return. Hermione laced up her sneakers and made sure that her beaded bag was securely around her wrist. She grabbed the old crisp wrapper that she had been given as her portkey. A tugging sensation at her stomach told her she was headed back to England and all the memories that it held. She hoped that she was ready to meet them. Hermione landed in Kingsley's office. She took a moment for the dizzying effects of the portkey to wear off. At last she glanced around to find the amused gaze of Kingsley already upon her. "You never did travel well," his deep voice boomed. Hermione launched herself at him. "I've missed you, it's been almost a year." Kingsley chuckled and hugged her back. "Welcome back, Lil Lion. You couldn't have come at a better time. I'm going to need all the help I can get." She stepped back from him, alarmed. "What do you mean? You sound worried." Her brow creased. Kingsley sighed. "All in good time, Hermione. Dinner first. Mariana is expecting you. You'll be staying with us, of course, until you can find a place of your own." He led her from the office and down the richly tiled blue hallway. When they reached the atrium, they halted abruptly as a wizard nearly knocked them over. "Excuse me. Minister, I didn't see you." Harry Potter stood before them looking as disheveled as ever. He smiled at Kingsley. The smile did not reach his eyes. He turned to Hermione and his face fell slack with shock. "Hello, Harry," she said quietly. She did not drop her gaze from his. Her heart beat fast in her chest, but she carefully controlled her face. Outwardly there was not a trace of the fear that was suddenly coursing through her. She would not back down. Hermione wanted to start as she meant to go on. Harry's face tightened in anger for a fraction of a second and then smoothed into the bland smile that Hermione remembered and loathed. "Hermione. What a surprise. No one told me you were coming." He shot Kingsley an accusing look. "I only just found out myself 2 days ago," Hermione said calmly. "Are you here for a visit or are you here for longer?" Harry wanted to know. "She's come home to us, hopefully for good," Kingsley said. His concerned eyes flicked between the two faces. This was not the way friends who had been through so much together should greet one another. "I must excuse us. We're headed to dinner and Mariana has made quite a feast to welcome our girl home." He smiled apologetically at Harry. "I'm sure you will make time to catch up in the coming weeks?" Hermione nodded. "I'm sure," she said vaguely. "See you, Harry." She raised her hand to formally shake his. Harry glared at it for a moment. Hermione feared he would ignore the gesture altogether, but he took her small hand in his at last. His fingers were surprisingly warm and they burrowed under her sleeve and caressed the soft skin of her wrist where Kingsley could not see. Green eyes met brown ones. "I'll be seeing you, Hermione." The intensity of his voice had Kingsley clearing his throat. "Well, isn't this a nice reunion?" he said jovially. "Come on, Hermione. Let's get you home." Hermione felt Harry's fingers grip her tightly for a moment before she was subtly wrenching her hand from his. She nodded at him and turned quickly to follow Kingsley to the exit. The furious heat of Harry's gaze tattooed itself on her back until they flowed out of sight. The Shacklebolts' home was an odd combination of austere and ultimately comfortable. Mariana led her through the immaculate white marble entryway and past the open doors of a ballroom with ornate, gold-leafed walls. "My dear, the annual autumn mixer will be held here in a week's time for all of the ministry's higher-ups. Please excuse the disarray. 300 guests this year. Can you imagine?" Mariana flicked her wand and a door appeared in the wall. "Through here, dear." Hermione stepped through the door and smiled at the cozy room. A fire was burning merrily in the hearth. Large, squashy arms chairs in bright reds and silver surrounded a low table which was piled high with books and board games. Shelves reaching all the way up to the high ceilings held books on every subject. Hermione looked forward to perusing them at her leisure. Here was where the Shacklebolt family lived and kept their family life private. No one but close friends ever got to enter these rooms. Mariana had insisted on it when Kingsley had been named minister. Their young daughter Delia ran out of the kitchen. "Hermione, you're here." She clapped her hands excitedly and ran up to her. Hermione was already rummaging around in her beaded bag. "You've got so big," she exclaimed. Delia rolled her eyes. "Ah, every adult says that." She hopped from one foot to the other as Hermione laughed and handed her a cheerfully wrapped package. With a squeal of delight, the child made short work of the beautiful wrapping. A large box of French chocolates was revealed. "For me?" she asked. "May I eat them now?" She looked over to her mother. Mariana smiled indulgently. "You may have one now and perhaps share some for dessert." Delia nodded her head excitedly and chose a smooth milk chocolate ball and immediately bit into it. "Oh!" the child exclaimed as she was lifted off the ground by a small purple cloud. "It tastes of fresh blackberries just picked in the summer," she exclaimed. Hermione laughed. "Yes, the chocolatier that I used to live near wanted the taster to experience each main ingredient at their optimal moment. I never could get Mark to divulge the secret to these charms. They're quite something." They watched as Delia was gently lowered to the ground. "And what do we say?" Mariana said sternly, though her eyes were smiling. "Thank you," Delia said, hugging Hermione round the waist. "Let's not tell Daddy, I want to surprise him." "Let's not tell Daddy what?" Kingsley's baritone boomed. He picked up his daughter and hugged her tight. "And what did you get up to today, little miss?" "Nothing much," Delia said while playing with her father's chin. "Tabitha Weasley is sick still. We had to write nice cards saying we want her to get better." Kingsley frowned at the news. "Yes, I heard. I'm sorry that your friend is still sick. We have a lot of people trying to make her better." He gently put her down with a worried look on his face. He saw Hermione's questioning look and mouthed the word later. At her. She nodded and allowed Delilah to lead her from the room. The dinner had been delicious, and after the kitchen had been cleaned and Delia put to bed, Hermione and Kingsley sat in front of the fire sipping tea. "So, it seems like there are a few things that you should share with me," Hermione began. "I should." Kingsley stretched his long legs out. "How to begin?" "Well, there seemed to be some kind of dark magic at play." He looked thoughtful. "It's been affecting the children who were born in the year following the battle. Not all of them mind, only the ones who were born to the parents whose families fought solely for the light." "Does this mean that Delia might be affected?" Hermione's voice scaled up in fear. Kingsley shook his head. "No, I alone stood for the light in my family. I was a Slytherin like all my ancestors." "Did you know?" Hermione nodded. She had heard this before. "As far as we can tell, Delia is safe." "What kind of sickness?" Hermione demanded, and then she paled. "Which Weasley did Delia mention?" Kingsley smiled sadly. "I knew you would pick up on that quickly. Yes, Ron and Diana's daughter is one of the children affected. So far there have been 7. They go to sleep fine one night and then do not wake. At times they have huge bursts of unintentional magic that are quite dangerous to anyone in the vicinity. We are currently holding them in a secure ward at St. Mungo's." Are there any ideas who or what is behind this? Hermione asked. The obvious culprit is dead, but we can't help but wonder. At any rate, I wanted my best minds on this. That's why you're here. He tilted his head to Hermione. You fought with you-know-who more closely than most. You'll be able to see things about this curse that others cannot. Hermione nodded. Of course I want to get to the bottom of this. She worried at a sprung that had come loose on her sleeve. I'll go to the library straight away in the morning and take a look to see if there are any patterns. Do you think that St. Mungo's will give me access to their rare texts? I just bet there is something in there. Her mind had begun jumping at the possibilities. Kingsley held up a hand. Hold on a moment. Don't get yourself all worked up quite yet. You will get all the details in the morning. You need your rest. Let's talk of something else. I know you, dear, you'll work yourself into a frenzy and not sleep. He cast about for another subject. That greeting with Harry earlier did not go as one would imagine? Kingsley questioned. Hermione sighed. No, it didn't. Do you find he has changed since his time with you-know-who? Kingsley looked thoughtful for a moment. He's a bit more solemn perhaps. More of a loner really. Oh, he's polite enough to his co-workers, but he hasn't gone out of his way to form any new friendships. You know he and the Weasleys parted ways? Hermione shrugged. I imagine the breakup with Ginny did not go well? Kingsley shuddered. From what I hear, Molly thinks that Harry should have just forgiven Ginny. She was quite put out at having her plans foiled. I think Arthur still speaks to him from time to time. Hermione nodded. Arthur is a good man. Poor Molly, she must have been bitterly disappointed. Kingsley? Tell me more about Harry please. She wasn't sure why she was asking. Well, he's dated around a fair bit. The witches never stick around, but I'm sure you've heard all that. He really keeps to himself. He does his work exceptionally, runs the department very well, and the people under him respect him. He cleared his throat. I like him well enough. I feel that I should let you know. The only disagreement we ever had was on the subject of me sending you away. He was quite put out that I wouldn't tell him where you had gone. Kingsley shook his head. I'm not sure what's happened between the two of you, but I could see how angry he was. I must admit that I gave him the impression that you had been posted in another country after the first year was up. It seemed like he and you needed the space to heal. I hope you don't mind. Hermione shifted uncomfortably. That's a story for a different time. She didn't feel comfortable talking to Kingsley about this. It did not surprise her that Harry had distanced himself from the Weasleys. Nor did not surprise her to hear that he had distanced himself from his friends. She had felt the change as him in the weeks that followed the battle. She and Kingsley talked for a few minutes more, and then she made her way up to her room. A steady rain had begun to fall and it pattered against her window. Hermione sighed, remembering the warmth of the Mediterranean sun on her face that morning. She dressed in her pajamas and slid quickly under the warm covers of her bed. In the darkness she thought of Harry. He had gone through the Dursleys, Death Eaters and Voldemort. He had seen the worst that humanity had to offer, yet retained his ability to love. Had he now lost that ability? She thought of Harry in the days after the battle. It was the last time she had ever seen his true smile. She remembered everything that had happened. She wondered if Harry did too. After the Battle of Hogwarts, the victory feast had gone on into the night. Everywhere among the broken rubble of Hogwarts people were laughing, toasting, mourning and ing. Harry had slipped underneath his invisibility cloak, which he had retrieved from the forest about an hour before. He wandered among his friends in a state of shock. He had just returned from saying his goodbyes to Remus, Tonks, Fred and all of the others who had fallen. Their sightless eyes had stared through him. They would never see him again, and he would never be able to forget their empty shells laid out on the tables. He stood among the revelers feeling as though he were hollow. When he had strode into the forest alone, he had not expected to ever rise again. Yet, here he was. He had never in his darkest times felt as alone as he did at this moment. Even in his current state, Harry knew that he had only to remove his invisibility cloak and the crowd would welcome him with open arms. He thought to seek out Ginny. She had comforted him once. He had lost his virginity to her one spring afternoon under the trailing branches of a weeping willow. Harry wanted to be back there. He started to where he had last seen Ginny, then stopped. She was probably mourning with her family still, and if he thought about it, he did not feel like answering the host of questions that she would likely have for him. He had not seen her for a year and he had gone through too much. She would not know who he was now. He needed someone who understood. Harry thought of Ron, who would surely be with his family as well. Ron's friendship had always comforted him, but since leaving him and Hermione in the tent, Harry had a hard time letting Ron in. He had been left on his own too many times before. Hermione's heart-shaped face flashed into his mind. Harry's tense shoulders relaxed a little. She had never left his side, not even when things had been at their bleakest. His heart warmed at the thought of her. Under his cloak he pulled out the Marauder's map. She was up in the infirmary storerooms. Folding the map quickly, Harry briskly made his way up the stairs to her. On his way he passed several couples in secret or sometimes not so secret corners. It seemed that if they were not drinking copious amounts of alcohol, then they were actively falling upon one another and coupling. Their noises reached his ears, and to his embarrassment Harry could feel his own arousal stirring. He quickened his pace, hoping that Hermione would still be up in the storerooms. He wanted to see that she had made it through the battle whole and unharmed. Harry wanted to hold her in his arms. He had a feeling that if he could do this, then the horrors of the day would have been worth it. He found her in the very back corner of the storerooms. She was sitting atop a pile of soft blankets. Her knees were drawn up to her chest. She had wrapped her arms about herself protectively, and she was weeping. A box of bandages lay scattered on the floor where she had dropped them. "Hermione!" Harry exclaimed. Hermione looked up alarmed and stood quickly with her wand drawn. Harry? Is that you?" Her gaze bounced back and forth across the room. Harry had forgotten that he was under the cloak. He whipped it off of himself and hurried to her side. Without a second thought he wrapped his arms about her. She nuzzled her face into the side of his neck. "Harry," she said almost to herself. She hugged him fiercely back. His hand cupped her chin and he tilted her face up so that she met his eyes. "You are all right?" he asked her softly. She nodded as another tear made its way down her cheek. Tenderly Harry brushed it away with his thumb. "When I thought you died, I thought I was dying inside too," Hermione whispered. Her small fingers traced the contours of his face. "But you're here." She smiled shakily and then stopped when she looked into his eyes. Her body gave an involuntary shiver when she saw the darkness there. "Harry, what did he do to you?" Several moments passed as her brown eyes searched his. Finding the Harry she knew at last, she hugged him again. "You're still you," she said. Her hand caressed his cheek. She looked up at him again. "You are going to be all right, aren't you, Harry?" Another tear made its way down her cheek and sat at the corner of her full lips. Without thinking, Harry leaned down and kissed it, tasting the salt and reveling in the soft feel of her lips on his. He looked into her eyes with a question. Hermione looked shocked for a moment and then, tentatively, she brought her lips to his. Harry groaned. After months of unrelieved tension and fear, nothing had ever felt so good in his life as Hermione Granger's lips on his. He deepened the kiss and his tongue demanded entrance into her mouth. She complied with a moan of her own. His hand slid up under her shirt. Her skin was soft and warm under his touch. Hermione responded by tugging at the tattered t-shirt that he was wearing. Harry stopped kissing her long enough to whip the shirt over his head. Roughly he removed Hermione's sweater and bra. She gasped as he pulled her onto his lap so that she was straddling him. His hands explored her s. They were rounded and fit her dainty frame well. Even in his crazed need to feel and touch and lick every inch of her, Harry could see that she was beautiful. He continued to kiss her as his hands roamed possessively over her. It wasn't enough. Reaching for his wand, he quickly vanished their pants. Hermione gasped but did not pull away. Their need was too desperate. Both of their bodies were still covered in the filth of battle. Their noses held the scent of the dead. With Hermione in his arms, Harry felt whole and alive. His hands slid down her waist to her ass. He caressed it roughly before grinding himself against her. He pulled his lips from hers so that he could gauge her reaction. She met his eyes without hesitation. Harry could feel the glorious wet heat of her against his. He moved their bodies so that they were laying side by side on the pile of blankets. Hermione complied. Their need for one another was too great to consider anything other than the pleasure they could give one another. He looked again into her trusting eyes with a question that he would only ask once. Wordlessly Hermione nodded. And then Harry was on her, pushing his way into her tight, wet passage. He hovered over her and he pushed his way slowly in. A cry of pain tore from her throat as he broke through her virginal barrier. Heavy breaths racked her. Harry leaned down and kissed her again as she worked through the pain. When her could feel her muscles loosing, he surged forward, unable to wait any longer. She wrapped her arms trustingly about her neck and her hips rose to meet his thrusts. There had been so much death today, but here they were alive. Harry came, pulsing into her. They stayed that way for a moment. Without a thought for anything or anyone else save the witch in his arms, Harry grabbed his wand and quickly acioed all of their belongings to him. Knowing that Hogwarts wards were down, he apparated them to Grimmauld Place. They landed in the living room, still nude. Harry quickly cast about and made sure that they were alone. He warded the house from where he stood, and then turned to Hermione, who stood next to him in a state of shock. He put his arms about her. The warmth of him made her sigh in relief. Without a word, Harry led them up the stairs into the shower. The water was warm and they washed one another with gentle touches. Harry kissed every inch of Hermione's body. She led him to his bedroom and they spent several days bringing one another to exhaustion. In those days their lovemaking went from life-affirming to awkward new lovers, to two souls who knew the body of their partner as well as they knew their own. They had been holed up in Grimmauld Place for 3 weeks when the real world began to encroach. They had written to the Order early on and asked to be left alone. That particular morning they had been laying side by side on Harry's bed. The morning light spilled across their naked forms. Harry rolled over to face her. His fingers began to trace the outline of her S. Harry. Hermione was exasperated. You aren't listening to me at all. Even as she said this, her nipple had tightened under his ministrations. Well, said Harry idly, I've been waiting for most of my teen years to have a beautiful naked girl next to me. I've got to make the most of it. His mouth closed over one and he began to lavish it with attention. Hermione groaned. Harry, I think that we are being summoned to the ministry. We've got to go in. We've put them off long enough, don't you agree? He stopped kissing her and looked up, his green eyes filled with lust. I couldn't give a scroot's ass about the ministry. Giggling, she rolled over so that her S wouldn't distract him. I mean it. We're getting dozens of letters. Kingsley is holding them off as best he can, but even his patience in wearing thin. Harry was now running his hands over the smooth lines of her hips and ass. All that time in the tent we could have been doing this. Would have made it a lot more enjoyable, don't you think? Hermione leaned into his touches but made a thoughtful noise. We never saw one another that way, did we? She mused. Harry's hands stilled and he was silent so long that Hermione looked back at him. His eyes were twin pools of sadness. Maybe I did. He thought a moment. When I was wearing the locket, he kept invading my dreams and telling me that he had seen my heart's desire and that it was you. I figured that he was trying to break us all apart, but now I wonder. Hermione fidgeted uncomfortably. The locket had told her the same. Yes, Ron was suspicious enough. His name fell between them heavy and unwanted. They tried not to mention Ron if they could help it. Harry cleared his throat. I'm not sure what this is. He was thoughtful. I've actually been thinking a bit about it. All I know is that I love you, Hermione. He said it simply and without fear. Hermione's eyes were sparkling. I love you, Harry, she said immediately. She reached up and kissed him. Harry grinned at her with pure joy in his eyes for the first time since long before the battle. We can figure out how to navigate the rest of this together. His arms pulled her to him as he sat up against the headboard. He cradled her into his lap and began stroking her hair. I was so scared you would leave me too. But you never did, he whispered into her hair. No, I wanted to be with you, Hermione said simply. She reached up and kissed him. In one fluid movement she moved so that she was straddling him. He was already hard for her and gasped in pleasure, and she slid down the length of him. Now, let's have a little fun and give Phineas' portrait in the next room something to actually frown about. The sound of the headboard banging against the wall did indeed have Phineas Nigelus's portrait covering his ears and running for Hogwarts, the scowl on his face deep and irritated. 1 month after the battle, Harry and Hermione stood next to a very gaunt Ron and were applauded by a raucous group. The remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix and a few pinch-lipped purebloods filled every seat. Hermione's face was pale and her eyes red. They had found her parents' bodies only a few days before. The meeting had been called to honor the trio and to discuss a path forward. Hermione had not been ready to face such a crowd, but Kingsley had insisted that they at least put in an appearance. After their introduction, the group sat at the table to enjoy a luncheon. Hermione, unable to eat, slipped from the room. She made her way down the hall and found an empty room. Hugging her arms around herself, she made her way to the window. She took deep breaths in and out, willing herself not to break apart. Her regret at not running with her parents was immense. The door opened behind her and Harry came into view. He hurried over to her and wrapped his arms about her. "Hermione," he whispered as he held her close. She gripped him back, sharing their strength with one another. Again the door opened. This time it was abrupt and slammed itself into the wall. Molly Weasley stood in the doorway, staring at them with a queer look in her eye. "Hermione dear, everyone is asking about you. Kingsley asked me to find you," she said in a carefully controlled voice. She raised an eyebrow at the younger witch. "Oh, I wonder what he needs." Hermione hurried from the room, not wanting to raise Molly's suspicions anymore. After she had gone, Molly strode over to Harry and embraced him. "You know I've always seen you as one of my own," she said, looking at him with affection. Harry nodded, smiling at her. "I know that you wouldn't do anything to hurt my Ron or my Ginny." Molly's lip wobbled. "We need you now more than ever, dear, especially after, well, you will be there for them, won't you?" "Of course," Harry said. "You are the closest thing I've got to family. I love you." Molly smiled at him. "I know, dear. Why don't you drop by and see Ginny after the meeting? She misses you so. Give Ron and Hermione a chance to reconnect. He's been so drawn. She's the best thing for him right now, don't you think?" Harry felt a possessive surge at the thought of Hermione with Ron. He wanted to let everyone know of their relationship, but Hermione had insisted that they speak with Ron first. That had been before she had received the devastating news about her parents. Now Harry looked at Molly, who was dabbing her eyes with a lace handkerchief, and his heart sank. Molly looked up at him, her eyes pleading. "You'll take care of Ginny, won't you? She will need you." He remembered just how much the Weasleys had sacrificed. In truth, he had forgotten for the past month that Ron was his best friend. Harry suddenly felt small and selfish. "Yes, Mrs. Weasley, I'll check on Ginny." Molly smiled at him through her tears. "I know you'll do the right thing. You always do." And though Harry responded to her praise as he always did, he began to feel uneasy. Poor Hermione has been so confused lately, especially after losing her family. I do hope that she can find her way. We all know Ron and she are meant to be with one another. She's loved him for years, as you know. Molly pursed her lips and looked at him thoughtfully. I hope that she doesn't confuse things and make poor choices for all involved out of a misplaced pity. Harry, who was 17 and confused himself, looked up at the woman who had been the closest thing to a mother to him. He thought of the Weasleys and all they had lost defending him. He thought of Hermione and what she had sacrificed. Warm evenings at the Burrow flashed in his mind. To stay with Hermione would be to rip them both away from some of the only family they had left. The weight of it settled on his shoulders. He couldn't lose any more people. He wondered at Molly's choice of words. Was Hermione with him out of pity? The part of him that had been rejected and despised by the Dursleys for all those years believed it? When he looked up at Molly, who was gazing back at him with a loving expression on her face, his insides clenched with guilt. It was true that Hermione had loved Ron for years. And he had promised Ron the night they destroyed the locket that he did not feel that way about her. It had not been the entire truth. In his mind he heard the locket whispering to him as it had done while he had worn it. "Harry Potter, broken boy, unwanted boy, take her, she's yours if you want. Yours to take away from Ron. He doesn't love you like she does. He's gone and she's here. I see in your heart what you need. Take her." The cold voice had hissed. Harry shivered involuntarily. Voldemort had got one thing right. He was broken. Deep inside his heart he felt cold and emotionless, save for the few stolen moments with Hermione. Perhaps he needed a family to help him heal. Otherwise he might drag her down with him. Harry shook his head. He couldn't do that to her. Hermione needed light and healing. Every person he loved ended up hurt. No, Hermione would have to go back to Ron if that's what she wanted. He turned to Mrs. Weasley. "I understand completely," he told her, even as he felt the despair, deep and dark, taking him. Molly gasped as she saw the darkness enter his eyes. Shaking her head, she chided herself for her imaginings. "I'm glad you understand, Harry. You always were such a good boy." She smiled and cast her eyes downward so he would not see the triumph in them. Later that evening Hermione sat in a state of shock on the dusty couch of Grimmauld Place. "So, just like that? We're over before we even began?" Harry had delivered the news to Hermione that they would no longer be together in that way over an hour before. Her self-control had broken. She had yelled at him and begged him to reconsider. "I've realized that we make better friends. I don't want to lose that. Do you? We really wouldn't suit in the long run. You must know this." "I know no such thing," Hermione sobbed. "I love you, Harry. As a friend, you always have." Harry's tone was patient. "I've thought about it. I think the locket put the idea in our heads. Because I didn't feel that way about you before, Hermione, and I'm not sure I do now." Hermione hugged herself with her arms tightly. She closed her eyes as if to block out the sight of him. Harry continued. "I'd prefer not to do anything Voldemort thought was a good idea." He nodded to himself. "And I saw Ginny this afternoon, as you know." Hermione opened her eyes and they were blazing with anger and pain. "You still love Ginny?" Her voice cracked. Harry sighed and sat next to her at last. "I may think about it for a moment. If the war hadn't happened, I would be happily with her and you would be with Ron. Well, you would be if he ever pulls his head out of his ass anyway." Harry shrugged. "And I want us to stay friends, Hermione. What if we don't work out? We would never find our way back to that. Let's stop this madness now before we hurt one another and everyone we care about. Think of Ron. This would break him. I'm not willing to do that." Hermione did, and after a long pause nodded. "All right, Harry. If that's what you want." Her voice was full of sorrow. "But don't be surprised if I don't just jump in with Ron. I'm not sure how I feel about anything anymore. I'll need some time to process this. I don't want to lose you either." She stood up. Tears were leaking down her face. After one last searching look at him, she left the room. Harry could hear her walking up the stairs and down the hall to the room she used to stay in with Ginny. The sound of a lock being clicked into place sounded. Harry clenched his fists. It hadn't been a lie when he'd said that he thought it a bad idea to follow any directive given to them by Voldemort. It hurt all the same. Suddenly Harry picked up an ugly figurine of a goblin and threw it at the wall. It shattered into pieces upon impact. "What'd you do that for?" asked the mostly whole head of the goblin as it wobbled on the floor. Harry vanished it and slammed his fist into the wall. He breathed in and out, assuring himself that he had done the right thing. 8 months later, he tried to smile as he watched with his arm around Ginny's waist. Ron had serenaded Hermione to the raucous cheers of their friends and family in a desperate bid for her to agree to go out with him at last. Giggling, she relented and put her arms about him. Her gaze caught Harry's and for a moment the smile slid from her face. She nodded once and then turned her attention back to Ron. Later, as the party was drawing to a close, Molly found Harry sitting at the edge of the lawn. He was nursing a bottle of fire whiskey and glaring at the party-goers crowded under the fairy lights. "You see, dear? Everything turns out as it should." She patted his hand. Harry recoiled, his green eyes black with rage. "Everything is as it should be according to who?" he challenged. Molly's face was pale in the darkness. "I'm not sure what you mean, dear." Fear colored her voice. It was then that Harry saw her, really saw her. Had he been a pawn in her machinations all along? He thought of Dumbledore. Who else had he been following blindly and hoping for love? No, it couldn't be true. Molly loved him. They all loved him. He steadied his breath. A loud cheer rose from the crowd. They both turned to look at the dance floor. Ron and Hermione were locked in a kiss. When they broke apart at last, she was smiling and blushing. Ron was proclaiming his love loudly and laughing. Molly turned back to him, her eyes were bright with happiness. "You see? They were meant to be together." She looked into Harry's eyes again and she backed away. "I've just realized I've put some rolls in the oven that should come out," she said nervously, and in a flash, she had rushed away, leaving Harry in the darkness. The next morning, Kingsley was settling into his office with his first cup of tea when Harry Potter opened the door and stepped through it. He paused in his reading of the morning briefs to see who disturbed him. Potter. What a surprise. He did not ask how the younger wizard had gotten past his receptionist. Few people could deny the savior of the wizarding world when faced with him. "Will you have some tea?" He gestured to the tray bearing an elaborate silver set in front of him. "No thanks, I won't be long." Harry strode to the large oak desk and took the seat opposite. "I've been reading up on the situation with the children. I know that you wanted one of my best men on the job. We both know who should have been picked from the beginning. I want in on the project and I want you to pair me with Hermione," he told the minister. Kingsley sat back in his soft leather chair and regarded Harry, who stared stonily back at him. I can see how the two of you would be a strong pair with your skill set. He began diplomatically. But I think that there might be too much personal history there. I would want you both on task and clear-headed. Harry's eyes narrowed. We defeated Voldemort together. Do you really mean to cripple the efforts to get to the bottom of this because it might be uncomfortable for her? His lips curled in a sneer. This reeks of dark magic. Of his dark magic. Do you want to take away the best chance we have of figuring this out? Don't let your emotions get in the way of doing your job. Kingsley's eyes flashed with anger, but when he spoke his voice was calm. I would like to ask the same of you, Potter. Keep your emotions in check. I will pair you with her as long as you give me your word that you will treat her with respect. Harry's smile was grim. Why would I treat my good friend with anything other than respect? You have my word, but only if she acts civilly toward me. He nodded once and stood. When's the first meeting? I've got to get Finnegan to cover for me in the department while I work on this. One sharp. Kingsley said, looking like he regretted his decision already. He had considered all angles of Potter's request and couldn't see a way around it. One negative word from Harry and the political tide would turn against his favor. Excellent. Nice speaking with you. He stepped from the office. Kingsley stared at the closed door for a long time after he had left and wondered where it had all gone wrong between Harry and Hermione. He remembered them as hopeful kids. He hoped that they could put aside their differences. Harry had spoken the truth. The two of them were a powerful force. They were the best chance to get to the bottom of the mystery. He only hoped that this would work, for all of their sakes. Hermione was picking at her lunch and reading through the reports that Kingsley had sent to her. Her morning at the ministry had been a bit overwhelming. Witches and wizards had welcomed her back effusively to the point of embarrassment. She still wasn't sure what department she would be placed in, and the department heads were bombarding her with pitches for their offices. She thought longingly of the quiet, lovely life that she had led in France. Her breakthroughs on charm work and transfiguration had been reported and praised by the magical world at large, but because of her undisclosed location her life had not been affected by it. Now it seemed that all the attention was on her, and it was exhausting. Glancing around the dining hall, she took in her fellow diners. Many of them were sneaking furtive glances at her. She thought she recognized a few of them from Hogwarts. The light in the room was bright and airy, as one wall was made entirely of floor-to-ceiling windows. 3 large, goblin-wrought, globes of silver floated above them. Hermione took a moment to marvel at their beauty. Each leaf and branch was so finely detailed. The leaves twitched as if swaying in wind from another place. She felt a presence next to her, and she turned her head to see who was standing by the table. "Hello, Hermione. It's been a long time." Percy Weasley's hazel eyes smiled down at her with a warmth she did not expect. Percy. In spite of the estrangement from his family, Hermione couldn't help the happy feeling that she got from seeing him. She stood up and hugged him tightly. Tears came to her eyes. He hugged her back. He stepped back to regard her. "No need for tears, although I've missed you too." She giggled and he smiled with her. She and Percy had always got on. They had understood one another on an intellectual level that most people did not understand. When he had broken with the rest of the family during the war, she had missed him terribly. They had actually spoken of it before the break had come. Percy had been convinced that he would be able to change more from inside the ministry than outside of it. Of course, when the war had really got going, he realized that he had been in over his head. "How've you been?" She wanted to know. She sat back down at her table and gestured for him to join her. He glanced around and sat down with her. "Oh, you know, wildly popular now that I'm lunching with the Golden Trio's princess." She swatted at him playfully. "I've been all right. I've recently moved into the Department of Curse Control." He cleared his throat and took a sip of tea from the thick white mug that he had been carrying. "I hear that we are set to work on the same project, actually." He glanced meaningfully at the files on the table. "That's some of the first good news I've heard." She smiled at him. "I hope that we can get to the bottom of this. What a nightmare. My heart really goes out to Ron. Despite everything, he was my best friend for years and I can't wish him ill." She shifted in her seat and cast about for another subject. There were too many ears listening. "And Audrey? How is she?" Percy's smile faded. "She's fine, as far as I know." "Oh, I'm so sorry. What happened?" Hermione wanted to know. "Well, we were going strong, but then, a few months ago, she said that she wanted to take some space." Percy's shoulders slumped. "She went on 2 dates with Blaise Zabini and then he tossed her away like he does with all the rest." Percy sighed and sipped his tea again. I know I've not got a lot of money yet, but I had thought she wasn't as shallow as all that. His hands clenched at the thought. Hermione's heart went out to him. I'm sorry, Percy. I hope you have better luck next time. The thing is that I don't really want a next time. She was it for me. He sighed. I suppose it is better to move on though. And now we've got that autumn mixer coming up. I know that she'll be there. He brightened suddenly. Do me a favor, Hermione. Go as my date? As friends? Hermione giggled. I know you, Percy. Killing two birds with one stone, are you? Making Audrey jealous and showing the higher-ups at the ministry who you were connected to? Percy grinned mischievously. She saw the ghost of Fred in his face. It made her ache inside. Yeah, something like that. I've got an interview for a promotion coming up and a connection to you won't hurt me any. He shrugged. She was so keenly observant that it would have been silly to pretend otherwise. All right. You're on. Hermione grinned back. If I'm going to be gawked at like this, I may as well use it to help you out. Tell me, how is the rest of the family? Her tone was tentative. Oh, you know. Percy looked uncomfortable. Ron went and got married to Diana. They are happy enough, I suppose, or at least, they were. Mum and Dad are the same. George and Angelina are going strong. Charlie is still in Romania with no plans to return. Bill and Fleur are happy that their family is growing. And Ginny, well, I'm sure you've heard about her. Hermione nodded. You might want to be on guard around her. Percy cautioned. She blames you for the breakup with Harry. She's never got over it, you see. Me? Hermione was shocked. I wasn't even around when they split. And I heard that she was by no means the innocent party. Percy shrugged. She blames you all the same. Says that Harry wasn't the same after you left. But she was already stepping out on him when I split with Ron, Hermione said indignantly. Percy shrugged. I'm not saying it makes any sense. You know I keep to myself as much as possible where they're concerned. I just think it's fair to give you a warning. He pulled out a golden watch and glanced down at it. It's time to walk up to the meeting. Shall we? He stood as Hermione began to gather up her reports. She stood up and they began walking towards the lift. Percy? He looked down at her. I'm glad you don't hate me. Hermione, I may play politics, but I see what's really there. Ron was an ass and Ginny was chasing Harry, who wasn't all that interested. How could he be? He was in love with you, wasn't he? Hermione's feet slowed. You're wrong, Percy. He wasn't in love with me. Her voice was full of conviction. They had reached the golden doors of the life which sprang open their approach. Floor 5, she said. Percy's eyes were serious behind his horn-rimmed glasses. So you say. They exited the lift and turned to the right. The hall was empty around them. I know that something happened between you two after the battle. I've always known you better than most. I'm not blind. I could also see that Harry had changed. I saw him pushing you away and I saw how it hurt you. I am sorry for that, he said, but he never stopped watching you when he thought you weren't looking. When Ron would started talking about marriage with you, he would leave the room. I assumed that he was in love with you. Hermione looked down at her shoes. He wasn't in love with me, Percy. I'm not sure who he turned into, but I know what it is to be loved by Harry Potter. He might have loved me once, but he certainly doesn't anymore. You can take my word on that. She looked up from the floor and met his eyes. Taking his hand in hers, she said, Thanks for never saying anything, Percy. Yes, well, after analyzing all the different ways me bringing it up would have gone sideways, I decided to keep quiet. And besides, I'm always on your side, Hermione. He smiled at her warmly. Well, isn't this a pleasant reunion? A cold voice sounded behind them. Harry was walking up to them. Unlike most of the people at the ministry, Hermione noted that his shoes made no noise on the marble as he moved. Hello, Harry. Percy said. His face was impassive, as if they had not just been discussing him. I take it you've been placed on this project as well? I hadn't seen your name on the roster. I was only added this morning. Harry's gaze darted to Hermione and he stiffened at the sight of their clasped hands. It's almost time. Excuse me. And without another word he swept past them. She felt chilled as he brushed by her and shivered involuntarily. You see? She whispered to Percy. Whatever we were in the past is not what we are now. Her eyes were sad. So it would seem. He said thoughtfully. A dozen witches and wizards sat around the mahogany table. They were the best and brightest the ministry had to offer. Harry sat flanked by a witch who had been a few years above them at Hogwarts and a much older wizard dressed in blue velvet robes that had seen better days. The witch was aggressively trying to gain Harry's attention, but he largely ignored her as he stared down the table at Hermione. She had chosen a seat as far away as she could now, regretted the choice as she was right in his sight line. Not for the first time she wondered what she had ever done to make him so angry with her. She thought of Percy saying that he thought Harry was in love with her. Tentatively she peeked up at him and recoiled. His eyes, which were upon her, held a deep, malicious disgust. Hermione straightened and turned away. She did not let her emotions show. She had done as Harry asked all those years ago. She always had. He had no right to be angry at her now. Hermione reminded herself that she wasn't that girl anymore, and he was certainly not that boy. She made small talk with the delighted wizard seated next to her until Kingsley arrived. She did not glance his way again. When the minister entered at last, there was a few moments of silence as the security wizards secured and warded the room. At last Kingsley cleared his throat and began. "Thank you all for being here. You have been handpicked by myself to take on this very complicated matter." His deep voice was somber. "As you know, 7 children have been affected by this so far. Healer Scabulus? Would you like to start?" The wizard who was seated next to Hermione stood and cleared his throat importantly. Percy, not wanting to seem less important, made a show of rustling papers and dipping a very official-looking quill in his inkpot. She smiled to herself. Percy was still very much the man she remembered. Yes, the children all seemed to be holding steady. All cases started the same. The children displayed no sign of illness in the days prior. They go to sleep healthy and whole but do not wake the next day. We have analyzed each child. They are in perfect health but do not speak and seem unaware of anything in the waking world. At times they will have an explosive burst of unintentional magic. We've placed them in the magical dampening ward, but the incidents are growing stronger. We will need extra warding in the next few days. I can tell you that these incidents happened to all the children at the same time. Until the 7th child joined us, there was always a new child struck down the following day. Fortunately, we seem to be holding the number steady at 7 for now. What concerns us is that the traces of magic that we retain from the incidents are very dark indeed. I don't want to be alarmist, but the magic matches the strength and signature of you-know-who. Healer Scabulus cleared his throat uncomfortably as the group around him shifted nervously. That's it in a nutshell. I've included the finer points in my report. The healer sat down and gave a sad smile to the table at large. After that, Kingsley led a discussion on research leads and magical monitoring of where each child had fallen ill. It took the better part of the afternoon. And now, Kingsley said, we thought it best to break you up into pairs with larger group meetings every other day to share what you found. You are free to connect outside of the meetings, but we thought it the best way to cover more ground and rule out more possibilities quickly. Keep your binders on you at all times. It will update with new information as it comes in. He flicked his wand and tidy leather binders appeared in front of each witch and wizard. Each page of parchment has a name up top. You may write to one another as needed. He looked about the table and caught Hermione's eye. A queer apologetic look stole across his features. If you all wouldn't mind standing and lining the walls, I'll separate the table now. The collected group did as he asked. Hermione flipped open the binder to see who she had been paired with and gasped at the bold Granger, Potter that had been scrawled on the title page. Her head snapped up to find his eyes already on her. Lips tightening in displeasure, she turned away, took a calming breath. A pair of security wizards were busily reforming the table into smaller tables with 2 chairs at each. A noise-canceling spell was placed over each one. After declaring the space done, they bowed from the room. The ministry was sparing no expense where security was concerned. Hermione was also aware that even in this dire situation, the group would be curious about the reunion between Harry and herself. The estrangement had been mentioned often enough in the papers. With reluctant steps she made her way over to their cubicle. Harry stood to one side of its entrance. "Hello, Harry." Her voice was measured, an eyebrow raised on his face, but he remained silent. He swept an arm out for her to enter and shrugging, she stepped through and took a seat. Harry followed and she could feel the magical silence envelop them. All this security seems a bit much, don't you think? We will be working together as a group at large after all. Harry glanced around the room with little interest. Frowning when he noticed how many eyes were on them, he quickly withdrew his wand and wordlessly tapped the entrance of their space. It immediately turned opaque, obscuring the room from view. I suspect that Kingsley orchestrated this in case our reunion was a contentious one. It wouldn't do to start with a row between two such public figures. No matter how much you've chosen to hide the past few years, you are still remembered and very much on people's minds. Harry's eyes raked down her body and the heat in his eyes had her shrinking back in her chair. You look well. You do too, she told him honestly. He had grown into his more muscular frame and fairly glowed with health. If it were not for the seemingly permanent scowl etched on his face, though he looked better than he ever had. Clearing her throat, she said, "Would you like to begin by going over these reports?" Harry shook his head, his gaze never leaving her face. "Where have you been staying?" She shrugged again. It wouldn't hurt, tell him, she supposed. "I never left France." She watched as his hands clenched tightly into fists and then released. "Ah," was all he said. A few moments of silence stretched between them. Her heart hurt at the memory of the people that they had once been. "Harry," he looked up at her, "I'm not sure where we all went wrong, but I hope that we can put aside our differences for this project. We were once friends." A cold smile graced his face. "We were friends," he agreed. He reached a calloused hand across the table. Taking as a gesture of truce, she placed her hand in his and then gasped at the heat that flared between them at the touch. She tried to take her hand back, but Harry held firm. "Do you know why we are partnered together?" "Because our combined skills are a good match. Because we've defeated dark magic before?" Hermione gave up struggling. "Because I wanted to be," he told her simply. "And Kingsley is in no position to deny me. No one is. Remember that." His eyes were twin pools of darkness. "Harry, what's happened to you?" she asked him, not for the first time. He did not respond, and she felt his magic possessing her and coursing through her body. Her own magical core rose up to meet his invasion. She was furious, but that anger soon gave way to her own desires as the familiar heat ran through her. Cheeks flushing with arousal, she glared at the wizard in front of her. His smile grew wider and his fingers clenched tightly around hers. Yanking her to him across the table, he brought his lips inches from hers. "You left," he whispered. His lips met hers and she felt his magic pushing more insistently into her. She came apart then, moaning into his mouth and kissing him back as wave after wave of the orgasm took her. Even in her state, she pushed back at him. Their hands began to blister with the magical force, but still, Harry held tightly to her. The table began to crack in long lines radiating from their hands. With one last effort, she wrenched her hand from his at last. Both of them were breathing hard. Harry's normally pale cheeks were flushed pink. "Don't you ever touch me like that again," she hissed. He looked at the blisters on his hand curiously. A curious, satisfied humming noise rose up from his throat. His wand appeared and he tapped the table, sealing up the cracks but not disappearing them completely. Frowning, he tapped the table again. Smoke rose but the cracks remained unchanged. Shrugging, he muttered a spell to his hand and the blisters faded. With lightning fast reflexes, he caught her hand in his and faded her blisters as well. He turned her hand in his a few times to make sure that it was cured. Gently, he brought her hand to his lips and kissed her inner wrist. "Never again without your permission," he whispered against her skin. His green eyes met her stunned brown gaze. "Let me tell you how this will go. I will work with you, we will get to the bottom of this. I'll be professional, you'll be professional. I'm not here to be your friend, Hermione." He released her hand and stood up, gathering his binder to him. "I'll meet you in my office in the morning at 8:30. Go over the reports yourself this afternoon. I've got things to do. I'll be seeing you." His voice promised that what had just occurred was far from over. All the possibilities whirred through Hermione's head. To openly break with Harry would bring so much attention on the project and on them. She was hoping to make a good impression on the ministry and knew that pulling away would be disastrous for her career. There were also the children to consider. If it was something to do with Voldemort, then there wasn't anyone better to solve it than the two of them. She knew it and he knew it. So, raising her head high, she looked him in the eye. "Tomorrow then." He nodded once and walked through the entrance to the cubicle. The spell that had been obscuring them from view vanished. Hermione sat at the table for several long minutes, gathering her thoughts and letting her body calm and settle back into itself. She thought of the feel of Harry's magic. It had been familiar and beloved by her magic, much to her surprise. Her body's response to his had shocked her. But there had been another element lurking there. a malicious, angry pulse that had seemed foreign in his magical core. Unsteadily she rose to her feet and absently grabbed at her binder. A theory was forming in her head. A trip to the library was definitely in order. She walked from the room, ignoring the eyes upon her and the sadly unfulfilled ache between her thighs. The Ministry Library was about 5 times as large as the one in Hogwarts. When Hermione had taken the apprenticeship in France, she had bemoaned the loss of its seemingly endless shelves. Now she sat, flanked by 2 large stacks of books, frustration etched on her face. A whole afternoon's worth of research had proved useless. She rubbed at her temples and thought. It was more than apparent that she was missing something. She pulled out the files with the children's information on it. Priscilla Macmillan has been the first victim. Her parents had failed to wake her on May 2nd of last year. This was the day that the Battle of Hogwarts, as it was commonly known, had taken place. It was one of the main reasons that Voldemort was suspected to have a hand in it. Turning the page, she looked at the next victim's information. Harry Frederick Jordan had failed to wake on May 29th. Something about this date worried at her. All the rest of the details mirrored that of Priscilla's information. The next report revealed that the next child to fall ill was on July 16th. Hermione dipped a quill into ink and wrote the dates on parchment. Quickly she wrote the dates for each child. When she was done, she stared at the list of numbers. May 2nd, May 29th, July 16th, July 16th, December 28th, May 2nd, May 2nd. 7 dates, 3 of them happening to be the anniversary of the Battle of Hogwarts, she pondered while staring off into space. Acting on a hunch, she got up suddenly and made her way up to the library desk. Her feet tapped out a purposeful rhythm as she made her way to the front. A young wizard was manning the front desk. His robes were an alarming shade of magenta and his complexion was suspiciously flawless. Making her way up to him, Hermione could see a layer of glitter coating his skin. He raised a perfectly arched eyebrow at her. "As I live and breathe. You're Hermione Granger." He smiled widely at her. Feeling uncomfortable, she stretched her face into an approximation of a smile at him. "It's me," she said as warmly as she could. She needed this wizard on her side. She reached out her hand and shook his. "What's your name?" "I'm Evan." He beamed. "I am such a fan of yours." He enthusiastically began to rattle off her more recent accomplishments. She had been so protected away in France. During that time she had seen the same 50 witches and wizards for the most part as they researched and debated magical theories. With the exception of the rotation of visiting lecturers and year-long residencies, Hermione's social circle had been very small. Now she was starting to realize the impact her papers and experimental spellwork had made on wizarding world at large. It warmed her from the inside out to realize that she might one day be considered more than Harry Potter's childhood friend. "Thank you so much for the kind words," she said modestly. "I was wondering if you could help me with a favor today." Her smile twinkled up at him. "Of course. What do you need?" Evan was delighted. "I was hoping to look into Dumbledore's journals from 1993 to 1997. After a moment of scrabbling around in her bag, she came up with the letter of permission that Kingsley had written for her. She knew it was vague as to how much classified information that she could access. If she thought about it, Kingsley had probably written it that way to ensure he would be kept in the loop. It was rather Slytherin of him. Smiling her best smile, she pushed the note to Evan, who read it over thoroughly. It doesn't say what level of access you are to have," he said thoughtfully. "Really?" Hermione tried to sound casual. "I guess we could ask him, but that might take a while and he's got me on a time crunch as it is." She trailed off, eyeing him hopefully. "Well, who am I to stand in the way? I'm sure it's fine." Evan tapped several colored stones in front of him with his wand. An elaborately carved box on the counter to the right of him made a pleasant binging noise. He tapped his wand on the top of the box, which immediately opened, revealing 4 very abused-looking journals. "Thank you so much," she gushed. "I will definitely let the minister know how wonderfully helpful you have been. I'll be quick with these. I promise." Carefully she removed the journals and walked rapidly back to her table. Flipping through to the dates in the books to match the ones that she had listed on the parchment, she confirmed what she had been suspecting. Waving her wand, she sent the books that she had taken out back to their shelves. She packed up her supplies and made her way back to the front desk. Evan was looking over a map of the library as she approached. "Here you are." She places the journals carefully in the box, which hummed and vanished them. Evan looked up. "Already?" That was fast. He looked down at the map again, looking puzzled. We are about to close up. Wasn't Harry Potter working back there with you? Feeling suddenly uneasy, Hermione shook her head. Strange. He shook his perfectly coiffed head. I didn't know you were here when I came back from my break, but Harry Potter arrived shortly after I did and headed to your corner. We're about to close up and it shows that you are the only person left in the library. I didn't see him leave and I've been here the whole time. Evan shrugged. Must have been filing something when he left, he decided. Hermione shrugged and smiled at him. She had a feeling an invisibility cloak had been at play. She did not have the energy to ask why. Somehow she knew she would not like the answer. Hermione was walking back to Kingsley's in an attempt to gather her thoughts. She passed a brightly colored storefront, not really seeing where she was. My own? Is it really you? An achingly familiar voice said next to her. She started at the sound and turned. Ron was standing at the door of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes with a key in his hand. Cautiously she stepped closer to him. Here was her childhood friend and first love. Here was also her heartbreak and a painful reminder of how much had changed. Hello Ron, she said quietly. Ron's gaze roamed about her. You look great. He gestured to her smooth curls which were pulled back into a loose bun atop her head. It's different. She restrained herself from rolling her eyes. Years of different products and charms had finally convinced the magic of her hair to work with her rather than springing wildly from her head and giving away her feelings to anyone who knew how to look. Yes, a lot of things are different now. I can see that. Ron fidgeted with the large key in his hand. He had grown up a bit. His face was lined with worry and his shoulders slumped forward as if he was beaten by the world. He looked 10 years older than he actually was. She had been so angry at him for so long. He had been the villain in her dreamscapes and she had somehow forgotten that Ron was human with the whole host of emotions that came with that. Any residual anger that she felt for the wizard in front of her dissipated in that moment. I heard about Tabitha. I'm so sorry. The words tumbled out of her before she remembered that Ron might be less than pleased to see her. He regarded her for several long moments then nodded. I should have known that you would have heard about it. I suppose that Kingsley tapped you to figure out what was going on. It was a statement, not a question. That makes me feel better. There isn't anyone I'd trust more to get to the bottom of it. He trailed off, unsure of what to say. I can't say much. But know that I'll do everything I can to bring her back to you. Her voice throbbed with sincerity. Ron nodded and swallowed hard. I appreciate it. Maybe I don't deserve it, but I'm thankful all the same. I wasn't kind to you. I've thought about it a lot. I had everything with you and I ate it all up. I'm so sorry, Hermione. I should have been a better man to you. She nodded, feeling a lump forming in her throat. Let's put it in the past. It's better that way. It was a relief to her to realize that truly was how she felt. She cast about for a change of subject. So, how's the shop? Where's George? Glancing behind Ron she could see the shop dark and shuttered. The shop is good. We're really seeing some nice returns on some of Fred's more risky products. George was adamant that they be released. Ron smiled. He left early to go and pick up a shipment of fermented bobo tuber pus. Ron wrinkled his nose. Better him than me. How is Diana? Hermione asked politely. Ron looked a little uncomfortable. She's doing as well as she can. She's pretty torn up about Tabitha. We both are. Hermione reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. I promise you, we will get to the bottom of this. I've got to ask though. You remember what it felt like to wear that locket? Did you feel that presence at any time in the lead up to Tabitha falling ill? Ron's face twisted into a thoughtful expression. I suppose that feeling has never quite left. I think you know what I mean. But if I think about it, yeah, I did feel it more strongly at times in the month before. You know. He trailed off and looked down at his boots. Ron nodded, his eyes suspiciously bright. We aren't exactly happy together, Diana and I, but Tabitha made it worth it. He sighed. Have you seen Harry yet? He's changed quite a lot, Ron said bitterly. Yes, I've seen him. I take it you aren't on friendly terms anymore? Hermione already knew this but wanted to hear from Ron. An unhappy laugh burst from him. He blamed me after you left. Said I was a prat and worse. Ron shifted uncomfortably. And then when Ginny was caught stepping out on him I went a bit mental on him for abandoning her so publicly. I mean, he was vicious. He caught Hermione's raised eyebrow. I'm not saying she wasn't in the wrong. He held up his hands. Only that I thought there was a better way for him to deal with it. Especially with the public. He cleared his throat. He's changed Hermione. He isn't. He's not a nice person. What do you mean? She asked curiously. Well, and it's not just my opinion. Mind you, nothing happens that he doesn't want to happen. It's subtle, but the people who cross him tend to get humiliated publicly or suddenly let go from their job or burned up by the press like Ginny. It doesn't look like Harry is involved, but there are whispers. Ron worried at the key in his hand. You know, I was let go from the Aurors a month after you left. They said I wasn't a good fit. I actually wasn't, but there were loads of guys doing about as well as I was. Why was I the only one let go? His ears flushed red with embarrassment and anger at the memory. Hermione gestured to the tidy shop behind him. It all seems to have turned out all right? Ron's lip quirked up in a smile that did not reach his lips. Yeah, it's a good life. Good enough anyway. His gaze bored into hers. I missed you. Yes. Well, I should probably get back. I'm staying with Kingsley and they're probably waiting on me. She held out her hand with he took, encasing her small hand in his. It was good seeing you. Try not to be a stranger. Hermione nodded but didn't comment. She withdrew her hand and pulled out her wand. She decided to apparate from there. It really was getting late. I'll see you, Ron. Please say hello to George for me. She was about to spin on the spot when Ron reached out to stop her. Hermione. I meant what I said. Please be careful around Harry. I'm not sure he was happy about you leaving. Ron was earnest. I'm getting that inkling. She told him. Without waiting for a response, she spun in place and vanished with a small pop. The next morning, at exactly 8:30, Hermione knocked on the door to Harry's office. Only the receptionist was at her desk. She glared at Hermione, who wondered idly if this witch was one of Harry's conquests. She did not welcome the jealous feelings that accompanied this thought, so she ruthlessly shoved them aside. The door swung open suddenly. Harry stood before her. He was freshly shaved and showered. The smell of a cedar soap was sharp in the air about him. He eyed her fitted robes and slender legs. For some reason she had chosen to wear a skirt today. It was a fairly modest one and appropriate for the ministry, but she suddenly felt naked under his perusal. May I enter? She asked. Harry quirked up an eyebrow at her and stood in the doorway to let her pass. He did not afford her much room and she had to squeeze by him to get in. He smirked at her and she glared right back. The office was very large. An ornate ebony desk sat in the middle. A very comfortable chair sat behind it while two extremely uncomfortable chairs sat in front of it. There were no photos up. Nothing adorned the walls. File cabinets lined one side while a sofa and a small table set with tea and snacks took up the other. Harry gestured to the sofa, but she chose instead to walk to one of the chairs at the desk. It would not do to sit so close to him after what happened yesterday. Scowling, Harry stalked over to the desk and pulled out the chair next to her and sat down in it. Hermione ignored how her body thrilled at his closeness and pulled out her binder. Without preamble or greeting, she began to share her research. I went to the library yesterday after the meeting. She glanced his way to see if he would mention having been there as well. His face revealed nothing. I noticed that 3 of the children fell ill on the anniversary of the battle. She swallowed hard. It was still difficult to speak if that day out loud. Harry nodded. That's already been noted, hasn't it? Yes, but I noticed something about the other dates. I did some digging and found that all the children's illnesses coincide with a date that a Horcrux was destroyed. She pulled out a pile of parchment of copies from Dumbledore's journals. Harry's mouth opened in surprise. So, it does have something to do with him, but he's dead, isn't he? I wouldn't still be alive if he was. Right? He looked stricken. For the first time in a long time, Hermione felt sympathy for him. There was every indication that he was dead, yes, she said carefully. And it couldn't be one of his followers. They're all accounted for. He tapped the arm of the chair with one long finger. Suddenly he withdrew his wand and transfigured both of the hard office chairs into squashy armchairs. They're really uncomfortable, he said in answer to Hermione's questioning look. Then why have them? She asked, exasperated. They're not for me, these are for other people, he said with a smirk. Despite herself, she began to laugh and Harry smiled back. It reached his eyes and made her stop suddenly at the shock of it. She hadn't seen that smile since right after the battle. She stood, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. Is that tea fresh? Let's have some and we can talk about some ideas I have. For now I'm going to send the data on the dates to the rest of the group. Agreed? Harry shook his head. I don't want to start a panic unless we have more proof. Can you imagine? Let's research a bit more together. He walked over to the tea service and fixed her a cup with the exact tea-to-milk ratio she had always preferred. With a flourish he offered it to her. Crossing the office she took it and sat down on the couch. All right, Harry, we can wait a little. She took a sip of tea and looked up. He was gazing down at her. Please sit. We have a lot to discuss. He sat down, never taking his gaze from her. She remembered what had happened between them only yesterday and decided to ignore it for now. She had no doubt it would come up again, but her desire for an answer was more. I have an idea, but it's going to take a lot of trust from you, she told him. Harry's hand clenched into a fist before he flattened it out atop his thigh. What did you have in mind? Well, that's exactly it. I think that we need to look in your mind. At his quizzical expression she continued. I was rather hoping that we could revisit what happened when you died. When you saw Dumbledore. He had told her about the memory only once but in great detail. He took a sharp intake of breath and paled a little. You had better have a good reason as to why that would help. His voice was harsh. I do actually. Don't I always? She gave him a hard look and he reluctantly nodded. I ran into Ron yesterday. She paused as Harry's lips thinned in anger. Where did you see him? He asked in a carefully moderated voice. Outside Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. May I continue? She asked huffily. She didn't want to deal with his mood swings at the moment. I know you remember what it felt like to wear the locket. I know this because sometimes, when I'm off my guard I can feel it too. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. Harry considered and then nodded slowly. I do. I won't deny it. How long did you talk to Ron? A little bit. He was civil and so was I. She began to move her body away from his. I'd prefer you didn't see Ron without me, he gritted out. Harry, you don't get to direct who I speak with. I'll work with you professionally but that's it. We hurt each other too much. Just leave it for now. Her body tensed, not wanting a repeat of yesterday. He hurt you. Harry said coldly. I know it. But I also realize that it was a long time ago and I'm ready to move on. I doubt I'll see much of him, as you know things with the family are contentious enough. I'd rather avoid them for the most part, quite frankly. This doesn't mean that you have a say in what I do. At any rate, I don't want to waste our time rehashing old hurts. I want to get this solved, agreed? Harry shifted towards her and nodded. I don't want to revisit that memory. There was a tremor in his usually emotionless voice. I know you don't, but I think we need to. I'll be with you. I think that we should take a look. I have a feeling that we will find a greater understanding of what is going on. At his dark look she sighed. Instinctively she reached out and took his hand and immediately felt his magic and hers greeting one another. He gripped her hand but today it wasn't desire coursing through him but fear and uncertainty. You know we've got to do this, she whispered. And you won't leave my side? He asked, looking for all the world like the unsure boy she had known. I'll be with you this time, she told him firmly. I suppose we must then. Although sometimes I wonder why it is that I'll always have to be the one to be the hero. It seems like I'm always giving. Will it ever be enough? I'm not so sure. He ran his free hand through his hair, making it stand on end. His expression darkened and his grip on her hand squeezed painfully. No, I don't suppose it ever will. He mused and when he looked her way again the darkness in his eyes had returned. All right. Let's get it over with. Still holding her hand he stood pulling her up with him. They walked over to the corner and she could see that a large, glass-fronted cabinet housed a large number of magical objects. Pulling out his wand he tapped the glass. She noticed that it wasn't the phoenix wand of his childhood. It looked vaguely familiar. She was distracted from her thoughts as a large pensieve flew into the air and landed atop his desk. Not a drop of liquid was spilled. You've gotten quite good at your hovering charms. She was impressed. Subtly she slipped her hand from his and walked over to the desk. It was strange. Harry was still so familiar to her that his touch did not alarm her, even after all that they had been through. I've had to get quite good at a lot of things. He walked over to the desk. I know, I heard about your werewolf law. It was really well done. It wasn't officially you, but from what I hear you were instrumental in pushing it through. Hermione told him. He shrugged. He shouldn't have died. Remus, I mean. She moved closer to him but said nothing. Together they stared into the silver liquid of the pensieve. I suppose we better get this over with. He looked over to Hermione. Together. She nodded. Together. Swallowing hard and nodding, he walked over to a patch of bare wall. After a complicated movement of his wand and a whispered spell, a shelf of memories appeared. Harry selected a vial of silvery memory and returned to her side. Remember this. He told her. The only reason I'm the world that I would do this is because you asked me to. He tipped the vial's contents into the pensieve and held his hand to her. She took it and together, they plunged into Harry's darkest memory. A very reduced number of witches and wizards sat at the conference table. Kingsley and Hermione had gone over every angle and realized that they were going to need some outside help. We have a few more people yet to arrive. Kingsley told them. Why don't you all have some tea? He flicked his wand and cups appeared in front of each person. Hermione shook her head. As if tea would soothe away this problem. Still, she told the cup what she wanted and it slowly filled with her favorite jasmine green tea that could only be found in Kingsley's secret stash. As she sipped, she glanced at the gilded grandfather clock in the corner. Where was Harry? After careful consideration, she had decided not to tell Kingsley about the wand until she could get a better look at it. She didn't want to incite more anxiety than necessary. Percy, who was seated next to her, nudged her arm. Are we still on for the mixer? Or will I be stepping on a certain Auror's toes by taking you? Of course I'm still going with you. She was annoyed at how far the speculation about Harry and her had spread in the ministry. Percy smiled. Didn't I tell you? I do love to be right, you know. I don't know what you're talking about, she said primly, but her eyes glittered dangerously. Seeing this, Percy cleared his throat uncomfortably. I heard you saw Ron. He's a bit of a mess lately. Of course he is. He came barreling over to my flat last night at about 3:30. Stinking, blind drunk, he was. Took me over an hour to calm him down. Percy did indeed look exhausted. Deep purple rings lined his eyes and his usually pale complexion had taken on a waxy tone. Yes, I saw him. We had a reconciliation of sorts. I think it was good. I'm so sorry, Percy. I remember what it's like to deal with an inebriated Ron. He can be a stubborn ass. Percy shuddered. Yes, well, he broke a few things and begged me to tell him any progress on the case. I had to remind him several times about my place in the ministry and the secret-keeping charms that we are all under before he would desist. However did you calm him down? She wanted to know. To her shame, she had resorted to stunning spells a time or two. I flowed Ginny and she came round and threatened to bring in Mum. He calmed right down and she packed him home. Catching Hermione's uncomfortable look at the mention of his sister, Percy reached over and patted her hand. Don't worry yourself. Ginny will see the right of it. It was at this unfortunate moment that Harry chose to saunter into the room. Sweeping his gaze across the collected group, he found Hermione. A frown marred his face as he saw Percy's hand, which had frozen mid-motion on hers. Percy withdrew it quickly. As Harry made his way over to them, Percy whispered, Merlin, Hermione, I'm not sure it's safe for me to take you to the mixer. Talk later. He told her as she opened her mouth to respond. Hello, Harry. He greeted politely. We are still waiting for a few more people to arrive. Good to know I'm not late. Harry was looking down at her, but she stubbornly kept her gaze on the tea in her hands. When Percy turned to speak to the witch on the other side of him, the hot tea in her cup suddenly rose up on its own and sloshed over the side. Oh! She gasped as it spilled on her hand. She glared up at Harry, who was already proffering a napkin to her and smirking. She waved her wand and wordlessly dried her sleeve. Good morning, he said. Neither his tone nor his manner gave the slightest indication that they were anything more than work colleagues. He took a seat near her. What was that about? She whispered angrily. Harry indicated Percy with his eyes. I would think that you wouldn't be on such familiar terms with him. We always got on. As friends. You know this. She looked at him curiously. Harry? Are you jealous? He did not answer, only moved his thigh under the table to touch hers. The last witch sidled into the room with an apologetic look and pulled out a chair opposite them. Right. Looks like we are all here. Kingsley began. I'm going to have Percy here review the findings of the other pairs. Percy stood up officiously and cleared his throat. Thank you, Minister. The healers have run diagnostic charms on the children and concluded that it is without a doubt the magic of you-know-who. No one can say how this is possible. To combat this, they have been using a dark magic attracting spell above each victim. This has reduced the unintentional magical outbursts. The patients have also been administered several experimental drafts developed by Severus Snape before he passed. These will aid the victims in fighting off any possessions or attacks on their magical cores. He continued in this vein for a while, but Hermione's thoughts had wandered. Snape would probably have some ideas what was happening. Hadn't he been watching the Dark Lord for years? She wished, not for the first time, that he was still alive. Then she brightened. There was a portrait of him hanging at Hogwarts. Perhaps it would have some knowledge on what was to be done. The secret-keeping spell she was under didn't extend to portraits. She snapped back to attention as she caught Percy sending an admonishing look her way. Even with these measures, we can see that the children's life force seems to be draining from them a little every day. There was a murmur of sadness that went through the table. Harry kept his eyes down. She could feel his tension. Reaching for his leg under the table, she touched his thigh as a measure of comfort. He looked at her in surprise and then caught her hand and held it there. His shoulders relaxed. The healers estimate that they've only got a few months unless something can be done. And here Percy looked stricken. I think that about covers it. He sat back down. Please let your brother know we are doing everything in our power, Kingsley told him. Percy nodded solemnly. Prunella is heading the PR on this. What can you tell us? Kingsley turned to the harried witch who had come late to the meeting. With a tired sigh, she hefted herself from the chair. Well, things have gone a bit sideways in the press. Skeeter has got a hold of some of the rumors and has run with them. Luckily, the Malfoys now own the Prophet, so they've been able to temper the rumors. Hermione felt a reluctant admiration for them as she listened to the steps they had taken. They weren't gagging the press, but were being mindful of how rumors of this nature could harm the psyche of a healing population. It was a smart move. Even with the measures, the speculation has been rampant and there have been a lot of tensions rising. I think it's time we release a statement of facts that we can tell them. Better to hear it from us than to have the rumors fester. I agree with that. Kingsley pulled out a parchment and made a note. Percy, why don't you, Prunella and Quinn meet afterward and pull something together? Will that work? They nodded. Thank you. What's next? He consulted his notes. Harry, you had an update about possible Dark Wizard interference? I do. Harry kept her hand close and made no move to stand. We've been monitoring potential suspects very closely. None of them have shown any activity that would lead us to believe that they have anything to do with the incidents. My men on the streets haven't heard a thing or seen anything out of the ordinary. Several measures have been taken to ensure the safety of both the Muggle and magical populations. You can see a more detailed report in the binders. He shifted uncomfortably. After the meeting, I will be going to have myself assessed for signs dark magic. Surely not. A wizard with a tufty purple hat exploded down the table from them. It's a safety measure. My duty is to keep everyone safe, and if that means that I might be part of the problem, then we will cross that bridge when we come to it, Harry said woodenly. His hand under the table was clenching hers uncomfortably hard. Carefully she flexed her fingers in hopes that she could regain some feeling in them. After that, Kingsley distributed assignments and they made a plan to meet again the following day. As the collected group was gathering their things and making their goodbyes, Harry turned to her. I see the healer for the diagnostic charms after this. You will come with me. It was not a request, and Hermione bristled before remembering Kingsley's words to her the day before. She noted the tension in his body and felt a sympathetic pang. I'll go. At her words, Harry's shoulders dropped slightly in relief. They stood up and walked from the room. As they made their way to the flow, she noted that Harry kept a proprietary hand on the small of her back. I know the way, she said pointedly. What's your point? He asked. Is it entirely professional to have your hands on me in public? She seethed. He shrugged. There is already talk. Why should we care what they think? Did we ever before? Hermione stopped, and so did he. Harry, we need to have a talk about what you think this is, maybe later tonight. I would like to have that chance, he told her, and his grip about her waist tightened. She removed his hand. Later, she told him, and he scowled darkly. Definitely later. She chose to ignore the wicked promise in his voice as she stepped through the flow to St. Mungo's. Healer Scabulus regarded the pair in front of him with a great deal of interest. Hermione bristled at the sly speculation in his eyes. He caught her raised eyebrow and haughty expression and snapped back to attention. So you've submitted to the examination, have you? I did wonder. Wonder what, exactly? Hermione demanded. Oh, it's nothing. Let's get on, shall we? He raised his wand and noted that he was trembling a bit. Was this how every day was for Harry? With wizard and witches treating him with that curious mixture of awe, hero worship, desire and fear. Glancing at him covertly, she saw that Harry didn't seem surprised in the least by the healer's fussing and curiosity. For the first time in years she wanted to protect him. Healer Scabulus nodded at her. Normally we do these screenings in private, so if you wouldn't mind stepping outside. She stays. Harry's authoritative voice sounded harshly. Of course, Mr. Potter. Apologies. The healer looked stricken. Just get this over with. Harry removed his shirt. Hermione took a moment to look over his body. The map of scars on his torso that she had known were still there, but there were more that had been added in her time away. Each unfamiliar mark caused her insides to writhe with hurt at not being there to help him recover from each one. His eyes were on her and a wry smile was playing on his lips. Healer Scabulus was fussing with a silver contraption in the table beside them. Look at me. Harry mouthed to her. Remembering yesterday, she felt desire coursing through her and she did as he asked. The metal device clicked to life and began to emit a high-pitched whistle. The healer nodded and began to chant and move his wand in delicate circles above Harry's skin. They never took their eyes from one another. Her honey-brown eyes and his bottle green until, right at the very end, she saw the flash of red come into them once more. She gasped and looked at the healer. He was concluding his spell work and smiling. That's it, all done then. Not a hint of dark magic. Just as I suspected. Hermione looked back at Harry, who hadn't stopped looking at her. She could tell by the curious quirk of his head that he knew she had seen something. Her earlier idea of speaking to Snape's portrait came back to her. I'll let you get dressed in peace and send in my report to the minister. The healer respectfully bowed from the room. Harry pulled his shirt on and began to button it. Got something to tell me? He asked. She stood abruptly. I have to go. There's an idea that I'd like to check out. Harry frowned. I'll go with you then. No, I need to do this alone. Please, Harry. I'll see you tonight. Where can I meet you? She was already heading to the door. Come to Grimmauld. I'll wait for you there, Harry said. All right. And Harry? She whirled around as the thought came to her. Don't follow me in your invisibility cloak. If this, whatever this is between us, is going to work, you will have to trust that I will come back. Harry looked startled and then annoyed, but he nodded. I'll see you at Grimmauld tonight then. Don't keep me waiting too long. With one last look at his unhappy face, she nodded and rushed from the room. The halls of Hogwarts gave her a feeling of calm. After the war, there had been a huge push to restore it to the way it had been before the battle, right down to the last gargoyle. If she didn't think about it too much, she could pretend that the horrors of war had never touched this place where she had first learned what it was to be a witch. She felt a pang of sadness for that hopeful little girl that she had been. Her feet picked up their pace as she hurried up to McGonagall's office. The portraits pointed and whispered as she passed. Classes had been let out for the day and she considered it a small mercy that she wasn't waiting through a tide of students. The gargoyle guarding the door had not changed. She gave the password, Gingernewt. She was gratified to see that it had been repaired so well that it was as spry as it ever had been as it hopped aside to let her pass. Headmistress McGonagall was seated at her desk when she entered. She peered over her spectacles at her, taking in the younger witch's fashionable clothing and hair. You look very well. I dare say that France seemed to agree with you, Miss Granger. The older woman nodded thoughtfully. Though I think you were sorely missed by your friends in your absence. I hope the secrecy and isolation from them was worth it? Hermione heard the admonishment in her old professor's tone and bristled a bit. Yes, I really excelled at the transfiguration portion of it. As I believe you yourself did when you studied there. She pointed out. It irritated her that so many in the magical world judged her every move. I meant no harm. McGonagall said softly. Only that Mr. Potter seemed at a loss without you. He came here several times to try to get me to divulge your location to no avail. It is, as you know, under some of the strongest secret keeper spells in the world. She paused and steepled her fingers. But we haven't met here to talk about the states of your old friendships. How can I help you today, Miss Granger? Thank you so much for taking the time on short notice. I was rather hoping to speak to Snape's portrait and then maybe catch up with you if you can spare the time and the tea? She asked hopefully. Professor McGonagall and she had always gotten on, and Hermione hoped to one day be able to call this powerful witch her friend. McGonagall's face broke into a smile, the lines in her face deepening. Of course, I would love to catch up as well. Why don't I leave you to speak privately while I go to the kitchens and see what I can rustle up in the way of tea service? Thank you, that would be lovely. Hermione watched as McGonagall turned and exited the room. A voice sounded from behind her. I find it fascinating, Miss Granger, that in your arrogance you failed to ask me if I would be willing to speak with you. Her attention snapped to the portrait of the hook-nosed wizard. I felt it better to just wait to speak with you in private. I apologize. Are you willing to speak with me, Professor Snape? The portrait regarded her with mild interest. You came here once before with a mouthful of simpering apologies and gratitude. Will this be a repeat performance? Hermione shook her head. No, it's something else entirely. Glancing up, she saw the avid eyes of the past headmasters upon her. Perhaps there is a way for us to speak privately? She drew her wand. Are you willing? Snape waited several moments. It's about Potter, isn't it? That boy will plague even the memory of me all this life and beyond. He sighed heavily. Cast the Muffaliato that you used so easily in the past. That should do the trick. Muffaliato. She intoned and felt a mild satisfaction when she saw several of the portraits start in irritation. Your expression always was an open book, he said sourly. The half-smile fell from her face. Now tell me what this is all about. She told him about the children falling ill and the effort the ministry had taken to find the cause. She mentioned her theories about the Horcruxes and her fear that Harry might once again be the key to it all. But you left him? Snape's dark eyes held a world of judgment. He changed after the war, she said quietly. You were lovers, he stated. She blushed deeply. How did you know? He came here several times, as McGonagall already said. Potter too has always been an open book to me. I could see it on his face. And you left him? After all those years of friendship and defeating the darkest wizard of our time, you chose to leave his side. I'd like to know why. Snape smiled slightly at her discomfort. He changed after the war. We were lovers for a time and I thought that we loved one another, but he broke with me and went back to Ginny. She felt extremely uncomfortable sharing these details with Snape of all people, but knew that he was under no obligation to help her. The trials of young lovers. Snape drawled acidly. I'm glad that I'm dead. Potter always was a foolish boy, no matter what they say. He cut his eyes to Dumbledore's portrait. I suppose he did it to spare Weasley's feelings. You know what? I don't actually care to know more, Miss Granger. I don't wish to know how Lily's boy, whom I worked tirelessly to save, is wasting his life away. Why don't you tell me what it is you want? With her head reeling from Snape's snap decisions, she began. Well, that's just it, sir. We went into Harry's memory of when Voldemort struck him down. And it seems that the Horcrux inside might not have died completely. She swallowed hard, fighting back tears. I think that he's going to have to try to destroy it again. She launched into a detailed reporting of the memory. Interesting. Snape had brought a hand to his chin and seemed deep in thought. Anything else I should know? Somehow he seems to be in possession of the Death Stick once more. She whispered quickly to her toes. Ah, that does complicate things. Snape appeared to be taking the information in. Miss Granger, how do you feel about Potter? He's someone I once cared a great deal for, she began. He's so changed and almost a stranger to me now. And that keeps breaking my heart a little. But I keep coming back to him, she said honestly. Bracing herself for a cutting remark, she was surprised by the soft quality of his voice. Well, we shall begin there. From what you've told me, here is my advice to you. First, you must find out if he has also retrieved the ring. If he is attempting to be the Master of Death, then you will know that the Dark Lord is still very much with him. Potter would never yearn for these things on his own. The next thing that you must give yourself over to him completely. He must trust you and know that you love him. Don't bother trying to argue the point, you stubborn girl. I know that you must. He glared at Hermione, who had opened her mouth to deny it. Scowling, she remained silent. As I was saying, you must get him to trust you, and then you can delve into his mind with his permission. It will be you and you alone who will be alone to see where Harry Potter ends and the broken bit of Voldemort remains. When you have found that, you must do what you can to destroy it. Whether or not Potter chooses to fight for or against you will determine if he is to live. Do you understand? Not quite so well as I should like to. she admitted. Then I will elaborate in a way that you will not possibly be able to misinterpret, he told her condescendingly. What kept Harry Potter safe from the Dark Lord all those years? It was love, she responded instantly. Yes, love, Snape said bitterly. First it was the love of his mother, and then it was his love for you, Weasley, and even that mongrel Black. He gave it willingly and loyally, but, one by one, these people that he chose to love were taken from him. And then after the war it seems that he broke with the Weasley family and, most surprisingly, with you. We both know that Weasley was always a weak, silly boy, too wrapped up in his own insecurities to see past the end of his nose. You, however, are a different story. Muggleborn and defying all the odds stacked against you, much like Potter himself. You were brilliant, though I always found you extremely irritating, and every bit as loyal as he. It must have shattered him to see you with Weasley. Snape stuttered to a stop. As it did you with Lily and James? She asked softly. The portrait glared at her. We will not discuss that, he said tightly. But yes, perhaps I could see Potter's side of it. He sent me back to Ron. I didn't want him, not really, it took me months to even consider it, Hermione protested. Once again, I do not care to hear about teenage drama. The fact is that whatever his motivation, he loved you. It is my belief that you are perhaps the last person on this earth that Harry Potter can feel love for. Snape looked as if he were tasting something vile. What does it mean? She queried. It means that if you can find a way to look past all the nonsense and drama and love Potter as he is now, there may be a chance that he will survive this. The Dark Lord cannot flourish in a soul captivated by love. Miss Granger, you will truly have to trust your instincts and not your considerable brain. Give yourself to him, mind, body and soul. If he is still the man I believe him to be, he will give himself back to you. And in doing this there will be precious little the Dark Lord can take from him. Right now Potter thinks he is alone. Disabuse him of that knowledge. Snape nodded. And when you've taken a good look into that mind of his, come back and tell me. If he loves me as you believe, then why did he push me away after the war? Why tell me to go with Ron? I was so broken about the deaths of my own parents and he just left. Hermione's voice wobbled a little. Then she glanced up, horrified at revealing these things to Snape of all people. Snape sneered. I imagine that you were both distraught after the battle. The Weasleys were your chosen family. I suppose things got complicated and, being foolish children, you complicated the situation even more. Never was it known for teenagers to make competent decisions. He glanced at Dumbledore's portrait once more. I'm glad the old man seemed to know what he was doing in the end, but I did worry. I really am grateful for everything you did, she whispered. I know it. The portrait drawled. Don't waste my death by making more foolish decisions. I'll expect a visit from you soon, Snape told her. Yes, sir, she said. There was a knock at the office door which promptly opened. McGonagall came bustling in with a large tray. I'll see you very soon, she whispered. Turning toward McGonagall, she tried to smile. She needed some time to think about Snape's words before returning to Harry. Several hours later, Hermione apparated to the doorstep of Grimmauld Place. She remembered the precise way she'd had to land here during their time on the run. Reminding herself that the world was a little bit safer at the moment she knocked on the door. Though she tensed, preparing for the sound of Walburga Black's screaming, she was met only with silence. She did not have time to ponder this fact, however, as the door suddenly swung inward. Harry stood before her, appearing irate. Where have you been then? He demanded as he moved to the side to let her pass. She threw an admonishing look his way. Hello, Harry, she said politely. Have you eaten? He scowled at her and followed her into the entrance. I haven't. I was rather hoping to eat with you. That would be nice, she told him, and then stopped to regard the scorched portion of wall where the portrait usually hung in front of her. What happened? She gasped. The old bat was bothering me. He turned away from her scandalized stare. I live here and the home is rightfully mine. I don't need a crazy old woman yelling about filth every time I come home. How did you do it? There was a permanent sticking charm on that. She was impressed in spite of herself. Harry hesitated a moment and then said in careful tones, a little controlled fiendfire. Harry, that's very dark magic, and I didn't think anyone could control it. Her voice scaled up in shock. Harry smiled smugly. Well, I can. I can do a lot of things. I've noticed, she said. How did you learn it? A little research, old books, interviewing captured Death Eaters, and lots of free time, he said, shrugging. I would think after Crabbe. Yes, after his death, don't you think it a good idea to learn to control something like that? Don't sit there and give me a lecture on dark magic. I can see you're dying to. The only way to protect yourself against these things is to become master of them. Harry's eyes were twin pools of darkness once more. But this is all beside the point. Where have you been, Hermione? Tell the truth. His voice rang out into the room. At Hogwarts. You don't need to yell at me, Harry. I had some research to do about Horcruxes. That was true enough, she supposed. Somehow she didn't think that he would take it well if she mentioned Snape. Oh, why couldn't I go with you? He was confused. I had to concentrate. And you've always been a bit distracting. She smiled placatingly and began to walk toward the dining room. Do you have food or do I need to forage? She was jerked backwards into his arms. Lips caressed their way down her bare neck. I missed you, he whispered. I was only gone a few hours, she scoffed. That isn't what I mean. Harry's hand suddenly gripped her tightly. You were gone so long. How could you? And the confused pain she heard in his voice made her stop and turn to him. I'm here now, she told him. Yes, but for how long? His grip on her did not falter. She turned and looked deeply into his eyes, remembering Snape's words. She felt him trying to invade her mind, and she quickly put up her walls to him. Even in this broken state, hadn't Harry always been the one for her? She had tried with other wizards, but it had always been these green eyes haunting her heart. For the love of him, she had let her parents go. The actions that she had taken to protect him still gave her nightmares. She took a deep breath and summoned her courage. I am here. That was true enough, she supposed. I hope for both of our sakes that you're telling the truth. He said darkly. She felt the fear trickle back into her. I think I'll always want you. I've tried with so many other witches. His smile had a touch of ice when he saw her flinch. What is it, Hermione? You don't like the idea of me with anyone else? He grabbed her chin so that she was forced to look up at him. Why do you think I am imperious, that poor sod? We're for each other. If you want me, then I'm going to do everything in my power to keep you by my side. Choosing to ignore the veiled threat of the last comment, she hugged him about the waist. Then you will have to treat me well, she said teasingly. But since we are on the subject, what do you think this is between us? What do you want it to be? His hands moved to her waist as he thought. I want you with me. There are so few people who really knew me from before. And I've thought about you a lot. We are both extremely powerful magically. Can you imagine what we could do together? His eyes gleamed hungrily. What do you mean by that? She asked cautiously. He had said nothing about love, which troubled her. Seeming to catch himself, Harry looked to her. I mean, the way we could change the world for the better, of course. Hermione trailed her hands down his back. I don't deny that we would be good together in that way, she said softly. Harry groaned in pleasure as she began to massage the knots in his back. It had become clear to her that he was more apt to be his more human self when she touched him. I wrote to Kingsley while you were gone. I had him send your things here. Hermione's hands stilled. Harry, it seems like you are used to getting your way, she said carefully. I would like it if you would ask me my opinion before doing things that concern me. He regarded her thoughtfully. But, you would have said yes. Aren't you tired of pretending? You should live here. We can work more efficiently together. You belong here. She stared at him for a long while. All right, Harry, I'll stay here with you, but if it interferes with our work, I'm heading back to Kingsley. Harry's expression soured, but he nodded. Why'd I always feel like you were about to slip away again? He griped. Even though you know how I feel about you and the way you feel about me, you always seem so cautious. Choosing not to mention the abrupt way he ended things last time, and his coldness to her afterwards, not to mention his very public outing if their relationship, or whatever this was, she instead focused on the fact that they both did want one another now. I'm here, she told him again. Let's just start with that. The next night Hermione was flipping through the dresses in the closet. Creature had been kind enough to press and hang all of her clothing for her. Harry lay on the bed regarding her with a dark expression. I still don't understand why you want us to support Percy. He's a pompous prat. Without hesitating, she continued to peruse her dresses. We've been over this. I already promised Percy I'd go with him and then I backed out. The least we can do is help him. You know how much his career means to him. He's heartbroken about Audrey and hoping for that promotion which we both know he is more than qualified for. He's up against Smygans who is better connected. I just think it would be nice to show everyone that we support him. I am with you, Harry, but I do want to help out my friend. You know how politics are played. And don't call him a prat. Percy was your friend as well once upon a time. You never did tell me what happened. Harry sighed and stood. He walked over to the closet and plucked an elegant gold set of dress robes from rack. This one. It will make your eyes and hair stand out even more. Fine, I'll play this game for you. I'll give you 1 hour and then I want to leave with you on my arm. Well, thanks for that, she said tartly, then softened. I am not shy about telling anyone that I'm with you if you're worried. Harry smiled, looking relieved. But I won't lie, when you broke with me the first time I don't think I ever recovered. That was a mistake that I don't intend to make again, he said firmly. Now, get dressed before I change my mind. I try never to go to these things anymore. Why's that? She slipped from her shirt and jeans and began to pull on the robes. Harry's eyes roamed her body hungrily. Well, at present I can't imagine anything better than taking you to bed and ing you senseless. At the admonishing look from Hermione, he continued. You know. You've seen it, I know you have. People stare at me like some lab experiment. They ask me for favors. Witches throw themselves at me. He smirked at her annoyed expression. I'm tired of it. Well, what would you do instead? She wanted to know, if you didn't work for the ministry? Oh, I don't know. Travel? Play more Quidditch? He sounded confused. Well, why don't you? You've enough money and we're still young. You could do anything you wanted. I never understood why you went into the ministry and stayed there. Why? First I did it because it felt like the right thing to do. And then I stayed because I admit that I liked being respected and in charge. He tilted his head and regarded her. But mostly, I stayed because I knew you would come back sooner or later. Kingsley was wrong to keep your whereabouts from me. He will pay. His eyes flashed red. Harry. No. Her arms surrounded him and she brought her face close to his. Kingsley thought the distance would be good for both of our sakes, and it was. The disagreement was between you, and I promise me that you will leave Kingsley out of it. He's our friend and the closest thing I've got to a father. He shook his head as if to clear it. I'm sorry. I don't know what comes over me sometimes. He hugged her tightly. Just, please say we won't stay long. These events really are difficult for me. I promise. She told him and tried to tamp the fear that had risen in her. The Harry that she had loved was there alongside the dark. In that moment she hoped with all her might that she had the strength and love to bring Harry back to himself. Everyone who was anyone in the British magical world filtered in and out of the Shacklebolt's ballrooms and balconies. Older witches whispered secrets and the younger set were dressed immaculately and attempting not to look at their watches too often. Functions at the minister's home were a must for anyone who cared about their social standing. However, one could never accuse these nights of being particularly exciting. A rainbow of autumn leaves appeared to be falling from a forest overhead, but they faded from view before touching the floor. Trays piled high with delectables and drinks circulated the room, hovering 5 at a time in front of the serving staff. When Hermione and Harry arrived, there was a moment of silence as the crowd took in her fitted golden robes and elegant updo and Harry's perfectly tailored black robes. It's nice to have company. They are gawking at you as well this time. Harry muttered grumpily under his breath. His hand slid more firmly around her waist as Malfoy approached them. Well, the gang is getting back together again. He drawled, but she noted that his voice lacked the malice that had so often accompanied it when they were younger. And can we expect Weasley this evening? I think not, said Harry evenly. How are you, Malfoy? Oh, you know, keeping out of trouble. His eyes roamed over Hermione before catching himself. So, you're together now, are you? That's right. Harry told him. Why do you ask? Malfoy flicked a stray strand of blonde hair from his eyes. Natural curiosity. At that moment Harry was taken away to speak to one of his head aurors. Hermione glanced at Malfoy, who was regarding her carefully. I say, Granger, I hope you know what you're getting into, he said softly. What's that supposed to mean? She challenged. Malfoy considered her a moment. He glanced around to make sure no one could hear them. A quick muffliato was cast. It's safe to say that I spent a great deal of time with the abomination that was Voldemort. At Hermione's nod he continued. There are times that I can feel something dark coming from Potter. It feels like him. Not so much that anyone else but me would notice. Startled that Malfoy could be so intuitive, she leaned in close. What do you think it is? Couldn't say. I just know what it feels like to be near it. He shuddered, as if I could ever forget. He said darkly. Gazing at her appreciatively again, he said, I hear that the children are suffering the effects of strong dark magic that might be his. I hear things. He smirked at her questioning look. You are welcome to come use my library anytime you need. There are books there that might have answers. Thank you. I may take you up on that. Sighing, she looked about the room. It's so strange to be back, she muttered. Yes, well, you were missed. I can tell you that. Malfoy told her. They watched as Harry walked away from the Auror only to be accosted by a trio of witches. The look Harry cast at Malfoy was near murderous. Oh, looks like Potty might be feeling a little possessive, he said gleefully. Hermione shook her head ruefully. And here I thought you'd grown up and matured so well. I never could resist winding him up. It's so fun, he said, moving a bit closer to her. His expression grew serious. I did mean what I said though. Do come and use the library if you need. We can't have the past repeat itself if there is anything we can do about it. He let his gaze dip again to her S. Catching her indignant expression, he smiled charmingly. So, you're definitely with Potter? Most definitely. Stop it, Malfoy, she admonished. Just asking. He spread his hands in surrender. Why change the pattern of a lifetime? Potter will always be there first, the better wizard and the better man. He said sadly. An older witch beckoned to him then, and he made his polite goodbyes and drifted away. She stood a moment, thinking of what he had said. Malfoy had always been so hateful to her in their youth. The change in him had been one of the most pleasant surprises since her return. She still could not bring herself to trust him entirely, but she would take him up on the offer of his library. Harry was now surrounded by a group of older witches and wizards whom she knew to have seats on the Wizengamot. Seeing that the department head of the Department of Mysteries was making her determined way toward her, Hermione turned quickly and grabbed a glass of elf-made wine. She did not feel like discussing job opportunities tonight. Hello, Hermione. A dreamy voice said to her left. Luna Lovegood stood regarding her serenely. Luna. She smiled and hugged the petite blonde witch. Oh, I've been meaning to reach out. How have you been? I've been well. I'm at the ministry, but I've been abroad studying magical creatures. There are so many things that we don't know. Her eyes were sparkling with joy. Do you know, in the last year alone we've discovered that there are actually 3 subspecies of nifflers? Hermione smiled fondly as her friend expounded on the virtues of nifflers and their dynamics as a group. That sounds fascinating. I'd love to see some of them when you've got time, and I've hopefully got a better hand in the project I'm working on. A bright smile lit Luna's face. I'd like that. I knew that you would be back. Yes, I'm sorry I left so abruptly. Hermione hedged. Well, Ronald wasn't being very nice to you, and Harry was in love with you, but he wasn't being very nice to you either, Luna said bluntly. Hermione started. It seemed that Percy wasn't the only person who had noticed, but then, Luna had always had a way of seeing what most others did not. They looked over at Harry, who was now being accosted by witches again. The hair on his head was beginning to look more unruly. Luna, have you noticed that Harry is different since the battle? Her talk with Malfoy had left her curious to see how many had noticed. Luna blinked at her in a quizzical way. He's 2 people now. There was always darkness in him, but now he's let it have half of him. She twirled a lock of hair between her fingers. I suppose when you left it got worse. I can't be near him now. It makes me sad. A drunken gaggle of witches were giggling and making their way to the exit. Vials of sober-up potion were politely nudging their hands. Kingsley did not like to take chances on his guests apparating while intoxicated. They moved out of the way to let them pass. What do you mean? Hermione asked when the witches had made their wobbly way to the door. Luna looked thoughtful. We were friends. Good friends. There is a part of him that cannot care for anyone anymore. I miss Harry the most when we talk. Not that he speaks to us very often. Her large eyes peered at him mournfully. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. She sipped her glass of wine. I saw you talking to Draco Malfoy, Luna said absently. His father was a cruel person, but he's not so bad anymore. Hermione recalled that Luna had once been held a prisoner in their home. You shouldn't trust him though. He only helps the people who can help him. And you're one of them now. One of what? The people who can help him, of course. Still, he means well enough, I suppose. Luna shrugged. Please come visit me while I'm here. I'll be at the ministry labs all week. Kingsley said I could check his home for Nargles. I want to do that before the party gets too loud and they go into hiding. She hugged Hermione. I'm glad you're here. Don't worry, you'll get Harry back to himself. You're the one he loves. It's always been you. It was wrong of Ronald to want you just because Harry did. And with that enigmatic statement, Luna drifted away without another word. Hermione was pleased that Luna at least had not changed. She made a note to visit her in the lab in the coming week. Spotting Percy a few feet away, she walked up to him. Hello Percy, how's the evening going for you? Percy was looking a little worse for wear. Audrey is here with one of the wizards from the French ministry. His eyes were fixed glumly on the floor. Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry I couldn't come with you tonight. Percy straightened his shoulders and gave her a crooked half smile. It's quite all right. I doubt I'd have a career to speak of anymore if I tried to take Harry Potter's witch, he said seriously and shuddered. The smile faded on her lips. What do you mean? He knows we're friends. Percy shook his head. Have you seen the way he watches you? Do you have any idea what kind of power Harry now holds? You haven't seen what he... But Percy stopped speaking as Harry approached them. That took me longer than expected. Harry was clearly irritated. Looping his arm through hers, he nodded at Percy. Hello Percy. He greeted. Where's Gluck? He asked, referring to Percy's rather hard-edged superior. Hi, Harry, yes, he's over there. Percy indicated with his chin over to a corpulent wizard with a sharp, pointed nose in the far corner who was arguing with Kingsley. Let's go over there now. I want to say hello to Kingsley anyway. They began to walk over. It took the trio 20 minutes to reach the minister. Everywhere she turned, witches and wizards flocked to them. Harry glowered and gave short, polite answers while keeping a possessive grip on her at all times. Percy grinned through the ordeal. At least someone was having a good time of it. For her part, Hermione kept a smile on her face and tried to avoid getting locked into any conversation. Ah, here she is, Kingsley said jovially as they approached. Hermione, do tell Gluck about the advancements in levitating charms. Gluck waved fingers the size of sausages dismissively in the air. Never mind that now. Harry Potter. Good to see you, and with the incomparable Hermione Granger no less. He gave a queer sort of obsequious bow. How do you like being back here? I'm quite busy these days. It's been a whirlwind trying to get back into the swing of things. Luckily Percy here has been a great help. Hermione smoothed her robes. Yes, don't know what we'd do without Percy to keep things running so smoothly. Harry told him. If he were in my department he'd probably be running the place, not me. Surely not, laughed Gluck. I assure you, Percy is one of the most organized and competent wizards I know. I've always thought he deserved more recognition for it. Harry stared intently at the other wizard, making his meaning clear. Well, that is to say, I'd no idea you two had remained friends after. Well, that's wonderful. Weasley is one of the best. Gluck stuttered. Hermione wondered if Percy had been held back because of his family's public break with Harry. She watched as Harry continued to stare the older wizard down. Gluck cleared his throat and shifted uncomfortably under his scrutiny. He's always been an asset to any team, Kingsley agreed, attempting to lighten the mood. Gluck looked at Percy with new eyes. It seems we've got something to talk about come Monday. E.H. Weasley? He chuckled. Yes, sir. Percy smiled. I'm glad you think so. Harry told Gluck firmly. His tone was that of one used to being obeyed. Now, you'll excuse us. I've got an early morning meeting. Of course. You're a busy man, I'm sure. Gluck seemed very relieved all of a sudden to escape the conversation. Hermione hugged Kingsley. Thanks for having us. Do tell Mariana that everything was perfect. Will do. He told her. And you? Are you settling in over at Grimmauld? His eyes held a wealth of unasked questions. I am. She told him and then leaned over and whispered. I'll drop by your office in the morning. Kingsley nodded. Why don't you take the door behind us? It will lead you out to the hallway. Less people there. I know how long an exit can take when there's a crowd between you and the door, he chuckled. Thanks Kingsley, we'll talk tomorrow. She grinned at him and the three of them slipped from the room. Once out in the hall, Percy turned to Harry. "Thanks for that." He extended his hand to him. Harry shook it, looking tired. "Not a problem, you deserve it." "Excuse me a moment?" He strode off to the lavatory down the hall from them. Hermione and Percy grinned at one another. "It looks like your night just got a little better," she teased. "Can't thank you enough," he told her and threw his arms around her in a warm hug. "Isn't it enough that you broke Ron's heart, abandoned Harry, and now seem to be ing him? You've got to move on to my brother?" Ginny Weasley stood before them with her hands on her hips. Her robes fit tightly around her lithe body. Her face was made up heavily. Hermione thought it aged her by a decade. "Ginny, don't be like that," Percy admonished. "Hermione just helped me secure the promotion." Ignoring her brother and glaring at Hermione, she continued. "Don't know why you came back," she spat bitterly. "Ginny, stop it," Hermione told her. The smell of alcohol reached her and she realized that Ginny was more than a little intoxicated. "I don't have to do anything you tell me, you dirty slag," she shouted. "You are always grabbing for more attention. You think the whole sodding world just can't wait to hear you speak. Well, I don't. Go back to wherever it is you went off to. No one want you here." Suddenly Ginny reached out and shoved Hermione hard. She toppled backward, hitting a small table and landing ungracefully on the ground. "If you ever touch her again, you will be more sorry than you already are," Harry's voice said ominously from behind her. She felt his strong hands reach under her arms and gently haul her to her feet. He turned her to him and studied her face. Gently kissing her on the lips, he turned to Percy. "Get her out of here," he said coldly. Percy nodded, looking flushed. "Of course. Harry, why?" Ginny was crying now. "Why what?" Harry was already starting to lead them away. "Why did you choose to cheat on me with several other wizards?" "I dunno, Ginny, I've always wondered that myself." "You never really loved me after the battle," she accused. "I could feel it." "Well, I did try," Harry said thoughtfully. "And to be fair, I never ed a witch behind your back. Now, I don't want to see you anymore. You aren't to touch Hermione or bother her in any way. Do you understand?" The room seemed to darken with the thread of magic coming off him. It surrounded Hermione in a suffocating fog. Ginny appeared to be faring worse from the effects. The redhead backed away several steps, growing paler as she did so. "Harry, I'm not hurt." She put a comforting hand on his arm. "Harry," she said again, hoping to bring him back to himself. Fortunately, he looked down at her and calmed a little. The darkness receded ever so slightly. "What's happened to you?" Ginny asked scathingly, but she nodded, backing away even more. Things became clear. Harry told her and he led Hermione from the room. They apparated into his bedroom. Hermione had placed her things across the hall the night before to give herself some time to process all of the changes. Harry's mouth was already on her before the had stopped spinning. "Harry, wait a moment." But his hands had already untied her robes and were pushing them down her body. "No, now. Please." At her nod of consent, he turned her quickly toward the dresser and had her bent over it in seconds. He entered her so quickly she gasped in surprise, and when he began to move in and out of her, she felt her own body welcoming him. He reached around and found her spot and applied the perfect amount of pressure. It built in her as he took her roughly. When she came, he paused in his thrusting to feel her walls, pulsing and wet around his. "That's right," he whispered into her ear as she came apart and moaned his name. He withdrew from her and led her to the bed, where he gently lay her down. This time he kissed her sweetly as he entered her. "Look at me?" he asked her. She did, trying to say all she was feeling with her eyes and her body. This feeling she had with him was like nothing else she had ever experienced. Looking into his eyes and saw both the light and the darkness there, and she loved him. Whatever Harry had become or whoever he would be, she would always love him, and this knowledge terrified her as much as she wanted to embrace it. "Say that you're mine," he urged again as he was deep inside her. In his face she could see the hope that she would say yes and the bitter expectation that she would leave him again. She saw the unloved little boy and the lanky teenager who had walked willingly to his death. She saw the man whose heart had hardened and who demanded fear and respect from those he came across. She saw his cruelty. She saw him. "I'm yours," she gasped, and the smile that lit his face chased away the fears that her admission had wrought. He kissed her. "My lips to kiss, my body to pleasure." He moved inside her, causing her to climax again. Ghosting kisses down her neck, he put his lips to her pulse and felt her ear beating. "My heart to make beat faster, Mine. Yours. She agreed and watched him come apart as he came. He brought his forehead down to hers, breathing heavily. I love you, Harry, she whispered into his ear. He pulled his head back to smile at her. It was as tender as it was cruel. Despite the heat still coursing through her body, she shivered. Hermione sat across from Kingsley, who was going through his tea ritual of it being too cold and then too hot. She hid her smile as he grumbled about its temperature. At last he put the cup down and regarded her. So can I assume that you and Harry are no longer trying to hide that you were an item? That's right. She answered in measured tones. Is this what you truly want? His brow furrowed with worry. Because we can find another way. Holding up a hand to stop him, she said, I've thought a lot about it, Kings. And wherever I go or whatever I do, it was always going to be me and him. There isn't anyone else for me. I will always love Harry Potter for good or bad, she told him sadly. And I'll find a way to rid him of that bastard once and for all. But what if he's changed for good? The older wizard wanted to know. Housing darkness like that in your soul will be sure to leave a mark. I know it. Her hands worried at the hem of her robes. We've all been touched by that darkness. I know the Harry who walked to his death that day in the Forbidden Forest is still there. I can feel it when he's with me. A blush colored her cheeks. Choosing not to notice her discomfort, Kingsley leaned forward. You do realize what he will likely have to do? Tears slipped from her eyes and she nodded. I'm sorry that this all comes down on your shoulders, my dear. I do wonder where it all went wrong with the Weasleys. You were all so close when you were younger. He had so many people he called friends at one time. I don't know, he had such rotten luck with the Dursleys and so many people were killed in the battle. Then he and I were at odds for so long. Her thoughts slipped to the time after the battle when she had had him and he had her, and that knowledge had been one of the only things keeping them from falling apart. Her memories landed on the day they had finally gone into the ministry. She had been broken up about her parents' deaths. She remembered the comfort of his arms around her. Molly had interrupted them and sent her to look for Kingsley. When she had finally found him, Kingsley had been confused as to why she was looking for him but happy to see her. Everything about the relationship between Harry and her had changed that night. Acting on a hunch, she shot up out of her seat so fast that Kingsley sloshed tea down his front. Oh, sorry, Kings. I think I need to pay someone a visit. Please excuse me. Casting a drying charm over her shoulder, she grabbed her bag and hurried from the office. Kingsley sat regarding his empty cup. It was the perfect temperature, he said sadly. Hermione landed on the steps of the burrow and looked up at its nearly toppling spires. A twisted smile went across her face. There had been so many happy times here. She made her way up the uneven stone path towards the door. Taking a deep breath and squaring her shoulders, she rang the bell. Steps sounded from inside the house. The door creaked open and Molly Weasley stood before her in a faded apron. Hermione, what a surprise. Molly was weary. Hello, Molly, it's been a long time. I had heard you had come back home from Percy, but what is it you wanted, dear? Molly looked uncomfortable in her presence. I'm so sorry to drop in unexpectedly, but I was wondering if I could speak to you a moment? Hermione was already gently nudging the older witch to the side so that she could enter. This was important and she didn't want to risk the door being shut in her face. Of course. Molly led them down the well-worn carpeted hallway to the kitchen. Hermione took in the tired look of the furniture as well as the shabby interior of the kitchen. She had been led to believe by Kingsley that Arthur Weasley had been given a promotion and significant raise after the war. Why did the house look so careworn? Molly indicated a seat at the table and flicked her wand. Immediately the teapot whistled and cups and saucers rattled themselves free from the cupboard and landed in front of them. Tea leaves, strainers, milk and sugar followed after the hot water had been poured. Molly turned to Hermione, curiosity coming off her in waves. You were saying, dear? How have you been, Molly? Hermione asked gently. Now that she was in front of the older witch, Hermione found that she wanted answers more than to be angry. Oh, you know, Arthur is working at the ministry as always, and Ginny is back living with us at home. She cleared her throat uncomfortably. Yes, I have been working with Percy. He's been a great help. Molly nodded while staring at the tea in front of her. And I ran into Ron a while back. It's a shame what's happening to Tabitha. I'm truly sorry to hear it. Molly glanced up and studied Hermione's face a moment. Seeing only sincerity there, she nodded. Yes, Ron had mentioned seeing you. I'm glad you had a chance to speak with him. You left us all so abruptly that I know it caused him a lot of grief. Her palms smoothed down the front of her apron. He treated you poorly, and I do apologize about that. Not that we don't love Diana, but I had hoped that he and you would have remained together. I also saw Ginny at the autumn mixer. Hermione chose not to acknowledge the last statement. Color rose in Molly's cheeks. Yes, Percy brought her home. She's what brings me here today. She held up her hands as Molly opened her mouth to begin speaking. I'm not here for apologies. I'm here for answers that you might be able to provide. Hermione took a careful sip of her tea. Ginny seemed very angry still about the breakup with Harry. Is this always the case? I'm not sure where this is going, but yes, she can't seem to let go of the idea of them together. We've tried everything. Molly waved her wand and a plate of biscuits zoomed out of the pantry. She took one and chewed on it meditatively. I noticed, Hermione said dryly. I need to ask, the breakup was so acrimonious and she was seeking out the affections of other wizards while they were together. Why do you think she still longs for Harry? The older witch swallowed the bit of biscuit that she had been chewing and looked up at Hermione with pain in her eyes. I wish she could let him go. I had to. She flies into these rages when he's seen in the company of other witches and well. She gestured around her and suddenly Hermione understood the shabby look of the room and repeatedly repaired furniture. She's a good girl, really. When she was with Harry and on the team with the Holyhead Harpies they seemed so happy. But she was always wanting more. I think that she felt even then that Harry had not committed himself to her. Did not love her as she wanted. I think that's why she sought out the others. She wanted to make him jealous. And how do you think she wanted to be loved? What could he have done to make her happier? Hermione heard the trace of bitterness in her voice and reminded herself not to let her emotions show. Well, he wouldn't marry her. Did you know how many times she asked? And he was so different after the year on the run. I don't need to tell you, dear, that we didn't have a lot extra when the children were growing up. You saw it with your own eyes. I suppose, when the was over, Ginny wanted to go out to all of the places she had only read about. She wanted to be a part of the world that was denied her. And she saw that chance in Harry? Hermione's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Well, you know she always harbored a secret affection for Harry. She saw his heroic actions, his wealth and his Michael power, and of course she was starry-eyed. Molly took a sip of tea. You wanted that for her as well? Hermione said in a carefully measured tone. Molly looked at the younger witch and her tired face took on a fearful expression. You have to understand. I had just lost Fred. My Fred. We were all just trying to get through. Ginny is our baby, my only girl. I wanted her to have everything she ever wanted, and Harry was like one of my own. At the time I thought that they belonged together. He wanted a stable family and she wanted him. Hermione gripped her teacup so hard that her knuckles turned white. Molly, what did you do? The older witch's chin wobbled tremulously. She swallowed hard. I saw the way you and Harry were after the battle. I had thought that it was a passing fancy. I knew that Ronald had left you for a while when you were on the run. It was clear that you had come to depend on one another entirely too much. I didn't want you both to be stuck in a relationship born of desperation and fear. Up to that point you had always loved Ron, and Harry and Ginny were a good fit in so many ways. I didn't want you both yearning for someone else because you felt obligated to the other. So I may have mentioned something to Harry to cause him to doubt things with you. She bowed her head. Yes, these things are true, but we were so young. Molly, why did you think you had any right? That you? Hermione was shaking with rage. Molly kept her head bowed and looked old and frail. Steadying her breath, she continued. Do you realize that your meddling cost you your relationship with Harry, and if you care, with me? Molly nodded dejectedly. I know it, she said sadly. I can't excuse my actions. I was unhinged and heartsore after losing Fred. I wanted everything to fit in its place like a puzzle without a missing piece. She raised her eyes to look into Hermione's, and there was true regret playing in their depths. Forgive me? Let me make something perfectly clear. I loved Harry and he loved me. It should have been our choice to make without your interference on whether or not we were right for one another. I understand that you were grieving, but this does not absolve you of toying with the trust of someone who looked to you as the mother he never had. What do you think that did to Harry? He was afraid of losing you all. He had already lost his parents and a whole host of people he cared for. He grew up in a home that hated and despised what he was. If he had truly been a son to you, you would have let him make those choices on his own. So many people have tried to use Harry for their own gain. What do you think it did to him when he realized that you might be one of them? No wonder he won't speak to any of you." Molly bowed her head again and tears were slipping slowly across the wrinkles on her face. Despite her rage, Hermione felt badly for her. "I thought I was acting in everyone's best interest." "I did." Molly whispered to her hands. "You will tell Harry that I wish you and he the best?" She glanced up at Hermione before her gaze skittered away again. "I truly do. I hear that you are together now?" "I won't. I wouldn't." "No, you won't, not ever again," Hermione told her. She willed herself to contain her anger. The rational part of herself knew that Molly had been acting out of grief and wanting to give Ginny happiness. She observed the kitchen. In her time here she had seen Molly repair furniture to its former state with a simple flick of her wand. All around her were fractured cracks and deep fissures. It occurred to her that she was not looking at the results of normal outbursts of emotion. She thought back to the cracks that she and Harry had caused in the Ministry's table. He hadn't been able to repair those either. "Molly," she said suddenly, "tell me about Ginny." She seemed a bit unhinged. "You'll forgive me for saying so, at the ball. What happens when she has bouts of temper?" Molly reached up her sleeve and produced a lace handkerchief and dabbed at her tears. After blowing her nose and casting a quick scourgify on the piece of cloth, she looked at Hermione. "I suppose there isn't any harm in telling you. You know all my worst secrets as it is." She picked up another biscuit but after a moment placed it back on the plate. "As I am sure you are aware, Ginny has always had a bit of a temper." Molly smiled tenderly then grew serious again. After the awful and very public breakup with Harry she was never quite the same. Her rages are uncontainable. We've tried all kinds of healers but they keep telling us that Ginny will not change unless she wants to change, and she doesn't want to. Tears were threatening to spill from her eyes again. Oh, she will seem fine for weeks on end until something sets her off. And then she becomes something else entirely. She doesn't like not having her way. I don't recognize her sometimes, it's like she turns into someone else. Molly shuddered. "I feel ashamed telling you this, but sometimes I am afraid of her. I'm afraid of my own daughter." The tears had escaped and were flowing freely down her face. She sniffled loudly and despite past animosities Hermione put a hand on her arm to comfort her. Molly grabbed her hand and held it tightly in hers. "There's more," she whispered. "Sometimes, when she is very angry, her eyes, they change." Hermione straightened up in alarm. "Change how?" she demanded. "The color of them. Sometimes I imagine that they are almost red and I tell myself it's silly. That she is just so angry, that I imagine it so." Molly shook her head. "I don't know what to do." She looked up at Hermione who had gone still and pale. "What is it?" "Molly, I've got to ask you something." Hermione's thoughts were racing around in her head. "Do you think you could bring Ginny in to see a healer I'm working with? I have an idea what could be wrong but I will need to check something out to be sure." "Well, I'm not sure she would be willing." Molly hedged. "We've only just got her calmed down from the autumn mixer." "What if you told her that Harry would be there?" Hermione asked. "That could work, but dear, I must warn you, if you are there as well I fear that she might have one of her bouts of anger." Molly worried. Hermione laughed without joy. "Oh, I'm counting on it." Noting the look on Molly's face she continued. "Don't worry, she will come to no harm. I think I might know what's troubling her." She patted the other witch's arm. "Look, I appreciate you taking the time to speak with me today. It couldn't have been easy. And while I'm going to be angry about your meddling for a while, I do understand that you did it while grieving and thinking that it was for the best. Believe it or not, I missed you and your family while in France, though I always felt that you did not want me around as much as the others. I suppose I was worried that if you and Harry fell in love you both would separate yourselves from us. I was wrong to think it." She smiled wistfully at Hermione. "That way of thinking didn't work out so well, did it?" Hermione said tartly and then softened. "I really do want to help. I'll send you an owl after I speak with the healer. Send me one back if you don't think you can get her there." "Oh, if Harry is there she will be there," Molly said in a resigned tone. "She's still obsessed with him. If I could pluck Harry Potter from her mind I would do so in an instant." She smoothed down the apron. "I will make sure that Ginny is there." The determined set of her shoulders told Hermione not to doubt her. Harry looked up as the door to his office flew open. He smiled when he saw Hermione standing there with wild hair. "Hello." he said, taking in her wild expression. Having a good morning? Harry. Thank goodness you're in. I've got to speak with you. She shut the door and strode toward him. He stood up and walked over to her, meeting her halfway. Her arms flew around him in a firm hug, her face nestled into the crook of his neck. Harry hugged her back and smiled into her hair. What's all this? What's got your hair in a frizz? His hand went under her chin and he tilted her head up to meet his gaze. Hermione? She shook her head and led him to the couch. They sat down and she regarded his face for a long while. He sat patiently, seeming to enjoy her company. Slowly she leaned over and placed a sweet, lingering kiss on his lips. What was that for? Harry asked, perplexed, as they broke apart. Hermione sighed and took his hand in hers. This is all going to be tricky to explain. I've just been to see Molly Weasley. Harry's hand tightened around hers. I wanted to know about why she thought you broke with her and her family. You could have just asked me, Harry said peevishly. Well, go on. What did she have to say? Harry, I have asked you. It makes you very irritable and irrational when I do. And to top it off, you never give me a straight answer. Hermione was exasperated. Now, let me continue, please. Harry made a gesture with his hand for her to speak. She told me that she said something to you that made you rethink our relationship. She said that she thought it was for the best, and I believe that she does truly believe that she was acting in the best interest of all involved. Harry, that's too tight. Harry's hand had begun to squeeze hers painfully. He abruptly softened his grip. Sorry, he muttered. That's not what I came to speak with you about, though she did admit to being terribly sorry about the whole thing. Hermione looked deeply into his green eyes. She took a deep breath and called to her Gryffindor bravery. Harry, Molly said that Ginny's temper is out of control. That she doesn't recognize her anymore, and that sometimes her eyes flash red. She took a steadying breath. You know that she was once possessed by Voldemort. You know yourself what it feels like. Do you think that something in Ginny lingered? Harry sat back and looked up at the ceiling. Yes, I think that could be the case. It would make sense, certainly. He rubbed the stubble on his chin. She could hear the rasp of it and shivered, remembering the feel of it between her thighs when he pleasured her. She was certainly different after the battle. And if I am being honest, I was drawn to her as much as I was repulsed by her, and toward the end I could bet she felt the same about me. He looked over at Hermione's pinched expression and smiled. It wasn't ever Ginny I truly wanted to be with, if it makes you feel better. A little. Hermione admitted. Harry, do you suppose it was the lingering part of him in you that was calling to the memory of him inside of her? It's a possibility, Harry said. How do you propose to test this theory of yours? I've just been to see Healer Scabulus Pratt, Harry muttered. Harry. He's actually very good at his craft. He's willing to scan Ginny for his magical signature, and I was wondering if you would be with me when she comes in. Hermione looked at him expectantly. Are you hoping for a fight to the death? Harry arched an eyebrow at her. No, a fiery showdown will do, Hermione said primly. It is my belief that if Ginny is housing any of Voldemort's memory, it comes out when she is angry, and nothing seems to make her angrier than you, she told him. Harry nodded. All right, fine, I'll go. Hermione? Do you ever see in my eyes? He asked nervously. They held one another's gaze for a long moment, and at last Hermione nodded and looked away. Sometimes, she said softly. Sometimes I see it. She could hear Harry's sharp intake of breath. I thought so. He looked down. I felt it, but I never imagined. He covered his face with his hands. Oh gods, Hermione. How are you still here? Aren't you frightened of me? She met his gaze again and shook her head firmly. You should go far away. I'm just going to hurt you. Harry looked pained. She grabbed his face with both hands and forced him to look at her. Harry, stop this. It won't do any good. I'm not going anywhere. I promised. I won't, and I can't. Don't you understand? You are all I'll ever want, no matter how hard I tried to fight it. She leaned over and kissed him again. Gently she pushed him back into the cushions. But what if I hurt you? Harry wanted to know. Shish. Hermione put a finger to his lips and then removed it only to kiss him again. Kiss me until I'm dizzy, Harry. I don't want to think anymore. Just for a little bit. Harry smiled, though worry tinged his eyes, and obliged. Are all these extra people truly necessary? Healer Scabulus waved his slender hand indicating the 4 security wizards. Arthur Weasley and Kingsley. I am hoping not, but I believe so, Hermione said in a tone that brooked no argument. But I feel that it will distract from my ability to detect dark magic, Healer Scabulus wittered nervously. I know that you are very capable and I'm fully confident that you can. Harry's was annoyed. It was the third time that Healer Scabulus had called Hermione's actions into question. Now, I believe that Kingsley put us in charge of this for a reason. Please allow us to do our job as we allow you to do yours, he finished bluntly. Hermione shot him a warning look as Healer Scabulus sputtered hurried apologies. It was true that his persistent questioning of her authority had been irritating, but she needed the healer to be focused. Healer Scabulus. Let's go over the plan once more, she said in what she hoped was a calm voice. Glancing about the room, she saw that she had everyone's attention. When Ginny and Molly arrive, I need all of you, she gestured to the security witches and wizards, to have your wands at the ready but not visible. Kingsley and Arthur will wait outside until we call them. The two wizards nodded. Arthur's face had aged considerably since she had last seen him. Worry lines traced there was down his face that had once been so quick to smile. Once Ginny sees Harry with me, I believe that she will fly into a rage if her actions at the mixer are anything to go on. She indicated the healer. After she is immobilized but not stunned, is when you should begin to scan her for his dark magic. The healer nodded. All right then, they will be arriving in about 5 minutes. Let's get everyone in place. Thank you, Hermione. I've missed you, dear. Arthur had come over to her. He swallowed convulsively. I know you will take care of her, despite all that's happened between my family and you. You've always known the right and good thing to do. He nodded at Harry before shuffling out the door. Harry moved closer to her and took her hand in his. Scared? He asked her. She nodded. A little, she said. You know that you have nothing to fear. He pulled her to him and kissed her forehead. Despite the impending task and unprofessional behavior, Hermione allowed herself to sink into his arms for a moment. It was then that Molly and Ginny entered the room. In hindsight, Hermione could not have planned it better. Ginny did not even notice the healer or the quartet of security witches and wizards. What is she doing here? She demanded. Shaking off her mother's arm, she rushed toward the pair of them. Harry's arm tightened about her and he was slipping his wand from his pocket. I thought you were going to be here because you wanted to talk about our relationship with a mind healer? She spat. Well, you were misinformed, Harry said coldly. I wanted to talk to you about the absolutely mental way you attacked Hermione at the mixer. This can't go on, Ginny. Ginny's eyes were snapping with rage. So, you are just going to throw me away? Just like that? Harry laughed at her, causing the redhead to hiss. We've been over for quite a while, and, quite frankly, I was never happy with you. He caressed up Hermione's arm. I've only ever loved one woman and you will never be her. He smirked cruelly at her. A jet of red light shot toward Hermione's chest. Harry, who had been expecting it, deflected it easily. He pushed Hermione behind him. She hastily withdrew her wand. You should not have done that. He could barely contain his fury. Hermione could see that Ginny's eyes held a hint of madness. She felt nothing but pity for her. Another curse was hurled at Harry and it was once again deflected. Pathetic, he sneered. Ginny lost all control then. Vitriol spewed from her mouth along with a slew of curses. Harry cast shield after shield with little effort. His free arm reached back and pulled Hermione to him once more. His eyes were snapping with mirth when he turned to Hermione and kissed her mouth, gently disturbing his shield charms not at all. She could feel his magic surrounding them. It was Harry's. She would always recognize his magic, but it was tinged with that cruel darkness. She shivered. He was enjoying his cruelty to Ginny a little more than was necessary, effective though it was. She leaned her head back to stop the kiss. His green eyes met hers. Don't spare her feelings, Hermione. Do you think for a moment she would do the same for you? And he kissed her again, his tongue invading her mouth. The shield charm provided them with a sound barrier as well. When Harry ended the kiss at last, desire was coursing through both of them. They had somehow forgotten the room full of ministry employees and one very angry witch. Hermione glanced over quickly to see Ginny immobilized, held in the wand beams of the security wizards. Healer Scabulus was scanning over her. Kingsley was regarding them quizzically. It's there, the healer said grimly. A blast of magic shot from Ginny's body and the 4 security wizards flew backwards into the walls. The spells that they had cast to hold her were broken. Ginny, freed from their grasp, advanced on Harry. "You dared." She was breathing heavily. Hermione gasped in pain as a quick wand movement from Ginny finally hit its mark. Another blast of magic, this time from Harry, flew out at Ginny, who fell to the floor like a puppet with cut strings. He turned quickly to Hermione and was already muttering healing spells when Healer Scabulus arrived. She felt warmth returning to her limbs and sat up. "I'm all right," she told them. Luckily the remnants of Harry's shield charms absorbed the bulk of it. "Please go and make sure Ginny is all right and then give her a potion for sleeping. She'll need to be contained." The healer nodded, no longer questioning, and hurried to do her bidding. Hermione set about reviving the security team with Arthur and Molly. "Are you all right?" she asked them when the last witch had been revived. Arthur and Molly glanced at one another. "It is our hope that Ginny will be able to get the help she needs now," he told her solemnly. Molly nodded and tears stood in her eyes. Imagine, all that time, she was holding a piece of that monster inside her. "My poor, lost little girl." She began to cry. "She's strong," Hermione told her. "We will find a way to break this. I can promise you that." Hermione's jaw was grim. No one who had come across her determined intelligence would doubt her, and it gave the couple in front of her hope. "You will have Ginny back healthy and whole." They nodded gratefully and then went to Ginny's side. She collected her things and began to walk to the door where Harry stood waiting for her. His gaze ran down her body. She could feel his concern. "We are expected in Kingsley's office for a debriefing," she told him. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "You got hurt because of me, again," he said, pained. "Yes, but you protected me, you healed me, and I'm not made of glass," she told him. To soften her words, she reached up and ran her fingers through his hair. "I fear that we are going to be hurt again before this is all done. I'm not going anywhere. You'll be there to keep me safe." Kingsley looked up when Harry strode through his door. "Harry," he said with a polite smile. "Everything all right?" He gazed quizzically at him. "Yes, fine, that is, I need to speak with you." Without waiting for an answer, Harry waved his wand and shut and secured the door behind him. "Of course." Kingsley looked at him expectantly. "It should come as no surprise to you that if Ginny still retains remnants of Voldemort, then so do I." Harry arched a brow. Kingsley looked stricken. "The thought had occurred to me, yes." Harry nodded. "Then you understand what I'll possibly have to do." "I do." Kingsley reached a shaking hand in front of him to indicate a chair. "Have a seat, won't you?" Harry sat down reluctantly. "The world has not been kind to you, has it?" he asked sympathetically. Harry stiffened and glared at him. Kingsley held up his hands with open palms to show he meant no harm. "If it helps at all, I am sorry for the choices that you will have to make. You may not have always seen it, but I've always been on your side, Harry." The minister's voice throbbed with sincerity. Harry looked across the desk, his gaze knowing. "You needn't worry, Kingsley, I'll choose the side of the light. I owe it to her, don't I? She's lost everything because of me. I only ask that you don't interfere with us. We will find a way through it. We've done it before." After a long moment, Kingsley spoke. "I can't stop you, and I think you know it. I won't interfere. I only ask that you treat Hermione with the love and respect she deserves. She is like a daughter to me. Then I trust that you will always watch out for her to the best of your ability if I am unable," Harry said leadingly. "I will, but I can hope that you will be there as well," Kingsley responded. "We both know what may happen. Let's not pretend otherwise. Now, I've got to go meet Hermione to see what brilliant plan she's hatched." Harry smiled thinking of her, and then his face grew serious. "You will take care of her, won't you?" "Hermione will always have a family as long as I live," Kingsley said solemnly. Harry nodded once and rose from his seat. "Don't worry, we won't keep you completely out of the loop. She will update you as necessary, I'm sure." Kingsley wanted to protest and assert his authority but remained silent. He knew it was a bad idea to cross Harry Potter at the best of times, and these were certainly not the best of times. He watched as Harry's muscular form exited the office. As a boy he had been so full of hope and bravery. It hurt the minister to see how diminished that brightness had become. He knew that trusting Harry to make the right decisions was extraordinarily risky. Kingsley could also admit to himself that his hands were tied. To anger or corner Harry was to anger Lord Voldemort himself. No, the control was entirely in their hands now. To think the situation was within his power was dishonest. Sighing, he thought of Hermione. She truly was the daughter that he never had. When he had encouraged her to go abroad, it had been with the hope that she would be able to move past the thrall which Harry had held her in. She'd been so unhappy then. He could now see that it had been a futile attempt. It seemed that whatever the future held, Harry and Hermione would face it side by side. He wished with all his magic, not for the first time, that it would be Hermione's failsafe logic and love that would guide them. A delicious smell wafted toward Harry as he entered Grimmauld Place. He could hear Hermione clattering about in the kitchen and hear her off-key singing. In spite of his worry, he smiled. She never could sing in tune, and he loved her all the more for it. Following the sound of her voice, he made his way to the kitchen. She had used a considerable amount of cleaning charms. It was a much brighter and warmer place than he was used to. He wondered idly if it was merely her presence that caused him to think this. Hermione spun around, hovering a hot casserole dish in front of her. "Harry," she gasped in surprise. "I didn't hear you come in. Hold on a moment. Dinner is almost ready." She waved her wand and a bowl with salad greens joined the casserole. "Come on, I'm starving." Harry followed her to the scarred wooden table where the Order of the Phoenix had sat and dined all those years ago. Hermione sat down near Harry and served them both. She flicked her wand again and a bottle of wine and glasses zoomed from the kitchen. She immediately picked up her fork and began eating. "I'm starved," she explained between bites. "I was so nervous about how things would go with Ginny that I forgot to eat." Harry picked up his fork and began to eat as well. How many times, in his weakest moments, had he imagined just this scene? How many times had he loved something and trusted in that love only to have it taken away? He breathed deeply, trying to believe that Hermione meant to stay by his side as she said she would. A possessive, niggling voice inside him told him that the only way to keep her would be by force and by power. The way he saw it, the more power he had, the more people were drawn to it. The more people were drawn to him, the more he could control the narrative. And if Harry Potter was sure of one thing in life, it was that he wanted to control the outcome of his story. Never again did he want to feel manipulated and abandoned. He looked down at the beautiful witch by his side and wondered if she was using him. Unaware of his thoughts, Hermione smiled happily up at him. "Don't you like it?" she asked, gesturing to the food. "Yes, it's very good," Harry said as he brought a forkful to his mouth. The shepherd's pie was actually excellent, he realized. Hermione's eye lit with happiness. "I remembered how you're fond of it. It's certainly better than wild mushrooms, isn't it?" she asked teasingly. "Don't remind me," Harry laughed. Quickly he banished the voice of doubt from his mind. Hermione meant what she said. When she had told him she was leaving 2 years ago and her reasons why, it was he who had not listened. The witch in front of him had always been unfailingly honest, even if it was to her own detriment. Hermione pushed her plate away. "I can't eat another bite," she proclaimed. "What did you and Kingsley discuss? Anything I need to know?" He thought a moment. "I told him that it was likely that if Ginny carried so much of Voldemort's dark magic, then so do I. I've asked him not to interfere or question our methods as we work through this. I think he understands." He ate the last bite of his dinner with a troubled expression. "You know, when I'm unguarded I sometimes feel him getting the better of me. I've got to stay focused." Hermione immediately hugged him. "I know you are stronger than any ripped piece of a madman's soul, Harry. I know it." Harry was hugging her to him as he began to speak again. "I never thought we'd be here again." He paused and thought a moment. "Hermione, you have to know that if there is any way on this earth to make my way back to you, I will." "I know, Harry. I know." She rested her head on his chest. "Just don't." Harry stopped speaking, unable to voice his fears. Hermione leaned back to look at him. "I won't leave your side again. You were right. We belong together. We always did." She reached up and ran a hand across his brow as if to ease his worry. Harry slid her closer on the bench and turned her to face him. His hands, calloused from the many long hours of being an Auror, went up under her shirt and caressed the soft skin of her back. She leaned back into his touch. "Do you want to tell me what you've got planned now, or can I just take you to bed?" Hermione's expression changed and she sat up straighter. "As a matter of fact, I do have a plan, but it's going to require a lot of trust from you, Harry." She sat back and began to explain. "We've established that Voldemort isn't completely gone from you. I believe that he is drawing on the remnants of his past self and the hatred of his enemies to become a physical presence in the world once more. She took a deep breath and looked uncomfortable. I believe that he means to get you to agree to let him share your body, much like Quirrell did. But unlike Quirrell, it would be a melding of your powers. Harry looked aghast. You can't really think that, you don't honestly think that I'd agree to that? Hermione shook her head. Not consciously, but Harry, I've felt him when you've been angry. I can almost see him as I've mentioned before. She trailed off. I think I would have felt him. It's my bloody body. Harry was agitated. I think I'm the one in control here. Hermione on a hunch reached over and put her hand on his wand which he had placed on the table. Harry, quick as lightning, had his hand on top of hers. His expression closed up and his body tensed as if ready to spring in her should she try to take the wand from him. Let go of my wand, Hermione. His voice was cold and angry. Trusting that he was enough in control not to hurt her, she gripped it a little tighter. His hand tightened over hers. Why are you carrying the death stick, Harry? When did you get this? Once again on instinct, Hermione leaned into his neck and kissed it softly. She breathed in the smell of him for a moment and felt his body relax ever so slightly. When she leaned back again, Harry was looking at their hands. I went back for it a few months after you left. I was pretty broken up about it, to be honest. He gave her an admonishing look before continuing. I dunno, one night I'd been dreaming about our time on the run and how helpless I'd felt. I wasn't speaking to Ron anymore. I thought of the wand in Dumbledore's grave just sitting there for the taking. It was mine by rights, wasn't it? I grabbed my cloak and headed over to Hogwarts and retrieved it. He looked at Hermione's expression. If it hadn't been me, it would have been someone else. He said defensively. Can you imagine Ron getting the idea in his head? That is a valid thought. Hermione was alarmed at both Harry's confession and the thought of Ron with an unbeatable wand. But Harry, she asked tentatively, you know this wand should be destroyed. Harry's grip tightened painfully over hers. You really think that we should destroy it? When Voldemort is once again threatening our safety? No, I'll keep this wand for now, thanks. He wrenched her hand from the wand and snatched it up with his other hand. Harry. Hermione's honey-brown eyes had filled with fear. Harry, don't. Harry's eyes had become hard. You needn't worry. I'll always protect you. You've nothing to be afraid of, Hermione, as long as you stay by my side. She straightened up looking angry. As opposed to be not staying by your side, would I have something to fear then? Listen to yourself, Harry. She shook him by the shoulders. He started as if coming back to himself and then went pale. Hermione. Oh gods. What am I supposed to do? Panic had gripped him. She grabbed his face in his hands and kissed him. He resisted for only a moment before invading her mouth with a tender possessiveness that Hermione could admit she had grown to crave. She let her mind stop racing around and gave herself to his touch. In all of the insanity that surrounded them, this was where she felt sure. She knew the risk and who Harry's body was housing, but here, in his arms, she had to believe that it would all turn out all right. When she was sure that Harry had returned to himself, she pulled away. Harry, are you all right? As all right as I can be. Harry nodded. I'm sorry. I'll think about what you said about the wand. We can talk about that later. I've an idea, but I don't think you'll like it. She paused and Harry gestured for her to continue. I need to go into your mind. Can you allow me free access? I want to try to find the little remnant of his soul that you are housing. I want to try to speak with it. Hermione, no, absolutely not. Harry was horrified. He's convinced so many strong witches and wizards to go on the wrong path. I would never want you to face him. And suppose. He stopped speaking, his green eyes bright in his pale face. What is it? Hermione, what if what you're sensing isn't actually him? What if it's just who I am now? Harry said quickly. She searched his face for a moment. Harry, we are all a bit darker for having known him. You will always have a streak of darkness embedded into your psyche that wasn't there before. As will I and anyone else who was touched by Voldemort. But Harry, I know you. I know your heart as you know mine. Trust in me that I can tell the difference between you and him, all right? Harry nodded, looking slightly relieved. You can tell? Yes, I can. Do you see why I think it would be a good idea to go looking for him in your mind? I've got to know what we are dealing with. Hermione looked at him pleadingly. After a moment of deliberation, Harry said, okay, but if you feel that you are in danger, you've got to escape. Promise me. Harry was nearly vibrating. She reached over and stroked the length of his back. And you may have already noticed this, but when I feel his presence in me, all I want to do is to your senseless. Do you understand what I'm saying? His eyes implored her. Hermione nodded. Yes, I understand completely. I actually did a little research on the subject. It's a way to bring you back into your own body and to affirm that you are alive. And I love you, Harry said simply. Hermione's eyes shone bright with tears. Do you? Harry gave her a lopsided smile. Could you ever really have doubted? We had a confusing beginning and I tried to step aside for Ron, but in the end, could it have been any other way? No, not if I wanted to be truly happy. I love you, Harry. I never stopped. Hermione smiled almost shyly at him. I'll be here wanting your body against mine when we're done. You needn't worry about that. May I rifle through your mind now? Harry smirked and leaned over to kiss her so hard it left them both breathless. You might not like all that you encounter in there. He appeared worried. But I see your point. Why are you always right? Not always, she smiled. And even if I don't like what I see, and I might not, it won't scare me away. You were always right. When it matters, there's no one I trust more, Harry said solemnly. Hefting himself from the chair, he led Hermione up the stairs to their bedroom. Come on then, let's do this before it gets too late. They sat facing one another on the four-poster bed that dominated their bedroom. Harry's body was tense, his back straight. I'm ready. His eyes bored into hers, willing her to invade his mind. Legilimens, Hermione said, and though her hand was shaking, her voice was strong. Immediately she was assaulted with images of Harry's day-to-day life. Quickly she hurried past the office meetings and paperwork. Scenes from exotic places were displaying themselves. It was Harry, wandering through magical communities all over the world. She stopped a moment, distracted. Here was Harry in a marketplace in Morocco questioning people. He was clearly looking for something. Hermione crept closer to see what he held in his hand and gasped when she realized that it was a photograph of herself. Had he gone to all of these places in search of her? She felt her heart breaking as scene after scene of Harry searching for her passed by her eyes. Here he was in Paris, Greece, Spain, Russia, always searching for her. She could feel his anger and his loneliness. Guilt went through her. She had left him and she could feel him hardening with each failed trip. Reluctantly she turned away but decided to ask him about it later. Now Harry was interrogating Death Eaters, his unbeatable wand slashing through the air and taking the information that he sought from them with ruthless abandon. His face was a cruel mask, and on 2 of these occasions he left the victims of his questions clinging to life. Hermione hated the almost gleeful satisfaction on his face. She'd seen it earlier with Ginny. Harry, it seemed, liked making people pay. He liked it a lot. For a moment she hoped that it was the part of him that was Voldemort. Heart sinking, she realized that this was indeed all Harry. Now she was watching him at parties. Witches and wizards pressed at him from all sides, wanting something from him, wanting him. She felt his anger and disgust. She was furious for him. Some of these people were those who had doubted him throughout the war. They asked for favors, laughed sycophantically at his jokes and whispered promises of riches in his ears. She could sense his loneliness the most in these crowded scenes. The scene changed again, and a Daily Prophet reporter she recognized was hiding behind a pillar. He was using a quick quotes quill to record Harry's seemingly offhand remark about Ginny's possible infidelities. When the reporter scampered off, presumably to check up on Ginny, Harry turned to where he had been hiding and, after noting the empty spot, turned back to the wizard he'd been speaking to with a smug smile on his lips. More scenes of Harry pulling political and social strings in subtle ways began whooshing past her. His hands were in everything. No stone was left unturned. Hermione could sense that this part was as much Voldemort as Harry. The difference was that Voldemort wanted power to control, while Harry wanted power to not be vulnerable if he could help it. Hermione was fascinated and stopped longer than necessary to watch. Then, suspecting that she was being distracted on purpose, she moved reluctantly onward. A cloying darkness was up ahead of her. Instead of moving away from it as she wanted to do, she went to it. More of Harry's thoughts crowded her. Scenes of him taking witch after witch to his bed. These hurt to see, so Hermione kept to her goal. Harry was here, there and everywhere. His darkest moments displayed to her. She saw them all and wanted to flee but kept searching. With a push of her magic she broke through the web. She moved into the dark not knowing what to expect. It didn't take you long at all to get through the maze at all. You are indeed a powerful witch. I can admire that, said a cultured, almost seductive, voice. The hairs on her arm pricked as she came face to face with one of the most handsome men she had ever seen. The logical part of her knew exactly who he was. Another part of her mind thought that he looked like an angel fallen to earth. Tom Riddle had large dark eyes framed by long lashes. His eyebrows rose in elegant arches above them. His high cheekbones swooped down into full, sensual lips. Hermione could see that his power had come to him in part from his astonishing good looks. She was drawn to him and repulsed all at the same time. Tom smiled at her, displaying perfectly even, white teeth. I've been waiting to meet you face to face, Hermione Granger. He took in her face. Oh, I've seen inside your mind. Every dirty, little secret and petty triumph were bared to me. I've seen your magical strength. It's impressive. Hermione was getting over the shock of finding him whole and seemingly unharmed. This was bad. A tattered piece of soul was easy enough to remove, but this was unexpected. She recounted all the research she'd done over the past few weeks. What do you want? She asked as calmly as she could. Tom pursed his lips thoughtfully. From you? He grinned at her. I'll be honest, Hermione Granger. First I wanted to kill you. Let's be frank. Harry Potter wouldn't have been able to defeat me without his pet Mudblood by his side. He smiled as he saw her bristle at the slight but continued. And then I thought if he broke your heart you would leave him. And you did, for a while anyway. But now, I find that your loyalty is impressive and your mind an asset to any wizard. His expression turned lascivious. And I've rather enjoyed you as a lover. At Hermione's stricken expression he laughed out loud. You're deplorable, she whispered. Oh come now, Tom said impatiently, don't lie to me. You saw me in his eyes and you still went merrily you are bed. You tell yourself you love Harry but you are also drawn to power. I've seen it. Why else would you befriend Harry Potter? You are in the minister's pocket. It's you forging relations with powerful political forces across the globe. Don't lie to me. You crave it, my girl. And I can give you everything you desire. You can rule and you will have knowledge at your fingertips that you've only ever dreamed of. Side with me and I'll share my considerable stores of magic with you. It's yours for the taking. Hermione shuddered in disgust at his revelations. Had she really made love in part to this monster? It didn't bear thinking about. What do you want? She asked again, her voice getting stronger. I want to help you realize your magical potential. I want to rule with the two of you. Can you imagine what we could be capable of? Tom smiled again. I wouldn't. Hermione was furious. You spent years trying to destroy my kind. I would never take your hand and neither would Harry. Oh, wouldn't he? Tom was smug. You have just seen a sampling of what Harry has gotten up to over the past few years and that was just a small piece of it. I may guide him from time to time on where I want to go but believe me, your lover has walked the boundary of darkness and enjoyed it. It's part of what draws you together. Hermione was silent a moment. He wasn't speaking lies. She admitted to herself that she was drawn to Harry's power and less savory aspects as well. On the other hand, she also wanted to do what was right and so did Harry. That fact had guided them through their bleakest moments. She remembered that the person speaking to her had never understood the power of love. For love of Harry she would be willing to do a lot more than she ever would for any promise of power. Holding on to this fact she looked up to find him regarding her with hungry fascination. She skillfully closed her mind to him. The thought of Harry warmed her from the inside. He was darker now, more formidable but he was still her Harry. She had returned to his arms with a clear mind. She'd known what he was all along. It would be up to her to draw him back to the light. He was worth that fight. Drawing on her inner strength she desperately tried to find a way to give them more time. This is all very fascinating, she told him. Tell me, are you with Harry every step of the way? I can't imagine that you were in favor of the Werewolf Protection Act he passed? As well as the other laws allowing more rights for Muggleborns? Tom's face twisted into a grimace. No, the boy can still close his mind to me. I am hoping with your help that you will be able to bring him round. Hermione felt her mind being invaded. Scenes of her wildest dreams assaulted her. Even as she knew what he was doing, the ease of her rise to power was seductive and more beautiful than she imagined. Hermione almost shook her head. She had found a weakness. Tom saw only what he wanted to see. She did want power and respect, it was true, but she wanted balance and integrity just as much. "You've given me a lot to think about," she said slowly. She willed herself to bring her most petty thoughts of power and control to the forefront of her mind. She opened her mind just enough to let him see. Tom smiled. "Haven't I?" Hermione cleared her throat. "This would have to be done slowly and carefully. We can't have anyone suspecting. Kingsley is already nervous. I'll need time to formulate a plan." Tom nodded. "An excellent point. I've been patient for a long time. I can wait a little longer." He appeared relieved. "May I ask, why do you appear so healthy and whole? In the memory you didn't look like this?" "Ah, I was wondering when you would get to that." Tom looked very pleased and almost childlike. "After the battle I stayed in that mangled form for quite a while. Harry's lingering darkness sustained me. His hatred for the mere memory of me fed me. When you left he grew weak, unsure of himself. I grew stronger. I gave him comfort. It was easy after that to help him to see the satisfaction that giving in to his darker urges could afford him. I found my enemies one by one. I called to their hatred with my magic. The most powerful of their children are also the most vulnerable. Using ancient magic I visited their dreams. I brought the little ones to my side." "What did you do to them?" She kept her voice light and curious, tamping the fury she felt deep down. "What I did to the Weasley girl all those years ago. I possessed them. I became the friend that they desired. I gained their trust. Even now they do not realize that they sleep. They think that they are living the best version of their lives." "Interesting. And very smart," she told him. "What is the endgame in all of this?" "That's where you and Harry come in. I need him and, I realize now, you, to perform a ritual on the anniversary of the battle. If you both willingly combine my magic with yours we will become an unstoppable force. The children will likely not survive, which is a bit of a pity. If it makes you feel better, the best and brightest of their magic will feed us and live in us." He smiled in what he thought was a reassuring manner. "I see. And why exactly do you need me? The Voldemort I know would never have wanted a partner." Tom frowned. "Lord Voldemort," he corrected, his words colored with anger. "It cannot be a surprise to you that you are the one who can control Harry Potter. You are the only one in this world that he trusts implicitly. He will go where you do. I've seen what you desire, he has not. Let me give those things to you. Give in and let the two most powerful wizards of this time worship you as their queen." Hermione felt sickened. Everything was so black and white with him. It was truly a sign of his twisted mind that he would think that she would give in to her darker imaginings so easily. She had defeated him once with her wits. She resolved to do it again. She knew Harry's heart. Yes, he had gone dark, but in the end Voldemort had not been able to completely turn him. Harry would always do the right thing. She realized that he had resigned himself to the fact that destroying himself might be the only way to free the world from this sick individual in front of her. Fiercely she told herself this would not happen. "You make an interesting point. One that I would be a fool to turn down." She smiled at him. "As I said, I will need some time to bring Harry over to this way of thinking. Give me a few days before you make any moves. We can't have him feeling guilty. You know how he likes to wrestle with his morals." Tom sighed. "It's so tedious, but you are right." He looked at her face with hunger. "Yes, I can feel your desire for control and power positively emanating from you. What a jewel you are. Now, I can feel Harry getting agitated. I'm fairly certain he's not heard our talk, but one cannot be too sure." Hermione kept her face blank. She had kept her own mind open to Harry. She knew he could hear. Voldemort must have assumed that because he could not access her mind that Harry was also barred. He continued speaking. "Go to the Malfoy library. On the bottom shelf in the back left corner you will find a box with everything you need. The Malfoys do not know of its existence. I've made sure of it. You will be able to see it. Bring it to Harry. He alone will be able to open it. I trust you and your wiles to get him to do so." Hermione nodded. "I won't fail you, my lord," and it was this statement that found Hermione being forcefully thrust from Harry's mind. Her body fell back on the bed and she gazed up at the ceiling stunned. "Hermione." Harry's face was above hers. "What does this mean?" She looked into his face and could see that Harry was in full possession of himself. "I don't know," she said. Their terrified eyes met in the dim light of the room. Harry's terror quickly gave way to fury. "He's been in our bed." He's seen your face when I'm deep inside you. He thinks I'll share? His complexion had grown pale. Green eyes glittered dangerously in the semi-darkness. He ran his hands down the side of her face. He should know above anyone else that I wouldn't share you. I wouldn't be willing to be shared, Hermione retorted. He said you were drawn to him inside my eyes. Harry's voice broke. Did you like the idea of us both? He was horrified. Harry. Hermione wrapped her legs around his waist and drew his body to hers. Don't listen to him. I only love one man, and I'm not willing to share you either. Do you understand me? Her small chin jutted out fearlessly. She searched his eyes. As she suspected, it was all Harry at the moment. It seemed as long as he was aware of it he was able to block Voldemort. Her touch seemed to also bring him to himself more rapidly than anything else. She slipped her hands under his shirt, comforted by the hard muscles she found there. Harry's hands wrapped themselves around her wrists and brought them up over her head. I can't bear the thought of anyone else sharing you. He thinks he's been a part. I'll kill him. There won't be anything left. It was only ever us. Hermione told him. He may have watched, but he was never invited. I'm yours. Remember? There won't ever be anyone else for me. She smiled into his eyes and felt relief that she saw only Harry there. Quickly she tamped down the uneasy feeling of being spied on. This wasn't going to work unless she let Harry know that she trusted him to maintain control. His smile glowed bright in the darkness. Yes, I do. You'll keep your word. That's one thing I can always count on with you, even if I don't like what you have to say. She freed her hands, moved them so that their bodies flipped and she was on top. His hands came to her hips and held her tight. She could feel him hardening underneath her. He thrust upward, making his desires known. Hermione knew that the fact that Harry was not taking her roughly as he had in the past after an encounter with Voldemort meant that he was controlling himself. It did not make his need any less. With a wave of her hand, she wandlessly removed their clothing. Leaning down, she kissed him while keeping her body from touching him. His hands tried to pull her down to him, but she resisted. Her soft curls tickled his chest and left gooseflesh as she slowly kissed her way down his body. He sat up with a shuddering gasp as her lips kissed the skin above his. Her tongue flicked out to taste the tip and she hummed in approval. Small hands found his balls and caressed them gently. Harry whimpered as her tongue returned to play around the sensitive head of him. She teased him until his stood painfully hard at attention. She looked up and smiled into his eyes. Slowly, inch by inch, she took the length of him into her mouth. Her throat relaxed as she took the last of him. Harry's intake of breath made her smile through her full mouth. She ed and teased until his control broke at last, as she knew it would. Holding the back of her head, he began to her mouth. She moaned this, enjoying the feel of him. Suddenly he removed himself and brought her face up to his. His mouth on her was hot and wanting. Turning her around on her knees, he waved his hand to the bedside table. A dim light filled the room, affording them a view of the mirror across from them. Hermione gazed transfixed at their reflections as Harry's hands moved to her s. Their eyes met in the mirror. You saw all of those things in my mind. You're still here, he said in wonder. I know why you are the way you are, she told him. He nudged her thighs apart with his. The tip of him found his way to her entrance. One of his hands slipped down her body and delved into her folds. You're still here, he said again. I'll keep you from toppling over into the dark, she whispered. They had not taken their eyes from one another in the mirror. And I'll never go there voluntarily as long as I know that you are here. He kissed her shoulder and pushed his length into her. She could feel him trembling and warring with his self-control. There were times when he was the most gentle lover. At those times she wanted to bask in the security of his arms all day long. Today she wanted him as he was now. The encounter with Tom Riddle has left her angry and confused. She wanted Harry's body to affirm what she already knew. That at these times it had only ever been herself and him. Don't hold back, she told him. Harry nodded at her in the mirror. His grip around her waist tightened and he thrust still deeper into her. Letting her go, he pushed her into all fours still inside of her. She climaxed then, coming apart in ragged gasps. The relief of it was so strong that tears began to course down her face even as the moisture of her release dripped down to the base of him. When he came, he arched his back and his hands held her to him. She went over the edge again as he pulsed inside of her. His body came forward to blanket her. I love you, Hermione Granger. He whispered into her skin. I came back for you once and I'll keep doing it as long as you want me. Tenderly he cradled her up into his arms. I should never have let you go. Never have stepped aside for Ron. I wasted so much time. I couldn't trust that you would love me back. His fingers went through her hair. No one ever did before you. Love me back, that is. I know that at first it was in friendship. I'm sorry. So very sorry. His words had come out in a jumble and now he trailed off into silence. I've loved you for a very long time as well, first as my friend and then as something more. You were going through so much during 5th year and then I thought you didn't see me that way. I would never have wanted to put that kind of pressure on our friendship. You were too important to me. I wanted you in my life no matter what capacity. And then when you broke with me it was so painful. I still tried to keep you close, she said honestly. His lips caressed hers briefly. She could see him getting tired but had to talk to him while he was still in full control. Harry, keep in control a little longer. I've got to ask you something. Harry's fingers were trailing up her spine. I have to go and research something. I think I've found a way for you to get through this whole and unharmed, but I'll need to consult a few people. In the meantime, you can't be around me. He can't know. Hermione looked up at his face. Well, after you discovered in my mind, I'm not sure I should be left alone. Harry grimaced. You looked for me. Hermione said shyly. Why didn't you tell me? What? And feel that you'd rejected me even more. No thank you. Harry grumbled. But, going back on topic, I really don't think I ought to be left to my own devices right now. And I don't want to put any of my Aurors in danger. A good point. Hermione's brows knit in concentration then cleared. How about this? She grabbed her wand and axioed her purse to her. A cacophony of noises told Harry that she had placed an undetectable extension charm on it as she rummaged around. Ah, here we are. She waved a file in the air. What have you got? Harry raised an eyebrow. I assume the house is well warded, she queried. To within an inch of its life, he told her. Good, then you'll be safe. Hermione held out the file which contained a black oily substance. Its draft of living death. I'm not sure I want to know why you have this. Harry was amused but intrigued. Don't be silly. You always have to be prepared, she told him fussily. Now, here's my plan. You take this and it will cause you to sleep for 2 days. In that time, I'll be able to research and hopefully come up with a workable plan. What do you think? She looked at home hopefully. That could work. I don't like the idea of you putting yourself in potential danger because of me. He sighed. But I don't see a better or a quicker solution. He started as if recalling something. The wand has to stay with me. Its loyalty is so strong that if I gave it to you for safekeeping it might wake me. Really? I hadn't heard of such a thing before. Hermione was puzzled. It's like nothing I've ever known, Harry said. Right, well, shall we? She waved the potion at him. It struck her as a good idea to do it now while he was in full control of himself. He nodded reluctantly. I wish we had time to figure out a different way, but I think this is the best option. Stay with me until I'm asleep? Harry asked. I will. Hermione worried that with the late hour she wouldn't be able to get to all of the places she needed to. She shrugged off this thought. This was a big enough situation that people would wake up for her. Harry sat up and grabbed the potion. How am I supposed to find you if you aren't here when I wake? He asked. Hermione thought about it for a moment and pulled her purse to herself again. She rummaged around and pulled out 2 gold coins. Remember these? She asked. Harry reached out his hand and she dropped one into it. Are these the same coins we used for the DA? Hermione shook her head. No, these have the ability to write messages on instead of just dates and times. She told him. Look. She tapped her wand to it and concentrated. I'll see you very soon. Popped up on the coin in Harry's hand as it warmed up. Brilliant. Harry pocketed it. Harry, if I'm not here when you wake, it's important that you keep in full control of yourself. You've got to remember that I will come back to you and that I am on your side above all else. Do you promise that you will keep that at the forefront of your mind? Voldemort is going to try to manipulate you. You mustn't let him. Harry snorted. He's going to have a hell of a time. I'll be careful, he said, noting Hermione's admonishing look. The potion weighed heavy in his hand. Okay, I'm ready. Are you? Hermione bit her lip and nodded. It is time. Harry lay back on the bed. I feel like Sleeping Beauty, he grumbled. In spite of the dire situation, Hermione giggled. I'll do what I can to slay the dragon, she joked. Wait, Harry got up and, after tapping a wand to remove the wards, rifled through the top drawer of an ancient dresser in the corner. He returned to the bed with a small box. Open it, he told her. Hermione did and gasped when the ring with the resurrection stone winked up at her. Harry. When I retrieved the wand I retrieved the stone. I don't know what I was thinking. I probably wasn't, he said uncomfortably, but I do not want to be the master of death and this may be of some help to you. And I want to do this. With great care he took her left hand. His eyes scanned hers for permission and she nodded, her eyes filling with tears again. He slid the stone onto her ring finger. As a promise of a happy lifetime together when this is all done. I'll get you another ring and ask you properly another time. Because I have to believe that there will be another time for us. Harry's eyes bored into hers. There will. She told him. Harry stared at her a long moment as if memorizing her face. At last he nodded and downed the potion in one. Almost at once he lay back on the pillows. Despite the dreamy look on his face he kept his eyes on Hermione. I love you, he told her. And I love you, she told him back. Harry's eyes snapped shut and he was asleep. Even knowing that the potion would mimic death, Hermione checked his vitals with a quick diagnostic spell to see that all was in order. Sleep well, she told his inert form and leaned over to kiss his cold lips. She straightened up and glanced about the room. There was a lot to accomplish in a short time. Waving her wand she clothed him and then pulled a blanket up over him. Just to be safe she cast a few protection spells over him. Satisfied that she had done all she could, Hermione performed a cleansing charm on herself and got dressed. The old stairs creaked as she hurried down to the fireplace in the main parlor. She slung her purse over her arm and acquioed a badge from it. Kingsley had given it to her the first week she had been back. It allowed her access to St. Mungo's, most European political headquarters, the larger libraries in Great Britain and Hogwarts. Pinning the cheerful gold medal to her collar she walked over to the fire. Straightening her shoulders and calling on her Gryffindor bravery she grabbed a pinch of powder from the dish shaped like a dragon on the mantel. The fire glowed green. Hogwarts School, the headmistress' office, she said and stepped into the flames. Hermione burst from the flames in the McGonagall's office. Luck was with her as she spotted the elderly witch looking quite startled. Her jaw was open and a quill still hovered over a piece of parchment. Miss Granger. Hermione. What are you doing here at such an hour? Are you all right? Her Scottish brogue had thickened in surprise. I do apologize for bursting in like this. Hermione started forward. I hope you know I would never do this if it weren't absolutely necessary. Of course, what is it? The headmistress looked alarmed. Oh, the school is fine. You needn't worry about that. The older witch's shoulders slumped with relief. Headmistress? I've got to speak with Snape's portrait again, Hermione said. Of course. I was only catching up on some letters to Owl. These things can wait until tomorrow. I'll leave you here, shall I? Yes please, and thank you, Hermione said gratefully. Please let me know if you need anything else. McGonagall was already moving towards the door. The wards will alert me when you are gone. I'll expect a visit from you whenever this concludes, she told Hermione sternly. You can depend on it, Hermione said. McGonagall nodded and left the office without delay. The portrait of Snape was already gazing at her expectantly. When she heard the headmistress' steps fading away, Hermione pulled out her wand. Muffaliato, she intoned at the portraits above them. Good evening, Miss Granger. I expect you've got something to tell me? The portrait looked interested. Yes, I do as a matter of fact. Hermione launched into the story, doing her best not to leave any of the pertinent parts of the story out. When she reached the conclusion of giving Harry the potion she looked at Snape. And now I've come to you, Professor, in hopes that you might have some idea how to get us out of this mess. I see. The portrait of Snape looked grave. I'd no idea that the Dark Lord could survive something like this. He's like an especially aggressive fungus. His long fingers stroked his chin as he thought. And Potter is again ready to sacrifice his life to eradicate him. My question would be, if the Dark Lord has found this much strength, would he simply go and find another host? I had thought if that, sir. Hermione worried at the brass button of her bag. From the research I've done, I believe that what is housed in Harry is the original source. Sort of like a queen bee. If we can destroy that, the other parts cannot survive. Yes, of course. And there is the question of Potter's extreme good luck when Voldemort cast the Avada. We can't expect that kind of luck again, though you may hope for it. The portrait of Snape paced in his frame. I feel that I once knew an answer to this riddle, but it eludes me. When Snape spelled me into existence, I fear he was under great duress and did not impart his rather extensive knowledge in full. Do you think that this might help with that? Hermione held up her hand. The resurrection stone. Yes. Yes, that would work. The portrait sneered at it. I hope not to see this again. Destroy it if you can, Miss Granger. Some things do not need to exist in this world. I will, sir. If I can. Hermione promised. Call him now. I may need to be on hand to apprise him of the situation. I do not know how this works, to be honest. Snape's portrait looked sour. Hermione nodded nervously. I'm not sure how it works either. Harry described it to me a few times, but, well, here goes. She took the ring off and closed her eyes. She thought of her old potions professor. When she opened her eyes and he stood before her with an odd half-smile on his lips. It would be you, Miss Granger, to call me back. He looked up at the portrait of himself. I've been here all along. I know what we need to do. The portrait nodded. Sir. Hermione didn't know why, but an immense relief swept through her in his presence. She supposed it was because in all of the madness that had occurred during their childhoods, every movement this man had made was to protect them. She felt tears prick her eyes. No, Snape sneered. There isn't time for this. Keep your emotions to yourself. As I see it, time is of the essence, don't you agree? Steeling herself, Hermione nodded. Yes, forgive me. Well, I think you already know how grateful I am, always. Snape shrugged. It was a life debt I owed and one that I mean to repay even from beyond the veil. Now, you were instructed to retrieve something from the Malfoys' library, were you not? Yes, but why should I do as he asks? Hermione wanted to know. Not to do as he asks, but to destroy it. Snape drawled. We can leave no chances to have this happen again. Surely you must see the logic in this? I desire to rest and be at peace. This is an impossibility as long as he exists in this world. He regarded Hermione. Miss Granger, we are going to have to flow to Draco's home. Please arrange your hair into a more palatable arrangement. What? Hermione was perplexed. I'm not sure how my hair has anything at all to do with it. You have just left Harry Potter's bed and it shows. We need Draco on our side and, more importantly, access to his potions lab and his skill as a potions master. He raised an eyebrow at the blushing witch before him. What? Did you think his beating you in potions was just my favoritism? No, he's quite skilled. Much more so than you ever were. Hermione tried not to be annoyed as she pointed her wand at her head. Her hair began to weave itself into a tight crown of braids. I still don't understand, she muttered. And how are we to get through his wards at this hour? I'm sure he has even his door blocked at this late hour. Kingsley told me that the Malfoy family is still a target for curses and howlers. Snape cleared his throat, looking uncomfortable. I trust you to never use this information to your advantage. Draco will never block his home to you. You will find you are able to pass through the wards without incident. He will do everything in his power to help you if you only ask. Do you understand me? Snape's gaze leveled on her until her cheeks flushed red. Oh, I see. Hermione said. I thought he was just having a bit of harmless flirting at the autumn mixer. Yes, well, as I said, you are never to shame him or indicate that you know this. The boy knows that you are not for him. He's resigned himself to this fact long ago. His face drew downward into a scowl. It does not change what the heart desires, as you, yourself, are aware. Hermione nodded and looked down at her shoes. I won't say anything, you have my word. You could always be counted on to at least do that, Snape said almost approvingly. Now, please flow over to his home. We really don't have time for idle talk, as I have mentioned. He blinked from view. Keeping in mind the astonishing things he had just told her, Hermione straightened her clothing and moved rapidly to the fireplace. She took a pinch of flow powder and threw it into fire. Draco Malfoy's home, she said doubtfully. Even with these revelations, she had a hard time believing that Malfoy would leave his flow open to her. To her astonishment, the fire glowed green. Telling herself that the world was a stranger place than she ever imagined, Hermione stepped through. As luck would have it, Draco Malfoy was in his parlor when Hermione stepped through. A mostly empty crystal decanter of fire whiskey stood on an ornately carved table next to him. It appeared that he had been drinking for some time. Granger. It's not really you, is it? Draco peered at her through bleary eyes. No, it never is. Go away, Imagine Granger, don't haunt me again tonight. He looked at his glass and with a practiced motion drained the lot of it. Hermione gave a huff of irritation and summoned a sober-up potion from her bag. It's me, Malfoy. I've come to ask you for help. Here, take this, it's a sober-up potion. Malfoy took it and examined it closely while swaying unsteadily on his feet. He reached out and touched a strand of her hair that had come loose from its braids. He twined it tenderly around one of his fingers. Odd, it's never seemed so real before. He looked over at her again, confused. All right, Granger, real or imagined, I'll play along with you. He uncorked it and tilted the potion upward as he drank. The effect was immediate. His eyes cleared and focused on her. Hermione. You really are here. What's happened? He reached a pale hand out as if to touch her again and then caught himself. You were right. Harry does still retain a bit of Voldemort. I've come to ask for your help if you're willing. Hermione's words tumbled from her lips. She didn't know a more delicate way to get to the point. Of course, but what can I do? Draco's hands went to his disarranged hair and attempted to smooth it. Have a seat. She told him. I've a lot to tell you and not very much time. Draco sat obediently upon a green silk chair and gave his full attention to her. Tell me, he commanded. Again, she launched into the story. Draco's already pale complexion grew more so as each passing fact was revealed to him. Merlin. I knew he hadn't gone completely. I just knew it. Draco stood and began pacing about the room. And you say that there is something of his still in my parents' library? I had the best curse breakers in the world sweep the manor several times. I can't imagine that they would miss something. He looked down at his disarrayed and rumpled robes and grimaced. We have to check. Hermione told him. Even if we do find something, how would we destroy such an item? I imagine if my curse breakers couldn't find it, there's precious little we could do. He looked at her hopefully. Hermione twisted the ring on her finger. Well, that's where we call in some outside help. Draco? Could you please sit back down? As shocking as this night has already been, this is going to be the worst of it, I think. Shakily Draco sat down. Hermione nodded at him and slipped the ring from her finger. Snape appeared before them. Greetings, Mr. Malfoy. I understand that this is a shock, but do close your mouth. He told the flummoxed Draco. Snape? Is it truly you? Draco's eyes were bright in his face. Not in the flesh, not ever again, but it is me. Snape said softly. Now, I need to ask, do you remember the work we did in the lab the summer before your 6th year? Draco nodded, still rendered speechless by the return of his potions teacher and friend. And do you still retain my notes on the subject? Again Draco nodded. Are they here? Yes, they are in my lab. Draco had found his voice at last. Good, that's good. Snape looked between the pair of them. I never thought it would come down to this, but I'm grateful it is you and Miss Granger as opposed to that bungling oaf of a Weasley. Mr. Malfoy, escort Miss Granger to your parents' library and then call me when you are there. We can decide on a course of action after we see what and if there is anything to be found. Snape disappeared from view again. Draco took in a deep breath. It was really him, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Hermione said softly. Gods, how I've missed that grumpy git. He smiled sadly at her and then started. But that means that's the resurrection stone. Draco pointed at the ring. So, it was true then. The Dark Lord had something right. The Hallows do exist. Granger, that's dangerous. You should destroy it. It will drive you mad. Draco looked stricken at the thought. I plan to after this. You needn't worry. Hermione was touched that he seemed so protective. A reasonable Malfoy still took some getting used to. Wherever did you get it? Draco asked, casting a fearful look at it. Harry gave it to me. He thought it might help. Hermione fiddled with it uncomfortably. And it has helped, hasn't it? She asked defensively. We will only know if it's helped when this is all over. Draco said. And I can't help but notice, did Potter choose to put the ring on that particular finger? He did. Hermione said, keeping any emotions from her face. Figures. He said darkly. All right, let's get you over to the manor. Mother is still in France. She doesn't like to be here for long anymore. His voice was forlorn. You'd think people would be more welcoming. She did stop a war in its tracks, but there you have it. It takes time. You'll be forgiven eventually. Draco's silver eyes searched hers. Yes, but it will all come too late for the things that really matter. And with that inscrutable statement he offered his arm to her. Are you ready? The wards of the manor might feel a bit unpleasant for you. Hold on tight. Hermione stepped up to him and grasped his arm. Her stomach flipped in fear at the memory of her last visit to the manor. I'm trusting you, Malfoy, she told him. And I shall endeavor never to break that trust. He told her haughtily. Now, do you want me to help save your precious Potter or not? Let's go then. They spun in place and disapparated with a pop. The manor was dark when they popped into the library. Large white sheets blanketed the furniture. Moonlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Hermione could see shelves of books stretching the length of the room. Draco looked about and then called to, what Hermione assumed, one of the elves. Ipsy. A very tidy elf popped into view. She bowed low to Draco. Master Malfoy, you is home. The elf clapped her hands and hopped about delightedly. Draco smiled fondly at the elf. I am. I hope it's not been too lonely with Mother gone? A little lonely. The elf's ears drooped, then she noticed Hermione. You is bringing Miss Granger at last. Ipsy has heard great stories of you. What an honor to meet you. The elf gave a low curtsy to Hermione. A pleasure to meet you as well. Hermione smiled, confused at the elf's familiarity. It seemed that the elf could not see or sense Snape's presence. The elf straightened. If you pleases, miss, Ipsy is a good elf and doesn't want payin'. I told Master Draco so. Hermione nodded seriously. I understand now that it is a choice. She marveled at the fact that the wizard next to her had ever entered into a conversation such as this with his elf. Ipsy? Can I ask you to please clear and brighten the library for our use? And while we wait, can you have From prepare some sandwiches and tea? We'll take them in the sitting room across the way. He turned to Hermione. The alcohol and sober-up potion are not sitting well, as I'm sure you know. We also need food to sustain us. It's going to be a very long night, I suspect. We also need to talk. Of course. I truly thank you for helping me, Hermione said gratefully. It's the least I can do after the choices my family has made. Draco's lips drooped in a frown. Come, let's go across the hall. He led her out the large oak doors into a long, dark hallway. Hermione tried not to gasp at the immensity of his childhood home. The room they stepped into had a fire already lit in the grate. It was decorated in dove gray and light blue silks. A table whose legs ended in carved griffin feet sat in front of the flames. It held an impressive array of sandwiches and a large pot of tea. Hermione realized that she was in fact very hungry. They got these to us so quickly, she remarked thankfully. Yes, Ipsy runs a tight staff. He formally pulled out her chair for her to sit. Sliding into his seat opposite her, he began to serve them both food. I've some questions obviously, but please eat first. Hermione hungrily picked up the first sandwich and took a bite. She chewed and nearly moaned at how good the cheese and pickle tasted. Dinner had been hours ago. When she looked up, she found Draco watching her intently. What is it? She asked. He shook his head and turned his attention to his own plate. It's just odd, seeing you here. It's just odd. Hermione, remembering what Snape had told her, nodded. I know what you mean. No more was said as they finished eating. Draco poured them both a cup of tea. Now, Granger, do me the favor of answering a few questions before we go in and potentially risk our lives again. I'll answer if I can, Hermione told him honestly. Draco shrugged. First question, do you think that Potter has control over his body? Hermione thought about it. I believe he does, for the most part anyway. Not particularly reassuring. Draco drawled. What helps him when his control slips? Hermione blushed and took a sip of tea. The best way I know is if he is touching me, particularly if it's in an intimate way. Her cheeks were burning. Never in this whole life or death scenario did she think she would be discussing her and Harry's life with Draco Malfoy. A look of pain briefly flashed across Malfoy's features, but he quickly schooled them into a mask of indifference. I see. And he's got that wand, my wand, I might add. He sat back thinking. Gods, what a nightmare, he exclaimed. Draco looked over at her. Granger, before we go into this, are you absolutely sure that Potter will side with the light? He held up a long-fingered hand to stop her protest. I know that you don't want to hear this. Consider for a moment who I am. I was brought up to worship the mere memory of Voldemort. I've seen how persuasive he can be, even as the raving lunatic I knew him as. He had me fooled, I can tell you. I've been watching Potter these last few years, closer than he knows. Not out of any malice, I assure you, but because I've felt that familiar darkness around him. He's done some questionable things. He's done some good things as well, but I've seen him operate. Is it all him, I wonder? He's positively Slytherin in his political dealings. So, I must ask, are you certain that Harry will choose the side of the light? Because I'll tell you right now, I won't allow that monster to rise again. Draco's words were strong and sure. Hermione thought about it for a moment. Harry despises Voldemort more than anyone else, and he's got good reason to. He wouldn't knowingly side with him. She bit her lower lip, debating. And there's this. She held up her hand with the ring on her finger. He said he came back from death once before just to hear my voice. Harry wouldn't want a world that I wouldn't be safe in. I know it. Draco looked away and nodded thoughtfully. I hope you're right, Granger. I owe you that, don't I? I'm going to do everything I can to help you, but I hope to Merlin that you're right. He placed his teacup back in its saucer. Malfoy, Draco, you don't owe me anything. I'm grateful for your help, but, as I've said before, neither of us had much of a choice where we landed in that war. I'm just glad we made it out alive. I'll take your friendship if you'll have me. She smiled at him, trying to convey her sincerity. I'll take whatever you will offer me, he told her seriously, and they both looked down uncomfortably. Well, she said after a moment, do you suppose the library is ready? Draco stood up and offered her his hand. Yes, let's get to it. Let's go and discover what potentially awful thing Voldemort left in my parents' manor. I truly hope he dies for good this time. In theory, with rotted brains, he is. Hermione put a hand on his shoulder, asking for him to control his temper. I think this is truly the last time. And yes, we will destroy him, she said confidently. They walked into the library, and Hermione had to stop and gasp in delight in spite of the dreadful situation. It was easily at least as big as the Ministry's. High, vaulted ceilings held up by intricately carved pillars ended in a mural of the night sky. Books of every kind lined the walls. I knew that you must have had something grand to grow up in, but I never imagined this. Her voice was breathy with reverence. I'd never want to leave if I had a room like this at my disposal. She glanced at Malfoy, who was watching her with a queer look on his face. Yes, I did love it here when I was younger. He moved farther into the room. Where did he say it was? The back left corner on the bottom shelf. Hermione replied promptly. Ah, it's a good thing Ipsy cleared the room then. It's a big old house, sometimes rather unsavory things like to haunt little used corners, he said in response to her questioning look. He led them past several towering shelves and to the dark back corner. Lumos, he said as the light grew dimmer. Hermione began to feel cold and clammy. She moved closer to Draco. I think I can feel it, she said weakly. Casting her own lumos, she walked ahead of him. A fog descended in her mind, and she heard the seductive voice of Tom Riddle calling to her. He was promising her knowledge and recognition. The voice was telling her that she would never be alone again. She wanted these things. She followed the soothing whispers until she stood facing an empty shelf. There's nothing there, Draco said, lighting the shelf and peering into its back corners. Hermione started from the trance. She rubbed her temples. She felt almost cheated. The voice had been so sweet in her ears. It's there, she said shakily. Right there. She pointed at a spot in the center of the shelf. Riddle said I'd be the only one able to see it. Merlin knows why. It was a small black box carved with curving lines that all met up to a glowing red stone in the center of the top. Hermione recognized a bloodstone when she saw it and shivered involuntarily. Draco glanced curiously at the spot Hermione indicated. He shook his head. I certainly can't see it. Shall we call Snape? I don't think you should touch it. Hermione shuddered. Not if I can help it. She nodded at Draco. You're right. I'll call him now. She slipped the ring from her finger and turned it over in her hand while thinking of the hook-nosed man to whom they all owed so much. It's a very good thing you didn't touch that, Snape said when he appeared. You can see it then? Draco asked. See it? I helped him create it back when I was younger. I thought it had been destroyed. It's a contract of sorts. Were Miss Granger to have picked this up, she would have agreed to gift Voldemort a piece of her soul for his personal use. He used this on both Quirrell and Wormtail. It requires complete loyalty. As Miss Granger had no intention of entering into any such bargain, she would have perished immediately. The Dark Lord sought to gain a faithful servant or to eliminate a potential problem. Snape glowered at the box. Fascinating. What spells were used to create it? I read about something like this in a book of Egyptian curses. Hermione bent down for a closer look. Yes, that's right. I've returned from beyond the veil to discuss obscure curses with you over tea and scones. Snape bit out sarcastically. Hermione straightened up. Yes, sir, sorry. Her cheeks flamed with embarrassment. Do you know how to destroy it? Snape tilted his head as he regarded the small box. Everything that killed those Horcruxes will kill this. Malfoy. Have you any basilisk fangs? Hermione wanted to know. Malfoy considered a moment. I'm afraid not. They were confiscated along with everything else that was potentially dark. Hermione thought a moment, then her face brightened. Harry can cast controlled fiendfire. Hold on, I've got to tell him where I am in case he wakes anyway. She pulled the gold coin from her pocket and placed her wand tip to it. When she was finished, she looked back at the two men. In the meantime, what do you propose we do? Snape regarded the box. Well, it's sat here undisturbed for several years, so I don't imagine a few more hours will make much of a difference. Draco, is the flow in the Manor's potion lab still hooked up to yours at the town home? I seem to recall that all the Malfoy labs are connected. Yes, they are, Draco said. Shall I take us there now? Yes, and then retrieve our notes. We will have need of them. Snape turned to Hermione. Before the war ended, Draco and I were working on a solution to draw, entrap and eventually destroy Voldemort. In the end we had the potion complete, but there isn't a surface that we found that could hold it. Yes, it burned through every surface in a matter of moments. Draco shuddered at the thought. He looked to Snape. Don't know how you think we will find a solution now when we didn't then. You both did this? During the war? Hermione was surprised. I thought your change of heart came only at the end, Malfoy? He tortured my mum Granger. He lost my allegiance the day he did that. Draco scowled. Yes, he never did understand the power of love, Hermione said softly. Yes, well, it's a weakness that we can use to our advantage. Now, whether or not you realize, Miss Granger, the dead are sometimes able to watch over the living. Especially if there are life debts yet unpaid. I have been drawn to your side whenever your research gets close to a solution. Snape looked sour at Hermione's alarmed face. You need not worry that I've seen any of your, assuredly dull, personal life. I am not a witness to your inconsequential dramas. I am only brought to your side if I can be of assistance. I'd no idea it works like that. Is it something you can control? Hermione's features had become intensely animated in the torchlit hallway. She was beautiful with her big brown eyes alight with interest. Snape cleared his throat and Draco looked down at his feet, embarrassed that he'd been caught staring. He threw a scowl at his godfather. Did he need to be so smugly all-knowing even in death? Miss Granger, it would go against nature for me to divulge what happens beyond the veil. Hermione looked away, chastened. Of course, I will say that I've been called to your side only when what you were doing would be helpful to completing the life debt owed. Now, please tell me what your thoughts are on scrying mirrors. Snape looked at her pointedly. What? I'd given up on them. Ooh, she said excitedly when she caught the meaning behind Snape's look. Well, as you know, it's usually used as a divining tool. I was following the thread of Horcruxes and I was thinking of when Harry first met Voldemort in front of the mirror or eyes. I thought to create a magical object that would attract Voldemort enough to it that he would want to possess it. There are so many tales of scrying mirrors entrapping witches or wizards, but the details are always vague. She shrugged. But that's the perfect surface to use the summoning solution. Draco marveled. He turned to Snape, eyes bright. Why did we never think of it? Snape eyed Hermione with a dour expression. It seems we needed another mind in the mix. She smiled brightly at him. Miss Granger, do not let this go to your already inflated ego where your intelligence is concerned. The smile fled from her face. Here we are. Draco opened a dark blue door to their right. The lab that they stepped into held none of the darkness of the lab at Hogwarts. It was well lit. Crystal vials and well-ordered potion ingredients stood in jars lined the shelves. All of it was clean, warm and inviting. Hermione realized that she had always imagined that a proper potion lab needed to be in at least slight disarray and bitterly cold. The Malfoy lab changed her mind on this. She walked into the space admiring the vast stores of ingredients. "If you'll hold on a moment, I'll retrieve the notes." Draco stepped through the flames. "Do you think this will work?" she asked her old professor. He stared at her with bottomless black eyes. They were the eyes of the dead. She shivered. "It will have to work. I believe this is my last chance to set things to rights. I wish more than anything for rest, Miss Granger. My soul is weary." Her heart went out to him. "You have been paying the price for so long. I will help to bring you that rest if I can." Snape nodded slowly. "I believe that you can. I was not kind to you during your school days." "I could not be, it would have been dangerous. You were and are as brilliant as they say. You were so like my Lily." His shoulders drooped. "I would ask Miss Granger that you bring her son back from the brink of darkness when this is done. She wants that. You are capable." He paced the length of the room agitatedly. Like his father before him, Harry Potter would willingly lay down his life for the one he loves. Remember that. Hermione gulped. "Yes, sir. I will. And Miss Granger?" Snape's paused in his pacing to regard her. "If it comes down to it, you must cast the killing curse on him. I hope that it does not, but as I just said, he would not willingly go to death for anyone else." Hermione paled and looked sickened. "Surely not, I couldn't." "Control yourself, girl. We haven't time for your hysterics. It may not come to it, but you must do what is best. You would lose Potter either way if the Dark Lord gains control." He spat. "Harry wouldn't let him," she said as if trying to convince herself. "I hope for your sake that you are correct. The boy has certainly proved resilient in the past." Snape pondered. The flames in the fireplace flared green. Draco stepped through bearing an armful of parchment and a large basket of ingredients. Hermione rushed over to help him. "That's everything, I think." Draco looked over at Snape. "I've brewed the half-finished potions from our last batch. The stasis charm on them held, thank Merlin. It saves us a lot of time." "Wonderful." Snape moved forward to examine the stoppered, glass containers that Draco was placing on a table. "Yes, it's the perfect color. What a stroke of luck." He turned to Draco. "Have you a full-length mirror strong enough to perform the scrying charms on?" "I'm sure we do." "Ipsy," he called. With a pop, the house elf came into view. "What is being needed?" she asked with big eyes. Hermione suspected that the elf had been listening in but said nothing. "I've need of a full-length mirror that can withstand scrying charms. Do we have one in the manor that would suffice?" Draco picked up one of the bottles and examined the contents. "One with a frame and backing of silver, I should think." "I knows of one." "Ipsy will retrieves it, sir." She curtsied low and disappeared. "Silver was the material most resilient to this," he explained. Methodically he unrolled the parchment and began to organize the ingredients he had brought. Hermione went to his side. "May I?" she asked, indicating the parchment. Draco shrugged and continued his organization. Glancing over the notes, she exclaimed, "But this is brilliant." She looked between the two wizards with respect. "I'd never have thought to combine these together, but I see how they would be effective. And the slow addition of each ingredient to make as less volatile is ingenious. It is fortunate that you still have these." She indicated the potions. "Yes, I found I couldn't just throw them away, even if they were no longer needed." Draco looked over to Snape. "I didn't want to toss your last work," he told him. "How touching." Snape drawled as if he thought it anything but, yet, it was useful in the end. They were distracted by Ipsy entering the room hovering a large silver mirror in front of her. "Ipsy finds this in the attic only a few years ago," she said proudly. "It's perfect. Thank you, Ipsy." Hermione walked over to it and cast a charm. "It's pure silver and goblin wrought." She turned to Draco. "Your relatives didn't do anything by halves. I've never seen a piece like this in such scale." Her brow knit in worry. "But we might destroy this." Draco snorted. "Granger, if given the choice between destroying a dusty mirror that's been forgotten or saving the wizarding world from a lunatic, which do you think I'd choose?" His tone was sarcastic. "Oh, right." Hermione berated herself. "So much has happened, I wasn't thinking." "Let's get to the potion, shall we?" It's going to take most of the night. Ipsy? Some more tea I think and thank you. The mirror is ideal. Draco walked over to the table purposefully. He smiled at her. For some reason I cannot fathom we were never partnered in potions, but I always secretly thought we'd be a well-suited pair. Crabbe and Goyle were a hindrance. Care to test that theory? Shaking her head in disbelief, Hermione walked over to join him. I've a hard time believing you ever thought any such thing, Malfoy. You'd have poisoned me or dyed my hair green more like. She was smiling as she said this. Well, we will just have to see who's right, he said and summoned aprons, dragonhide gloves and goggles to them. We will need these. The next part of this process can be extremely finicky. Not like that. It's a flick of the wrist when you add the beetle eyes. Snape demonstrated with his wrists. It was clear that he was frustrated with not being able to do the job himself. Hermione sighed and mimicked his movements. Immediately the potion turned an iridescent blue shot through with tar-like, black veins. She looked up at him for approval. He looked over and sniffed disdainfully. It will do, he said at last. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. It had been a grueling 6 hours of brewing. Thank for that. Draco muttered under his breath. He stepped back and removed his gloves. Hermione did the same. She whipped the apron over her head and reached her hands up and arched her back in a stretch. Draco watched her with hungry, tired eyes. She caught his look and blushed. It was awful to know how the blonde wizard felt about her. Especially when she could give him no hope on that front. Even now, she longed for Harry's touch. She hoped he was still slumbering peacefully. She played with the ring on her finger absently as she considered the completed potion on the table. I understand this will attract Voldemort like a bee to nectar, but how will we keep his attention there? She wanted to know. Snape cleared his throat. An interesting question and one that I've been seeking the answer to. He indicated the ring on Hermione's finger. I have a theory that I'd like to run by you too. He walked closer and regarded the ring. Such an ordinary black stone. It's caused a multitude of deaths and destruction. Despite its helpfulness in this situation, I do not believe it should be of this world. Agreed. Draco said. I suppose you are right, Hermione said reluctantly. I assure you I am. Snape scowled. I've been thinking of a way to entrap Voldemort, all of him, into one space. When you both do the charm in tandem to create the sighing mirror, you will open up a portal into the spirit world. In tandem? I read that it only needed one? Hermione asked curiously. Usually this is the case. Snape told her. However, the potion we have created will fight to destroy the surface before it is fixed. You will both have to cast, I believe, in order for it to take. That is dangerous. Draco interjected. I'm not scared and I'm sure I can do it, Hermione soothed. Draco glared at Snape. I'll not have her harmed again under my roof, he hissed. And she won't be, as long as you both do as I say and never let your concentration falter. Snape snapped. You have the capacity to do so, I see no problems. All right. What does the ring have to do with the scrying charm? Hermione asked quickly to change the subject. Ah, yes, at the last possible moment, before the surface of the mirror seals itself, you will call in the parts of Voldemort's souls that have already passed beyond the veil. You will concentrate on the Tom Riddle you saw in Harry's mind and call the pieces him into one. He will answer. I know he will. When he is there, you will push the ring into the mirror's surface. It is my theory that Riddle's soul will be trapped there. And then what? Draco wanted to know. Will we destroy the mirror? Nonsense. The soul will still be incomplete. We will need Potter for that. Snape pondered for a moment. I will not be able to help once the ring has been destroyed. It will be up to you to complete the task. He shook his head. It's the only way, he said at last. In the following hour, Snape went over possible outcomes and plans with them. He oversaw the cooling process of the potion. When the first rays of light were visible in the sky, he proclaimed it time to cast the scrying charm. Hermione and Draco stood side by side in front of the silver mirror. Both of them were pale and resolute. She turned to him. Draco. Thank you. For all of this. You've been wonderful. I know that. Draco's face crinkled into a tired smile. Let's save the gratitude for when this is all over, shall we? I don't know what the ending looks like yet. We will beat him. That's the ending, Hermione responded with a tired smile of her own. And I'll make sure that you get proper recognition for this. I owe you that. His eyes traveled over her face. You owe me nothing, Granger. Except that you live a long and happy life, all right? It's a deal, she told him. Very touching. Snape drawled. Are you ready? Yes, and thank you again, sir. You are the true hero in all of this. Hermione said earnestly. I will make sure to keep your words from earlier in mind. I hope so, Miss Granger. He looked to Draco. I'm proud of you, he said simply. Remember what I told you all those years ago. Remember what it is you strive for. Let there be no more nights of drinking yourself into oblivion alone in your rooms in your future. Yes, you are correct. As always, Draco said shamefacedly. On the count of 3 then. Snape said. 1. They raised their wands as 1. 2. They extended their arms to the potion on the floor in front of it. 3. In unison they cast the spell. The potion rose up from the floor and sunk into the mirror's surface. Hermione and Draco incanted the scrying charm together. The surface turned black. 2 golden arcs of light passed from their wands to the mirror. Hermione grit her teeth as the portion fought to free itself from the surface. Beads of sweat were forming on Draco's brow. When she thought she could not bear it another moment, the pressure lessened in her arm. Now, push the ring into the surface now before it is too late, Snape shouted. Hermione looked to Draco, who nodded and held fast to his spell. Holding her wand in front of her, Hermione advanced toward the mirror. The wand in her hand began to vibrate violently. With her other hand she brought the ring to the surface. She turned it over, thinking of the terrible, beautiful man who she had met in Harry's mind. Pain coursed through her body and she screamed. Don't stop, Draco. You'll kill her if you do, Snape was yelling. Her body felt as if it was splitting into 1,000 shards of glass. She wanted to let go in that moment. To never have to feel anything ever again, but then she thought of Harry and the promise that she would see him again strengthened her resolve. With her remaining strength she opened her eyes. Tom Riddle stood staring down at her from the mirror. She smiled at him. He smiled back. With a vicious shove she pushed the ring through the surface. The rock shattered into a fine powder and the gold setting fell to the floor in a melted mess. Take care, Snape said to Draco and faded from view. Hermione tottered on her feet and Draco rushes to her side. His arms caught her before she hit the floor. Hermione, he said. Quickly casting diagnostic charms he ascertained that she was alive and well. He breathed a sigh of relief and carried her over to a deep blue couch in the corner. He sat down and cradled her unconscious body to him. Smiling tenderly at her sleeping face, he murmured, it's never boring with you around, is it? After a few moments sleep took him as well. The day had long since passed into night and then into day again. Hermione and Draco still slept on. The magic in creating the scrying mirror had taken all of their energy and had drained their magical cores. Their slumber was deep and not even the house elves who had come to clean the lab by removing the noxious potion leftovers had disturbed them. In London Harry Potter woke with a start. He'd been dreaming awful things. Hermione had left him again and again. He followed her, but she was always just beyond his reach. He saw her making love to a beautiful dark-haired wizard with a cold smile. Sometimes the wizard was him and sometimes it was Tom. Only the smile remained the same. When he tried to lash out and hurt the other wizard, to rip him from her arms, Tom's smile would only grow wider. Harry wanted to tear him to pieces, but it seemed that his anger only made the other wizard stronger. Every way that Harry has been used to advance the careers of other witches and wizards was presented to him. At first he resisted and then he had grown angry. Each time that he had ever felt powerless and left vulnerable were presented to him. The list was so long, and he was so tired. In his dream he arrived at a forest glade. It was pretty. He'd been here before. A memory of a cold night, a locket and a sword came to him. The Forest of Dean. He wended his way past trees and flowering bushes. His steps were confident and unwavering. In time he arrived at the pool. The trees stretching above him were mirrored in the glassy surface. Harry went to sit at its edge. He gazed into the pool, expecting to see his own reflection. His body gave a start of surprise when he found it was Tom Riddle's face staring back at him. "Hello, Tom," Harry said conversationally. Somewhere along the way he'd realized that this was both a dream and not a dream. "Potter." The other wizard's lips curved up in a smile. "What an interesting place to meet you." "Isn't it?" Harry glanced around him and then back into the pool. "What do you want, Tom?" he asked calmly. He was sure Hermione had told him to ask this of Malfoy once when he had been especially awful to them during their school days. It seemed a sensible question. Riddle thought about this for a moment. "I want another chance at life," he said simply. "Yes, but you've already had a chance at life, twice by my count," Harry countered. "As have you, as I recall," Tom replied smoothly. "Let's not keep score. Potter, I've seen the inside of your innermost heart. We have a lot more in common than you would like." "Yes, you've mentioned this once before, right before I destroyed you with a basilisk fang. You know, from your pet that I slaughtered," Harry goaded. Tom's mouth turned down in a sour frown. "I'm willing to let these things go into the past." "Oh, thank you very much," he replied sarcastically. "Tell me, Riddle, what will it take to make you go away for good?" "Nothing, as long as there is a piece of my soul present on this earth," Riddle said thoughtfully. "I do not wish for rest, nor will I accept defeat. I know what power feels like, and I'll not let it go so easily." "Well then, I'll just have to destroy you, again," he said flippantly. Harry did not know if it was the dream or the potion that Hermione had given him, but he was feeling oddly calm, all things considered. Riddle scowled. "Potter, do you think for a moment that you would have risen though the aura ranks so quickly if it hadn't been for me guiding you? People admire and fear you in equal parts wherever you go. Nothing is denied you. None of this would have happened had it not been for me." Riddle shook his head thoughtfully. "No, you simply would have been another spoiled half-blood of mediocre talent. It was me that made you extraordinary," Tom said implacably. "You share in my magic. I'm sure of it." "Maybe so," Harry said honestly. "But I did not ask for any of it." It amazed him that Riddle had actually justified this to himself as having given Harry an advantage. "Do you honestly think this is what I wanted?" Riddle tilted his head. "Perhaps not. Yet, it is you who take satisfaction when you exert your power over another to gain advantage. It is you who tweaks and turns the ministry to your liking. You like it, Harry Potter, and you were good at it. What's more is that no matter what you tell yourself, it has not been me guiding your actions in your darkest moments these past few years." His smile stretched across his face when he saw Harry's stricken expression. "Yes, it is easy to think of me as the all-powerful boogeyman, but I am not." "No, I don't believe it," Harry said tightly. "Don't you? I only guided you there, my boy. You are the one who took the reins and flourished. As I have said, we are alike." You and I, Tom paced the reflected surface of the pond. "Let's not deny this. It wastes time. Now, let me ask you, what is it you desire, Harry Potter?" Harry thought about it. "I want Hermione. I wish to be left alone. I would like for you to be nothing more than a stain on the pages of history." "So, you would willingly walk away from all that you've built for a woman in mediocrity?" Riddle looked disgusted. "Would you be happy, I wonder? When Hermione sees the real you, will she? She is a delectable creature of light. You will only soil her." Riddle said knowingly. "You will use her up and tire of her." "I wouldn't." Harry wasn't sure why he was arguing with Riddle. He supposed he wanted to see where this led. "You will. And she will eventually see you, what you really are. Do you think she will like what she sees? That witch belongs with a wizard who will not drag her down to the depths that you no doubt will." Riddle was smug. Harry thought about this. Hermione already did see this side of him. She had said so and loved him all the same. Suddenly he had a huge desire to hold her and see her again. A small doubt in his head told him that Riddle was right. Before he went down that path of thought, Harry stood. "Where are you going?" The Riddle in the reflection looked alarmed. "You are weak. To give up all you have." Riddle spat. "I thought to rise to power with you, but now I see that I'll have to see you dead. And when I destroy you and take your body, I'll take her as well." Harry stiffened. "You should not have said that." He had dismissed Riddle as a rambling madman until he had dared to speak of her. "It means that I will not be as kind as I once was when next we meet." He turned and began to walk away. "I look forward to obliterating you," he called over his shoulder. Harry strode from the glade and opened his eyes. Now as he lay, staring up at the ceiling, he wondered what to do next. In answer his stomach growled. First he would eat, he decided. It had been a while after all. Harry grabbed his wand and cast a time and date charm. He frowned. It had only been a night and a day since he had taken the potion. According to Hermione, he should have had at least 2 full days and 2 full nights. He wondered if the proximity to Riddle in his dream had woken him. A trickle of fear worked its way down his spine. It had probably been Tom's plan to rile him into waking. He soundly cursed himself for engaging at all. He wandered down to the kitchen. As he ate the leftovers that Hermione had cooked for them, his blood warmed at the memory of the last time they had been here together. He thought of Riddle's question. In the end, he decided that if he got to come home every night to Hermione, then he would easily let go of his hold on the Ministry, for the most part. Harry was a realist and did not trust the pureblood agenda not to raise its ugly head from time to time. Hermione would keep him in check. She was honest and smart enough to always excite his mind. Her warm, lovely body in his bed was worth coming back from the brink of death for. Where had she gone off to? Reaching into his pocket, he dragged out the gold coin she had given him. Its shiny surface informed him that she was at Malfoy Manor with Draco. He clenched the coin tightly in his hand. She'd used the Pratt's first name. When did they become close enough for that? The memory of her torture there still haunted him. It had also not escaped his notice that Draco Malfoy had a bit of a soft spot for his witch. Harry considered what Tom had said in his dream. Would he sully Hermione? She was so steadfast in her beliefs, so true to herself. Would he drag her down to his depths, or would she bring him up to her heights? Or could they meet somewhere in the middle? A part of him wondered if he would always be striving to be worthy of her. He had tried to move past the curly-haired witch but realized that she was all that he was ever going to want. A different, angry part of him wondered if it shouldn't be her that needed to strive to be worthy of him. Harry shook his head, as if to clear the thoughts going round and round. Then he started. Tom had sent Hermione to retrieve something in the library. Had he put her in danger by letting her go? He grabbed his wand, which thrummed with power as he held it. Due to being the head Auror, Harry had made sure that he always had access to Malfoy Manor and all of their properties. The family had too many fingers in too many pies to ever be truly trustworthy. He walked to the fireplace in the front parlor and stepped through the flames. The house elves at Malfoy Manor were in a tizzy. The great Harry Potter had paid them a visit and was demanding to see Master Draco and Miss Hermione. Harry Potter was most upset to hear that they were still sleeping. He was wanting to know where and how they were sleeping. Harry Potter did not want tea or scones. Harry Potter was wanting answers. Ipsy popped into the potions lab. Master Draco, she squeaked. Draco woke with a start. Ipsy, what is it? You has been sleeping all day, sir. And now Harry Potter is here wanting to see his Miss Hermione. Ipsy gestured time, the woman still clutched in his arms. Begging you pardon, sir, but this is not looking good. Harry Potter is not liking people being too close. No, I really don't, said a cold voice from the doorway. Tracking spell. Sorry, he told the affronted elf. Potter, Draco said, startled. He began to try to extricate himself from the sofa. You weren't supposed to wake yet. Hold on. He struggled to reach his wand. With lightning fast reflexes, Harry had the blonde wizard's wand in his hand. I gather that my presence is unwelcome? No, hold on a moment. Draco moved the still sleeping witch gently to the side and propped her head on a pillow. You take such care even as I've got you held at wand point? Harry was bemused. Not worth my life if I harm a hair on her precious head, is it? Draco drawled. You've got that right. Harry growled. Now, why is she still here? Tell me the truth, Malfoy. Draco held up his hands in front of him. She came to me for help late last night, to help you, I might add. He looked sour. As you know, Potter, I am in no position to refuse a member of the Golden Trio aid. Be reasonable. He straightened his shoulders in that same haughty way he had done when they were younger. Harry bristled but did check his temper. Malfoy was right. He wasn't in any position to deny them. All right then, care to explain why you were sleeping with your arms around her? Draco looked afraid for the first time. We drained our magical cores completing the task she set for us. She lost consciousness and was falling. I caught her before she hit the floor, and then I must have fallen asleep too. He scrubbed his hair trying to remember. That's all that happened, I swear it. Harry nodded grimly and stared hard into the other wizard's eyes. It's lucky I believe you, Malfoy. You said you were creating something? What is it you were making? His face had become intensely interested, too interested for Draco's liking. He dropped his eyes to the floor. I think that Granger should explain that part to you. You are capable of telling me, I am sure, Harry hissed out. I am. Draco agreed, but I want Granger to do it. Still hiding behind a woman. Still weak, I see. Harry's voice had become colder and harder. Draco knew those hissing tones and inflections well. He gave a fleeting look at Harry's eyes, and the hint of red he saw there made him drop his gaze to the stone floor. Perhaps I am. You'll want to hear it from her, Potter. He emphasized the name in hopes that Harry would take control. Sweat trickled down his back. This was really not to be borne. Hadn't the first time under the rule of the Dark Lord been enough? Harry shook his head, his green eyes cleared. Right, well, she was here to try to retrieve something. A dark object. Did she succeed? Draco barked out a mirthless laugh. She found it all right. Thank Merlin she didn't touch it. It would have killed her on the spot? Whatever were you thinking? Sending the girl you love to do the Dark Lord's bidding? His voice was ice. I was thinking that Hermione is intelligent enough to take care of herself, as you are well aware, Harry gritted out. She is that. Draco agreed. Now, Potter, as I have just spent a very long night working toward your benefit, and you are standing in my home, might I have my wand back? Harry reluctantly handed him the wand. I'll always have a hard time trusting you, he muttered. Understandable, Draco agreed, as I will always have a hard time not wanting to hex you. However, we are on the same side at the moment, so do try to act accordingly. I'm trying to re-establish our good name in society, not bring back a lunatic who already hates my family. He raised an eyebrow at Harry. Point taken. Harry heaved a sigh. I miss Ron, he muttered under his breath. Now that was going too far. Draco scowled. They both turned to look at Hermione, who was still sleeping soundly. Light from a side window filtered in and caught the gold strands in her hair. She's a very powerful witch, Draco said thoughtfully. Where's her ring? Harry suddenly exclaimed. Well, we had to use it, Draco said uncomfortably. For what? Draco could feel the dangerous magic coming off him. Suddenly fearful, he made a snap decision. He pointed his wand at Hermione. Enervate. Hermione opened her eyes and sat bolt upright. Harry. She attempted to rub the sleep from her eyes. I don't understand. What time is it? 8:30 at night. Draco responded. We slept through the day. I don't remember what happened. Has Snape gone? She found her wand and stood up. Snape? Harry asked. I'll explain in a moment. Hermione studiously kept her gaze from the scrying mirror, whose gazing surface had gone from silver to black in the time they had been sleeping. Draco, picking up on this, followed her lead. Harry? I'm glad you're here. She walked over to him and hugged him tightly. For a moment she simply breathed in the comforting scent of him. Harry melted into her, allowing her touch to soothe him. At last he pulled away to look at her. You're all right? Hermione nodded. I am now. They gazed into one another's eyes tenderly until the sound of someone clearing his throat startled them. Yes, this is all very romantic and all, but would you mind? Draco drawled sarcastically. There is the matter of a dark artifact in my parents' library that I'd be much obliged if you disposed of. He raised a nearly white eyebrow at them. Oh, I'm sorry, Draco. Of course. Hermione turned to Harry, who was peering down at her curiously. Voldemort set a trap for me. It was a magical contract that required complete loyalty. If I touched it, which I wouldn't have, it would have been the end of me. We believe that it can be destroyed by fiendfire. Harry paled considerably. Where is it? He asked angrily. In the library. Draco told him. I'll show you. We've swept that library several times. Harry was confused. And well, I know it. Draco muttered. Hermione was the only one who could see it. You'd think I would have seen it or felt it. Harry gripped his wand tightly. Doesn't matter. Show me where it is. Draco nodded and swept from the room with great dignity. I wonder, Potter, if there will ever come a time when you will come to one of my houses because I've invited you, instead of always crashing in. Harry thought about this. When we get through this and I can count on your silence, invite me and see. And there will be reporters to catch you coming and going? Draco looked over to Harry, who was smirking at him. Seems like a story I'd like to read about Harry Potter befriending reformed and repentant Death Eaters. Ones who benefit society greatly with their good and charitable works? Ever the Slytherin, Harry said, but he didn't seem angry. Draco stared at Hermione for a moment before speaking. I don't do anything without my reasons, Potter, and nor do you for that matter. Hermione was regarding him with a queer expression on her face. He looked away. All right, Malfoy, you have a deal. We make it through this and you'll have a media circus at your front gates. I'll even make sure that they report in your favor." Harry's smile was cold. Hermione huffed. Enough with the deal-making. There are other things to concentrate on at the moment. She strode ahead of them and into the library. Harry quickly caught up with her. The library was silent. Dust motes streamed in through the high windows. "Can you feel it?" she whispered. Her fingers found his and intertwined with them. Harry looked around him. "I think so." He walked farther in. Purposefully he went to the back corner, pulling her with him. Draco followed uncertainly in their wake. "I didn't make it back here last time," he said thoughtfully. When he got to the box his breath came out in a low hiss. "Harry?" Hermione asked. "Malfoy," he barked. "What is it?" Draco asked. "Clear everything around here you don't want singed." Draco nodded and began waving his wand at the shelves. Books sprang from the shelves and formed neat piles in the air. He pointed his wand and all of the books flew towards the far reaches of the room. He then moved the shelves up toward the ceiling and floated them away. "Is that sufficient?" he asked. Harry looked about him. "I think so. You both should go out into the hall for your safety." Hermione shook her head. "I don't think so." She crossed her arms in front of her. Harry shrugged, waved his wand with an incantation that she had never heard before, and Draco and Hermione were unceremoniously thrown from the library. The doors slammed and they could hear locks clicking in place. Draco stormed over and tried to open it. He gasped as the door handle burned him. "I'll say this, Potter has definitely gotten a lot more power than I ever gave him credit for." Draco scowled and healed his hand. "I'm going to hex him." Hermione seethed. She looked at Draco with panic in her eyes. "How am I ever supposed to keep him safe?" She hurried to the door, but Draco caught her around the waist before she could get there. "Don't. This house is meant to protect all of the Malfoy line. If the door burned me, I cannot imagine what it might do to you." The smell of smoke reached their noses. Screams could be heard echoing in the large room within. Hermione began struggling in earnest. "Let me go," she screeched. Draco held firm. The door swung outward with a bang. Harry stood there and the smoke billowed outward. This is becoming an irritating case of déjà vu. He glared at Draco until he removed his arms. "She was trying to get through to you," he drawled. "What would you have me do?" "I burned my hand trying to get in." Harry nodded. "It's done. Whatever that was put up quite a fight," he shrugged. "You should have given me the choice." Hermione huffed. She walked over and shoved him, but he grabbed her about the waist and pulled her to him. "It takes a lot of concentration. I won't see you hurt again," he told her gently, "and I didn't want to argue. I just wanted to destroy it. I'm sorry, but this isn't a time for hesitation," he told her. "Don't do it again. We're in this together," she told him. "I mean it, Harry. You have to trust me too." "We'll see," he told her. "Now, what is it that you and this Pratt were up all night creating?" Hermione's eyes widened. "I'll have to go run some quick tests." She looked over at the two men. "Draco? Is the flow in the library your biggest?" Draco thought about it a moment. "I believe so. I think it will fit," Hermione muttered. "I'll be right back. I'll want to test it by myself," she told them. "I'll meet you back here." Without another word she hurried back towards the potions lab. Draco and Harry stood awkwardly together for a moment. "I suppose I could help you put back the books?" Harry offered. "Much obliged, but I believe I'm the only one who can move them, as you recall from your raids," Draco told him. He swept past Harry into the library. Harry had cast charms to dissipate the smoke, but a sickening charred smell remained. "I didn't damage anything if you're concerned," Harry told him. "Not really." Draco shrugged and began to shelve the books again. He did not look at Harry. "Although, there are some scorch marks in the back corner that will likely never come out." Harry looked at the wizard in front of him. "She's not for you, you know." His voice was almost gentle. Draco's back stiffened. "You'll destroy her," he said without turning around. He felt the other wizard tensing and hurried on. "I know she's not ever going to be mine, Potter. You needn't worry yourself." The doors to the library banged open and Hermione appeared floating a carefully wrapped package in front of her. "There, Ipsy wrapped this with an unbreakable charm. It will get us through the flow." She walked over to them and regarded the library. "No damage then?" Harry cleared his throat. "No, I was careful to keep it contained." Hermione smiled up at him. "That's wonderful. Are you ready to head back to Grimmauld?" Harry smiled down at her and nodded. She turned to the other wizard. Draco, I can't thank you enough. If there's ever anything I can do to repay you. You owe me nothing, Granger. I've already told you. Don't waste time. You've got things to do. He held out his hand and she took it. Well, thank you all the same. Draco nodded and, after holding her hand a moment too long, dropped it and gestured to the flow. Send me an owl when it's all over? Let me know? Draco's voice trembled a little. We will. Harry promised and guided Hermione to the flow. They both vanished in a burst of green, leaving Draco alone in the cavernous room. Hermione and Harry landed in the front hall of Grimmauld Place. She carefully placed the covered mirror on the ground. Now, I know you've got questions, she told Harry while wringing her hands. I don't want to show you what I've made until it's time. I'm not sure how much you can block Voldemort. All you need know is that I've created a way for you to face and to fight him. She hesitated, regarding him. It is my hope that you will be able to live through this. Tears filled her eyes and she looked away. Harry pulled her to him. We both know what could and might happen. I can't sugarcoat this for you. Hermione nodded into his chest. But you must know that I'll come back to you if there is any way in this world that I can. He rested his head on her shoulder. I wish we hadn't been so young and impressionable. I wish we hadn't had all that time apart. Promise me that after this we only live for ourselves? No more pandering to politics or twisting the plot to suit us. I just want the story of Harry and Hermione. That sounds like a good story, Hermione said wistfully. Harry's hand found hers and his brow creased. Are you willing to tell me what's happened to the ring? He asked. Oh, I had to use it. I don't think the resurrection stone will be a part of this world again, she told him with concern in her eyes. Harry's grip tightened painfully. You destroyed it? He hissed. You had a gift from death itself and you threw it away? Harry, she cried, her voice scaling up in pain and fear. Harry, stop, please. You stupid girl. The Hallows will never be complete again. His hand gripped the hair at the base of her neck. He forced her gaze to meet his cold one. Harry. Stop it, she said, searching for her lover in the green depths. After a few tense moments, Harry's eyes softened and he released her hair. Oh gods. Hermione. I'm so sorry I can't. He looked stricken and scrubbed his hair so that it stood on end. He looked from her fear-filled face to the covered object and back to her again. Right, let's get this over with. What? You mean now? Hermione shook her head from the rapid changes. Yes, before anything else happens. I'm not sure I can keep holding on. Harry gripped his wand tighter. Harry, I'm not sure, but he silenced her with a quick kiss. No more waiting. I'm tired of always fearing tomorrow. It ends now, and whether that ends with him or with me, so be it. I'll not stand by and let him try to harm you ever again. Harry grabbed her arm and walked over to the mirror. Now, I think we will need a bit more space. He apparated them from the room. They landed in the same glade in Forest of Dean that Harry had dreamed of. Hermione, after reorienting herself and throwing Harry an admonishing look for moving so quickly and without warning, looked up at the trees curiously. Is this the Forest of Dean then? It is. Harry told her and began to cast spells of protection and invisibility over the site. It's where Ron and I destroyed the locket. It's where I met Tom in my dreams. A good place as any to end him, don't you think? Hermione nodded and walked over to the edge of the pool. What did you say about seeing him in your dreams? Harry paused in his perusal of the perimeter. He met me here. Made one last bid for me to join him rather than oppose him. It's all bollocks, he said. Casting a few more spells to further secure the glade, he turned to Hermione. Right, now why don't you tell me what you made with the great blonde prat? Hermione bit her bottom lip. It's a scrying mirror. I don't want to go into all it does for fear of it being overheard. It will enable you to face him, I believe, and to duel him. To the end. I had to use the resurrection stone to activate it as he is neither alive nor dead. It was the only way. I called on Snape to help. Harry, he knew of a potion to secure the magic onto the mirror's surface. Snape? He helped you? With the ring, I assume? Harry gazed at the tops of the trees. I will forever be in that wizard's debt. How am I ever to repay him? He was in yours, more like. She twisted her hair up into a loose bun. Or rather your mum's. She corrected. Said his soul wouldn't be at peace until you vanquished him for good. Still, He gave up so much for me to live. All his adult years as a spy and teaching children that he loathed. What a life. Harry was wretched. And now he's gone, like so many others. Do you really think that this world would be better off if you hadn't faced him in the forest, Harry? She touched his shoulder. Because I can tell you that it wouldn't. A lot more people would have died, could still die. Snape did it for your mother. He did it for things that happened long before you were even born. These were a result of his poor choices. He knows that. Don't you think it's time to remove that guilt from your shoulders? I suppose you're right, as you always are, Harry muttered. I know it. Wizards pay me very well for my opinion, so you better heed it, she warned him. He smiled tenderly at her. Where would the wizarding world be if a bushy-haired, know-it-all hadn't driven Ron batty and gotten trapped with a troll? He kissed her hand and held it for a moment. I suppose that we better get this done then? I'll be here. You'll come back to me? She said sternly. There isn't anywhere else I'd rather be, he promised. At her nod he walked over to the mirror and cast a circle. It was his hope that if he lost to Voldemort the protective circle would be strong enough for Hermione to get to safety if not try to end the wizard herself. The grass around them was a rich green. It was soft under his feet. Harry wanted to remember and hold these little details in his mind so that he knew where it was he wanted to return to. He glanced across the meadow where Hermione had sat on a log to wait, her wand at the ready. A light breeze lifted the soft curls from her face. The situation was not ideal. However, he was grateful for the opportunity to have had her in his arms again. In all of his travels it had only ever been her that he had wanted. Sensing his eyes on her, she lifted her gaze and gave him a dazzling, if worried, smile in return. Yes, he thought, Hermione Granger was worth coming back to. He closed his eyes for a moment and took in the sounds of the wind rustling through the trees. The smell of fresh growing things tickled his nose, and along with that the smell of Hermione's perfume on his skin. Memories of what it felt like to have her in his arms surrounded him. He let go of old hurts from the Dursleys. Years of living in fear of a snake-faced monster fell from his shoulders. Harry focused on the sun on his face and a future with his love. When he opened his eyes he saw the mirror, its black surface shimmering ominously. With sure steps and the Elder Wand grasped in his hand he walked to stand before it. Tom Riddle stood smirking at him holding his own Elder Wand. Tom, Harry said with steel in his voice. You just can't seem to stay away. Nor can you, Harry Potter. He smirked. The closed ward at St. Mungo's was a flurry of activity. Meadowitches and wizards scurried to and fro. The minister had been called. Though sworn to protect and heal always and to the best of their ability, their eyes remained fearfully averted from the patients. Each of them knew that what they saw would haunt them until the rest of their days. Every child and Ginny Weasley had floated up from above their beds. They hung there in suspended animation as if submerged in water. Indeed, their hair waved about them and above them in undulating waves. Their skin took on a grayish hue and their lips turned dead and blue. A Meadowitch who had been hurrying past clapped her hands over her ears. From their cold mouths a single name flowed out in a uniform hiss. Their voices cold and lifeless as the wind in the dead of winter. Harry Potter keeps us. They chanted slowly again and again. Harry Potter keeps us. Harry Potter keeps us. Harry Potter keeps us. A dread so dense it was almost tangible had settled in the ward. No one had been able to bring the patients back down to the bed. Frantically they went from bed to bed checking their vitals and core magics. Good gods! Boomed the voice of Kingsley Shacklebolt. His mouth fell open, aghast, as he surveyed the room. He turned to the Aurors who had accompanied him. Find Harry Potter. He commanded. Or Hermione Granger. She'll know something of this, I am sure. He turned to his aide. Tea, I need tea, you know how I like it. The Aurors nodded and retreated. A sweat born of fear prickled its way down Kingsley's spine. Why were they saying his name? Had he been a fool to think that Potter would once again act in the interest of them all? Frantically his mind went over the choices that he had made over the past few days. He admitted to himself that he had turned a blind eye to Harry's growing dark side over the past few years. He and the other confidants that he had spoken of it with had put it down to the lingering effects of the war and his close ties to Voldemort. Never in their wildest musings did they think it would ever come to this. He hurried from the room. The sounds of Harry's name being spoken over and over followed him into the hallway. He pulled a yellow silk handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the perspiration from his forehead. He took a deep breath and reminded himself that wherever Potter was, Hermione was with him. Kingsley knew her as his own. He knew that no matter how much the young with loved him, she would always do what was right for the innocent. Despite all that occurred, Kingsley found that he could not find it in himself to truly doubt the boy who lived. A scratching sounded from the window across the hall. He looked over to see a large, black eagle owl on the sill. Recognizing the owl, he sighed and reached over to open it. The owl regarded him haughtily and extended its large talon. He carefully removed the letter, recalling the bird's tendency to bite. He detached it at last and breathed a sigh of relief. The owl, sensing weakness, lashed out and pecked viciously at Kingsley's hand. "Gaw, off with you, you rotten beast," he shouted. The bird flew away in a rustle of offended feathers. Wondering what Draco Malfoy wanted now, he unfurled the letter. His eyes scanned the contents quickly, his eyebrows rising with each line he read. "Right," he said to himself, and then Kingsley began to run full tilt toward the flow at the end of the hallway. Halfway down the hall he crashed into his unfortunate aide, splashing tea over them both. "It doesn't matter," he yelled over his shoulder. "Send some orders to Malfoy Manor. That's where I am headed now." Staggering to a stop, he pinched some flow powder up and shouted the name of the manor. Draco was waiting when Kingsley came through. The minister sank onto a blue-striped couch and attempted to catch his breath. "Please let this be the last time you know who disturbs my life," he muttered between breaths. He turned to the blonde wizard, who looked quite pale even by his standards. "They were here? You helped Hermione?" "I did," Draco confirmed. "I needed to let you know lest something happens to Potter. Can't risk anything being misunderstood about my family. Wouldn't be the first time," he said sullenly. Kingsley waved away the concerns. "Where were they headed?" he demanded. "I haven't the faintest idea." Draco examined his fingernails. He looked up with fear in his eyes. "The thing is that Potter seemed a bit off, and he took Granger with him. I don't want anything happening to her, you see." He looked at the jewel-toned carpet on the floor. "I see," Kingsley said thoughtfully. "Don't worry, Malfoy, nothing will happen to your good name. Why don't you start at the beginning? First, let your house elves know that I've got some orders on the way." "Oh, delightful," Draco drawled as he summoned his elf. Harry looked at his reflection that was not his reflection. Tom Riddle stood before him, holding his own version of the Elder Wand. The reflection slowly morphed into an image that was equal parts Tom Riddle and Harry Potter. He was terribly beautiful, magical power practically rolled off him. "This is as we could be. Take a look, Potter. Think of what you wish to destroy. There will be no point of return for you or for me. To destroy me is to destroy yourself. What will there be left? I made you extraordinary. The world believes you to be special. Once I leave your soul, you will be no more or no less from any other wizard." The reflection nodded outward toward where Hermione sat. "Unlike you, she was born for greatness in her own right. She's drawn to power, if you hadn't noticed. Stay with me and I can help keep her enthralled to the end of days. You alone cannot do it, boy. I know these things. I always do," the reflection told him smugly. Harry's body tensed defensively. In the mirror, Riddle did the same. His green eyes roamed over the figure that was both himself and Tom. A small, mean part of himself admitted that perhaps he did not want to give this up. The feeling of being alone and abandoned was still with him even though Hermione had returned. A lifetime of being left behind flashed before his eyes. And following these were 100 different moments of Hermione, starting from when she was a large-toothed girl of 11 by his side. She had loved him even when he was a skinny, unkempt boy. She had stayed by his side to help him to defeat Voldemort once before. The only time she had left him had been when he had failed her, but she had come back, had forgiven him his very human error, because she loved him. He wondered why Riddle was so intent on swaying Harry to his side. Why hadn't he simply began to battle as he had done in times past? He was missing something. He did not warn Riddle as he would have done in the past. His Avada was strong and perfectly aimed. Harry cast it with every fiber of his being. Unfortunately, so was Riddle's. The wands, being reflections of the other, collided in the middle of the two combatants as they had done all those years ago in the graveyard. Harry moved his wands to the side so that the two spells fell harmlessly to the ground. Riddle scowled at him. They backed away from one another, sizing the other up. Several more spells were cast, each bouncing harmlessly off the other. Harry was considering his options when a wicked grin split Tom's face. Hermione had broken his wards and was standing by his side, never taking her gaze from Riddle and keeping her wand aimed at his heart. I am not going to sit by and watch him murder you. He will have to take us both. It's the way this was always going to end. Your wands are evenly matched. This will go nowhere. Let me help. Hermione told him and cast a quick series of curses Riddle's way. These were easily deflected. Hermione Granger, so good of you to come, Riddle said. Hermione gave him a level look. I know why you don't really want to kill Harry. She told him, sending more curses his way. I've figured it out, you see. The piece of you that's left isn't enough. It's tattered and broken. You are a parasite, feeding off of Harry. If he leaves this body, you would never be able to own it. She continued to attack him as she spoke. Harry had to admire her lightning quick curses. He had cast a shield charm and made sure to deflect any curses that Tom sent her. Continued. Currently you are feeding off the energy of the children that you've managed to ensnare. They're temporary, have made you strong enough to think that you have a chance to break free. However, even draining the magical cores of 7 souls will not be enough. They're young and not yet formed. She shot an especially vicious slicing curse at him. It also helps that the core of them is protected by the love of their parents. Once again, something you cannot possibly begin to understand. Riddle doubled his efforts in trying to send curses her way. Always interfering where you shouldn't. You would have been my queen. I would have given you the power you always craved. I saw into your heart when you wore my locket around your pretty neck. It's a shame, really. Riddle cast an Avada quickly, but Harry caught it once again with his wand. This time he concentrated on the jet of green light connecting him to Tom. Do it, Hermione. It has to be you, Harry growled. Hermione aimed her wand at the mirror's surface. Avada Kedavra. She cast. A jet of green light sailed through the air and hit its target. Tom faded from view and both his and Harry's wands shattered into splinters. Tom's last spell that Harry had been holding off shot into both of their bodies. They were blown backwards several feet. They landed side by side in the soft green grass and did not rise. Across the meadow the mirror's surface shimmered and then melted into a puddle of molten silver. Hermione was walking through the empty King's Cross station. She had seen it like this once before in Harry's memory. She felt panic rise up in her. Quickly she whirled around, looking in all directions. It was empty as far as the eye could see. She wanted to walk, to find Harry, but knew that if she stayed put he would be able to find her more easily. Spying a row of benches, she walked over to them, thinking to sit and wait. A gasp of horrified breath escaped her. The form of the childlike imp she had seen whimpering in Harry's memory was no more than a blackened corpse, turning slowly to dust. A whirl of air blew the dust away, and at last Hermione could feel Harry standing beside her. She did not turn to look at him. You found me, she said softly. I'll always find you. I told you. Harry's hand slipped into hers. Are we dead then? Hermione wondered. If past experience is anything to go on, we are in the in-between worlds, he told her. It looks like he might well and truly be gone. Hermione indicated the pile of ashes. He is. I can feel it. I am lighter somehow, Harry mused. A train rushed past them and they turned to look at it passing. Perhaps you will be able to return, Hermione said sadly. I'm not so sure I can. You killed Voldemort's soul that was inside you. I must probably go on. Death wouldn't want to be cheated by me, she said sadly. Do you really think I wouldn't follow you? Harry asked her tenderly. I can't ask that of you. She was horrified. You deserve to have a life in the sunshine, Harry. I can't let you come with me. What would my life be without you, I'd like to know, he retorted at once. Good gods. Have you two still not figured it out? A laughing voice barked from behind them. They whirled around to find Sirius Black with a smile on his face. Sirius, Harry exclaimed and launched himself at his godfather. There now. Sirius gave him a long hug. You didn't think I ever left you, really, did you? He looked young and healthy, more so than he ever had when they had known him. What are you doing here? Hermione asked, giving him a hug of her own. Dispensing a little godfatherly advice, of course. Sirius laughed. He turned to Harry. It's done, you see. We can all rest. Or be reborn. Or whatever it is we people of magic need to do. Snivellus will be so relieved, the grumpy git. He shook his head affectionately. But I digress. Hermione, you may be dead at the moment, but whether or not you stay dead is up to you. I really don't understand. Hermione's brow furrowed. It was Voldemort who cheated death several times over. It upset the balance of things terribly. You were not meant to die today, unless you would like to. Sirius quirked an eyebrow at her. And as for Harry, well, you know the drill, don't you, boy? Take the train and go on, or choose to wake up. What is it like to be dead, Sirius? Harry wondered. Quiet. Peaceful. Sirius pondered a moment. Now that Voldemort is well and truly gone, I'm not sure I want to stick around. He toed a crack in the floor and then looked up with a mischievous grin. I might want to be reborn. Have the life I should have had. I think the wizarding world will be a much better place to grow up in thanks to you too. I won't remember any of who I am now, but hopefully I'll still be able to raise a little hell. He winked. So, I can choose to return without repercussion? Hermione asked. Truly? How is that possible? Death wanted only the one who purposely sought to evade him time and time again. It is understood that when it is your time you will go willingly, Sirius told her. What do you think, Harry? Choose life with me. She smiled at him. You know it's not going to be easy for us, Harry said thoughtfully. There will always be people begging for favors and wrongs to right. He took her hand in his again. Of course I will go with you if that's where you are headed. We belong together. I thought you knew. I did. She told him and took a deep breath. She turned to the older wizard. Thank you, Sirius. I hope I see you again. He grinned at her. Hope so. He turned to Harry. Take care, won't you? You'll not come back here a third time. The next time death comes calling you will have to answer, as we all do. I'll remember. Harry stepped over to Hermione. Take care, Sirius. Goodbye, and thank you for all you did to keep us safe, Hermione said softly. Just go and live a good life. I'll see you soon, Sirius told them. He glanced down the tunnel. An approaching train could be heard. It's time for you to wake, he told them, and then the station disappeared and became a burst of white light. They woke in the light of the summer sun. They had landed facing one another. As their eyes focused, a smile lit her face. Harry smiled back and crawled over to her. His hand reached over and caressed the contours of her face. We did it, she said wonderingly. I love you, he told her. I love you, she told him, and then it seemed that all hell broke loose as horrors swarmed the field. 1 year later, Hermione's feet tapped a smart beat as she made her way to Kingsley's office. In the wake of the final destruction of Voldemort, both she and Harry had been taken in for questioning. Draco Malfoy had been instrumental in getting Hermione rapidly freed from all suspicion. Harry had been another matter entirely. The cursed children had woken soon after she and Harry had been taken into custody. Fortunately, they all appeared to be in good health. Unfortunately, they all swore that Harry Potter had led them through their magical dreamscape and had kept them there. It had not looked good. Harry had been detained by the Auror's office for days. Hermione had been inconsolable. Only Kingsley's staying hand had kept her from acting out in a public manner. The press had raked Harry through the coals. This fact had rankled her to no end. It had been bad enough when they had idolized him. What a sick thing it was, how quickly Harry had been judged in the opposite way. His less than savory political dealings came to light. It did not matter that these actions had served to better magical Britain. Hermione supposed that this was correct. After 3 months of incarceration and complete character destruction in the press, the truth came out. The Daily Prophet quickly returned to referring to Harry as the chosen one. Harry, still in custody, refused any and all interviews or visitors. He would see no one, not even Hermione. She had been beside herself. Every cell in her body had cried out for him. She waited and wrote him every day. There had been no answer. After 4 months, the headlines announced that the boy who lived would be released. Everywhere wizards and witches began to celebrate as they had done all those years before. Owls and shooting stars were spotted by muggles everywhere. Hermione had cleaned the house from top to bottom, sustaining only a small injury from a doxy in the upstairs curtains. She had been a whirlwind of activity. They had not spoken since that day on the field, but she felt certain that he would come back to her. Harry did not return that night, or the night after. In a panic, Hermione had run to Kingsley's office the following day. When his sad brown eyes had met hers across the desk, she had broken down. Harry had left word that he was leaving the country for a while. He did not know when, if ever, he would be returning. He had not left a note for Hermione. She had broken apart then, sobbing wildly as Kingsley had held her. She had become withdrawn and quiet. A ministry ghost, flitting from one department to the other. After a month, Luna and Neville had sought her out. Percy began to take her to lunch. Kingsley had her over for Sunday roast every week. Draco escorted her to ministry events. She began to smile and engage. She began to feel alive again. People remarked on her recovery. She supposed they were right. She had recovered, as much as someone who had half their soul ripped away could. She took up the gauntlet that Harry had dropped. She began pushing for equal rights for all sentient magical creatures. It had been a relief that, in the end, Tom Riddle had been wrong. Hermione did not crave power. Hermione Granger wanted justice. Now, she bustled through Kingsley's door. It had been a good day. She and a group of like-minded people had finally passed through a bill for centaurs.